Yo, what's up, guys? Hello. Yo, what's up, OMG TZ and Mr. Mena BS and Kinophile? What's that mean? Prince of Massachusetts. What the heck? What's up, guys? This live is gonna end up being 10 hours long. We'll see. We'll see. I actually don't know how many times I'm gonna be pausing. I have like a habit of pausing a lot because I'm just like a D10 yapper. D1 yap? A D1 yapper. I love pausing shit and just speaking. It's just my favorite thing of all time. Yo, what's up? Not no TNT NL. But I want to see if I can get through this without pausing like 100 times, so it's not like 10 hours long. Like that would be kind of fucked if it's like that. Because the stream, not the stream, the Time to Explain podcast is like 3 hours. So I don't know. I think I'll pause and I'll say something if there's something worth saying. What I might also do is I might play Brawl Stars. Like, okay, if it gets kind of boring, like guys, 3 hours of a podcast. I might play some Brawl Stars in the background, like a little bit of Glover, just a touch of Glover in the background, because I feel like it's kind of. Have you guys already seen the podcast? Pausing a 3+ hours podcast is insane. I know, like it's a lot of. That's it's gonna be crazy. Watch it in 2x. 1.5x speed the video. You can just sit there and nod your head every time they say something you agree with and say nothing. I just watched it. It was okay. Fuck. I don't know. What is this stream about? Let's see. So the stream is gonna be about this new podcast that just came out. Top left, are Buffy's reviving Brawl Stars? We've got the Time to Explain podcast. It dropped 7 hours ago. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes long.
Hello everyone,
and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through this, guys, without making this like a 5-hour stream. Because I have a history of turning even like a fucking 10-minute Brawl Talk into like an hour video, which is kind of crazy now that I think about it. Like that's a lot. That's actually insane. How much yapping can I really get into this? I don't know. If you don't know what Time to Explain podcast is, it's basically where some Brawl Stars devs and or community people sit around at a table and basically just answer a bunch of community questions. They posted a Reddit forum a while ago that was basically, and a Twitter thread, I think, that was basically like, hey, if you have any questions, ask here. It was about as, you know, about as messy as you might expect. And got a lot of people asking some pretty crazy questions. You can see the list of questions here in the timestamps too. Looks like just kind of skimming it. They're gonna people asked about Buffy's, 10-minute talk about Buffy's. We got asked about the Mega Pig. What about records? Will there be more mid-season balance changes? Why is the Claw Machine RNG? Where's the Math Maker rework? How do you feel about this? Oh my god. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of pretty good questions in here. Just pick the good ones. I mean, I want to watch the whole thing to be fair to. I mean, I don't know. Like, there's sometimes they add important things, even in like seemingly non-important questions. If this stream is interesting at all, I can cut this up and put it on the second channel so you guys can just get the highlights. But I'm probably gonna watch the whole thing here. So, yeah, I guess. Here's the question. Wait, let me change my setup a little bit. Okay, here's the question. Here's the question. What if... What if I played... wait. What if I play Brawl Stars while watching? Would that be too much? Should I just focus? Should I lock in on this podcast, or should I play a little game in the background? What do you guys think? Is this too ADHD brand? Okay, maybe that's too ADHD brand. Hytale? No games full focus? No, it's not gonna be ranked. I'm just gonna be playing like Globert trophies, but I guess like you lock in, just focus. Hytale would be dope. I've already basically guys, I've already basically completed Hytale. There's nothing left for me to do in there. I was gonna make a video about it, but then stuff got in the way. Okay, focus. Okay. We'll lock in. If it gets kind of boring though, we'll see what happens. But I don't know. Should I have background music, or should I guess I'll just watch it raw, guys. This is gonna be a very odd stream. I don't know if I've ever done this before. The thing is, here's the thing though, if I put it on 2x speed, on the replay, if someone else is watching it like back and watching it on 2x speed, it'll become 4x speed. So I don't want to like fuck with the whole like replayability of it. So I think I'll just watch it in normal speed for now. Maybe 1.25, but we'll see how this goes, depending on how interesting this is. 3 hours, fuck. Guys, I'm low-key on like the worst sleep schedule ever right now. I woke up not even an hour ago, and it's 4 p.m, 4:30. So yeah, if I
Hello everyone, and it's time to explain.
Oops. So if my commentary is just me like
Hello
nodding
everyone,
along,
and it's time to explain.
then it is what it is.
It has been more than a year since the last episode, so we are here to answer all your burning questions about buffies, their prices, the RNG, everything. Like, we are not escaping from any burning question. And here we have like a set of new people from the team, but also like some familiar faces. So let's start.
It's like
with
you're in the
Quinn.
act like you're in the studio with them.
I'm Quinn.
Wait,
Hi, Quinn.
And
I'm a feature designer.
wait, I met this guy.
So the Brawl team is split into two main groups. There's the gameplay team and the feature team. What does the gameplay team
Guys, I
do?
met this guy at
Gameplay
Worlds.
team
Quinn.
basically takes care of everything that happens after you press play.
Oh, that's a good
Wow,
answer. I never
that's a
heard
good
that before.
definition.
Yeah. The feature designer does, well, the feature team and the feature designer, we handle a lot of supporting
Auto-generated?
systems.
Fuck.
So a lot of our recent work has been the Brawl Pass. We worked on Mega Quests, and we did a lot of the work for Stranger Things in collaboration with Gameplay.
And what is your favorite brawler, Queen?
Yeah, that's a good one. I do try to play a range of brawlers because I do want to know them all pretty well. But lately, I've been playing a lot of the Buffy brawlers, and I've been really enjoying Colt specifically. It feels really good right now.
Oh, really? Wait,
also
is
we have
Quinn the
familiar
reason
face,
why Colt is
Adrian.
broken right
You
now?
guys know he's not
Yes.
black and white.
No.
The
no,
social media suggests.
No.
But yeah, Adrian, what?
No,
do you do?
I actually met Quinn though at Worlds. He's a cool guy. Yeah, he actually walked up to me and was like, introduced himself. He was like, I watch your videos. I'm like, holy shit. That's crazy. I don't know if that's leaking, but I was very honored that like a Brawl Stars dev watched my vids. Honestly, when he walked up to me, because I've never seen him before, I have thought he was like some random that was just pretending to be a Brawl Stars dev. Not kidding, but like, yeah, cool that he's on here. Interesting.
No, he's not
Yes.
black and white.
No.
The
no,
social media suggests.
No.
But yeah, Adrian, what do you do in the
yeah.
team?
So You know me, of course. I nerf your favorite brawlers, first and foremost. But no, I'm the gameplay lead. What that means, I kind of touched on it. But basically, anything that happens after you press play is something that I'm held accountable for. So that means, brawler design, game mode design, Buffy design, whatever that is. And of course, these ideas come from the entire team, and I'm just here to kind of distill the great ideas from the team and put it out to you guys, so you guys get to enjoy it.
And your favorite brawler at the moment?
At the moment, I was just going to say, at the moment, I think it's probably Kaze, just because of the skill ceiling that
Kaza? What in? What? Okay, so I should not be pausing. Wait, guys, I'm a pauser. I'm pausing too much.
Which I am not, but you can, in theory.
Still learning.
Yeah.
Does he know it's K's?
And then we have Gon, UX designer, the team. So can you expand what does this role do? And
Sure. The thing is, UI UX designer is kind of like obscure in terms of what UI is, what UX is. So UI comes from user interface and UX is from user experience. So
I think this guy's new. I don't think we've ever seen this guy before.
Quinn in the feature dev team, but also helping gameplay sometimes. In a way, I manage the look and the feel of when you are interacting with the game. No. As a recent example in Brawl Pass, when we came out with this Vault idea, like when you enter the Brawl Pass for the first time, you see this big vault, and then how you navigate through the vault, how you actually get to claim the keys, all of that is what I do. And yeah, just to address the elephant in the room, yes, I'm the one to blame for the disappearance of the socks in that Brawl Pass UI. But
it's a top issue.
Rest assured,
I feel like
the socks.
Wait, so this is the guy
definitely coming in
who?
the next update.
whoa, let's go. Wait.
Guys, low key, I feel like when they removed
And, besides the
masteries
sock
and switched to
of the
records,
Brawl
one of the
Pass, what is your
biggest
favorite brawler?
things we lost was the ability to see like records progress. Like, you know how like back in the day when masteries was in the game, like you could see at the end of each game the progress you're making in the masteries. Like, even though it was just like the quest could have been for anything. It could have been for a fucking profile picture, and it doesn't really matter like what the reward is. Just having like some kind of progress there showing out as a quest, I feel like was kind of nice. When they switched to records, they removed that and they didn't add that in. And I feel like even though the rewards are shit and it's like a star drop or whatever, like just not having that quest anymore just makes it feel a lot more empty. I don't know.
Can I cheat and say 2?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I've been playing Brawl
Back in the day, you know, it was like a year ago, right? More than a year ago now, since I think they removed. Wait, no, has it been more than a year ago? Wait, am I fucking tripping?
Like, yeah, I was just saying to Adrian, is like, I was asking him to please, can
Wait,
we
is this
get
guy a bow main?
Hypercharge, please, can we get it? And it took ages and updates to actually get it. So now I'm hoping for the buffed version of both to arrive.
It's only been
kind
6
of
months?
earlier
Oh,
than that.
fuck. I'm tripping.
And
Dude,
then
what is...
more recent brawlers I'm really enjoying.
Okay, never mind then. I'm crazy.
Yeah, it's so satisfying,
Okay.
when you actually manage
Wow,
to,
I thought it was
to
actually-
make a
okay.
hit. And
It was
then you
last
take
year,
one
you
of
know,
these, bubbles, and then you actually can do another hit.
Same
That's
thing.
great.
Yeah, that's a really cool, fresh take on snipers.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Then let's start with the questions. Woo! So I split them into social media so like I don't forget anyone and everyone feels heard. And I'm like the criteria is pretty much upvotes or things that are like I know this a trend topic or anything, but there is like some random stuff. So like there is things
Get
that
a
like maybe
soundboard?
people
What am I
didn't
gonna
vote,
use a
but I thought
soundboard
it will be
for?
interesting as well. But like Reddit and Twitter is most of the burning stuff economy related. So the first part of this podcast will be very
Is that what
heavy
you want?
on the economy side of things. But all right, some things that need to be addressed. This is a question from the Nix on Reddit. Is
What if
also
I
super
just like said
appreh-
how I was
apprehensive
feeling when I
age, three-
heard something interesting?
312.
Couldn't that be a kind of soundboard?
How do you guys plan to fix buffies? From their cost to how broken they are, to even why are RNG and how skill-less most of them are. M, Spike, Mortis, Frank. It has like 5 questions in one, so like maybe we go with this one first, like so an overall plan on how to fix it.
This is gonna be a good
Absolutely.
question.
And
Let's
this is
see.
like the top question that people have. And we want to spend our time on this topic. And actually, this question
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry for pausing. Low key, I kind of want to have some notes going for myself, just so I can like have a thing. Where do I want to put? Oh fuck. Okay. Leak the notepads. Oh no, guys! What am I gonna do? Oh, let me take some notes. Oh, let me take some. Oh! Oh wait, this is the wrong thing. Let me take some notes real quick. Oh! What is wait? Oh, this is the amount of, okay. Guys, look, no, don't worry about that. That's nothing. Oh man, I hope you didn't see that thing. Oh shit. No, don't look at this, guys. No, this is no. It's over. Fuck, guys. I hope you didn't see that. Don't worry about it if you did. No, there's nothing there. No, guys, I think when I was streaming last, like it just someone like got on my computer and downloaded something weird. Like, you know how that happened. We've all been there. Don't worry about it.
Captures concerns really well. It like boils them down in a really short amount of time, and that's great. That's really helpful for us. So yeah, okay. So let's start with buffies. Some context. So you know, there's a lot of elephants in this room. You already addressed one elephant, but there's another elephant, which is the cost, right? And also the sentiment. So sentiment has been fairly negative. That's actually not terribly surprising. Like whenever we release a new layer of progression, we do expect that the initial reception is going to be negative, and that's like completely understandable. Like we just added a big cost to Brawl Stars. But cost doesn't exist in a bubble. Like it has context. And we want to give you a lot of that context. That might actually change how you feel. Also, we want to talk about like what our plans are moving forward. So yeah, okay, about that cost. So it's 2,000 power points and 1,000 coins per buffy. And there are 18 buffies in a release, so every 2 months. So yeah, that's a lot of coins and power points. So there's another side to this. There's sentiment, right? Of course, how people are feeling. And then there's how the game is doing. And that's like another really big input for us. And I think we want to maybe ground the discussion and show some actual numbers.
Yeah.
So let's start with that.
So tell me the graph you need.
Why don't we go to the first one? Yeah, okay. So this is super interesting. So this graph here is showing playtime. And you can see that basically since buffies have been released,
Dude, okay, wait, let me move this over. Sorry. This is like kind of blocking. I might put this. Yeah, put this here.
Time is way up. And like
Average weekly playtime hours re-engaged. It's interesting that it's kind of like it's actually relatively stable in a lot of this time period when a lot of people were saying that the game was like fucking dying or something.
that's maybe a little bit counterintuitive, actually. And why don't we look at another graph, the next one? So this is retention. What is retention? Anyone want to offer?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, do you want
you-
to
What is? Okay, I'll explain it. Yeah. If you played yesterday and then you play today, you've been retained. Now we have many players, and so this is a percentage. We want to track how many people are logging in, kind of daily. We want that number to be as high as possible, and you can see that our retention is growing. This is D1 retention.
Yes.
We didn't want to overload you with graphs. I love graphs, but not everyone shares my passion. But pretty much retention across the board is growing, which is really exciting. And that's what we were hoping for. So yeah, we love to see it. Maybe we can go to another one.
Yeah.
No, it's not that the graphs are made up if they don't have a y-axis, guys. It's just that, I think they literally said, you can actually see this here. Y-axis is not available for you competitors. I don't know what it is, but companies are generally very private about their internal data. And I think, they want to try to show us stuff, but not show us the y-axis, so they don't show it to their competitors and leak too much internal information that could be. I don't really know what would be the problem if they did show these numbers to competitors, but I don't really know. I'll take the graph at face value. I don't think they would make this up. So yeah. Imagine this is a 0.1% increase. Nah, you can definitely make shit up. There's shady ways to change the data around. So if this is, you would assume this is 0 and this is 100 or something, and so then it's oh wow, there's a 20% increase. There are ways that certain groups of people will make data where it's, or portray data where this is actually 80 and this is 100, and so this is really only a 5% difference. You know what I mean? But I'm pretty sure I hope that they're not making shit up. They're probably not making it up, right? They're probably. And if they are not making it up, I think this actually does kind of go in line though with what my friend group is, I would say, doing in terms of Brawl Stars. Because I will say, for me personally, I have a group of friends who we all play Brawl with in like Discord and shit. And I know I have IRL friends crazy. Some of them might be actually mad at me because I'm not playing Terraria with them. But they are, yeah, I think during this October, November period really didn't play that much, I'm going to be honest. But then like, I think they just like got kind of bored of ranked, especially. It was kind of weird because this was like when the game was the most balanced, right? After they nerfed all the hypercharges. But then I think once Buffies came in, they were super fucking broken, but then my friends were like playing them. They're playing the game more, I think, just because there was, I guess, something like, I mean, maybe we'll talk about this more, but it just felt like there's something more towards like grind for, I guess.
Now we have many
something
players,
kind of interesting
and so this
that was
is
worth
a
playing
percentage. We
around.
want to track how many people,
Even though it's like
are
super
logging in,
unbalanced,
kind of daily.
Mm-hmm.
We want that number to be as high as possible.
And I've
you
talked
can
about this
see
before.
that our retention
I think
is growing. This is D1 retention.
Yes.
We didn't want to overload you with graphs. I love graphs, but not everyone shares my passion. But pretty much retention across the board is growing, which is really exciting, and that's what we were hoping for. So yeah, we love to see it. Maybe we can go to another one.
Yeah.
So this is churn. This is another one of those game development terms. So what this means is people leaving the game. So every game has people leave. Every game also has people come in for the first time. They might be new players. They might be re-engaging. And so we're kind of tracking like, okay, what's the net impact of this, right? And so with this one is just looking at churn. How many people are leaving? And you can see that churn is actually trending down. So, and like, if you look at pretty much any metric right now, it's really green. And that gives us a lot of confidence that directionally, Buffies is good, actually. Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, there's a lot of areas that we still want to improve on, and we're going to be deep diving into that. But yeah, we wanted to give you this context because it's like super critical to understand like how the game is doing and where it's going.
One thing that I have been kind of learning a lot about, or seeing a lot of discourse on as I read a lot of papers about video game development in preparation for a video that I'm working on, I see a lot of talk in video game development from multiple developers about like this concept of like ethical game design and the duty, I guess, developers have to make a game fun and balancing that with monetization, which is like also seen as kind of like the purpose in a lot of ways of making a game. It's very interesting to see these numbers like this because I'm thinking in my head like I'm just thinking about like a lot of the papers I read, where a lot of game dev research is kind of right now looking at free-to-play games and microtransactions and how games are monetizing their games basically, and kind of looking at a lot of negative player sentiment in terms of like it feels like the game is unfair. It feels like the game is forcing me to spend money or taking a lot of money from me. I make a purchase and I feel worse afterwards. Things like that. And yet, a lot of these people who are complaining also like still keep playing. I guess one thing that I'd be curious to see is if they ever talk at all about like how they decide to talk about negative player sentiment. Because in a lot of ways, it feels a lot like games right now as a live service thing feel more like a type of addiction for a lot of players, where they don't have a positive experience with it, but they still keep playing. And it's like, if you make a game have like really, really engaging and have really low churn, but the experience is worse, right? And the player feels worse afterwards about playing it. It's like that, like, I don't know if that's a good thing. And the weirdly hard thing about that is, even if one game developer decides, you know what, okay, we're going to make our game really ethical and like morally good, and we're going to try to make sure that the player feels better when they play their game, at the expense of making it maybe less engaging and have higher churn, well, then those players just go to a different game that does those predatory practices, right? It's like having an individual alcohol store say, you know what, we're gonna no longer serve alcohol to all because I just see so many people who have their lives ruined from alcohol. The alcoholics are just gonna go to a different store. I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like kind of weird, and I see this like kind of big friction point between a lot of player feedback online where they expect a game to try to be ethical when that's not really how the entire industry as a whole is built around or even capable of supporting. Like I don't think the industry allows for ethical games. It's weird.
Another one of those game development terms. So what this means is people leaving the game for the first time.
Sorry,
And
I
that
yapped a
impact- you
lot.
can see
That's
that
my
churn
bad.
is actually trending down.
I should.
And that gives us a lot of confidence that if you look at pretty much any metric right now, it's really green. And that gives us a lot of confidence that
Yeah, and it's like
directionally, Buffy's is good actually.
It's like that
Now,
talk
being
about
said,
like
there's
people
a lot
online
of
say like,
areas that we
oh,
still want to improve on.
gambling is bad
and we're
and video
gonna
games
deep
having
dive into
gacha is bad, but
But yeah, we wanted to give you this context because it's like super.
the
critical
metrics
to
all look good when they add it
understand,
in,
like, how
right?
the
So it's
game is
like,
doing
how
and
do
where
you
it's
know?
going.
Yeah, and then the
Ethics kind of go against
Yeah, for their cost
making
of
a
how
game
broken they are, I think like there's
good,
lots of
in a way.
questions that we can actually break
It's
down.
very
the thing,
strange.
so maybe we skip for the next for his next question.
Yeah.
But I guess like to summarize is like, I think we even had a meeting the other day to discuss the sentiment, and we said like, the right thing we did is that buffies are desirable.
Mhm.
It's like people are complaining about the cost because they want to get them, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was the problem we had throughout this whole year. There was no like a really good
Yeah.
chase item. Like there's no reason for you to log into the game and like chase something. So I think that part has been pretty much like solved.
Yeah.
And now we have to address the other parts, which is like the cost, the ways to get it, and then we go down into that later.
Just can I really quickly
Yeah.
add? Just I think that's really important what you said about that you want them, because I think that's one of the big learnings we took, for example, when we did Gears.
Mhm.
Is that was one of the things, like they weren't like
Desirable.
visceral enough,
Yeah.
they weren't desirable enough, and then the whole thing kind of lands poorly. Even though, oh yeah, they're balanced in a vacuum, and it's fine. They're not that expensive, but they're also not that cool,
Yeah.
right? And we didn't want the same thing to happen with Buffy's. Like we want them to be desirable,
Yeah.
But of course, it needs to feel achievable as well, and that's something we're going to touch on more later.
Absolutely. So a little bit more about the cost before we move on.
Yeah.
So that number that we chose was not kind of like a casual number. We actually had a bunch of discussions about it. We actually did some modeling. And the reason that number is so important is because we're going to be making Buffy's for the next like 3 years. Buffy's kind of represent our rework of an entire brawler. And doing that right takes time. And so that's why it's going to be 3 years. And maybe even 4, depending on the pace, right?
Mhm.
So when we were setting the price, we had to think long term. We can't just think short term. And so long term, like what we want to do in Brawl Stars is we want to add cool new features. We want to run cool new events, right? And we need an engine for that. And a big part of that engine is coins and PowerPoints, right? Those have to mean something. Like of course, we could have no Buffys and give you lots of coins and PowerPoints, but they would become meaningless, right? Because you just have everything, right?
Mhm.
So we basically have created this thing, Buffys, that people want, and then we're going to use our cool, exciting new events and features to make the game feel more alive than ever over the next years. And that's the very high level answer to the cost. There are many other kinds of angles at this, but that's basically the reason.
Nice. I wanted to also.
Yeah, this makes sense. They're basically saying I think I talked about this in my Buffy's video where they like. Actually, it's funny. I don't know if I'm leaking this, but Quinn was literally the dev who I talked to in Sweden and asked him about Buffy's. And this was in November. I asked him, like, what are your thoughts on like community feedback about Buffy's? They're so fucking expensive. Like, do you realize you're basically more than doubling the cost to upgrade a brawler in terms of PowerPoints compared to before? And he was the one who basically told me, like, yeah, in our experience, it's just better to make things more expensive than to make things too cheap and having to nerf the economy down. That just sucks. So like we make things more expensive and then buff the economy up. That's basically what he's saying here. Is just saying like, yeah, Buffys are expensive, and kind of adding in with this idea of like they're also desirable because they're so strong. And that's why we made them so strong and expensive, is to make the game more engaging and have less churn and all these metric things.
Reflect a little bit from
I
the
don't know.
visual design or artistic point of view in terms of the cost of Buffy's. So before we had all the items like gadgets, stop hours, gears that.
I wonder if they'll
Adrian
talk
mentioned,
about
even hypercharges.
how they're going to
to
adjust the player feedback part.
a UI icon and sometimes
Because
a
they haven't
cool,
really.
in-game VFX.
Mm-hmm.
So we are a live game, and part of
Mhm.
our responsibility or our duty is to surprise players So we couldn't just do the same thing again.
A new button. Yeah.
Yeah, and the same as Adrian was saying, like we had to assure that they would be desirable, no? So yeah, when I look at what the art team has done, creating like these almost like mini characters for each brawler, there's like a lot of creative capital for us. No, it's like eventually we are like doubling our roster of characters in a way.
Yeah.
No? So yeah, like only because of that, I do feel like they are bringing something more than what other items were bringing, and I think we are just starting to see the potential of that in terms of okay, like when artists are creating the buffies, like they are also imagining what's the relationship between the brawler and the buffy, not in a mechanical way, more like in a story way, in lore way. So I'm sure that's gonna be a goldmine for us to create stories, videos, even events. No, like when I was reflecting on this question earlier today, I imagined like, wow, like last year, one of the most exciting moments for Brawl Stars was when in May we did the Battle for Katana Kingdom event.
Yeah.
And that event, thematically wise, was built around our lore and the Brawlers lore, like Kenji and Kase. So I can easily imagine like an event like exploiting like the potential of the Buffies, no?
Yeah.
Like what happens when Buffies become
Boo Buffy collab. What happens when the Buffies you get them from a gamble box?
Yeah, I mean all of these
and
could happen.
you can
or
wear them on
yeah,
your
or, like,
keychain.
what happens
and
when
it's so
Brawlers and
cute.
Buffies interchange their roles, and then yeah, I don't know.
And you
I
can
think
drink
they have
a
such
Buffy
lot of
themed matcha
potential. So
drink
in a
in
way,
Brawl Stars. I think that would be
that's
peak,
also
guys.
justifying.
You
like,
could get
why we're
special
investing
artist
more in
collabs
each
with
one of them.
Claro
Yeah.
and Sydney Sweeney.
Then the next question
Sabrina
is
Carpenter.
unrelated, but to Buffies. But he's asking about what are you guys plan on to Mega Pig? It clearly
Two-pie
is
chocolate,
a
yes,
worse version
yes.
in every single way
Moonbeam
of
ice
the
cream
old Club
crumble
League.
cookie.
Do you guys plan to come back with the old system with some changes, like more variety to the shop, like the Toy Story or SpongeBob collab? Which, by the way, it was Gon that actually designed those as well, right? The shops.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyone want to take this one?
Maybe Adrian?
Yeah, sure. I think let's start with Megapig. I think versus Club League, when you think about Megapig, I think what we did manage to do is we managed to make a system that more players engage with, which
Yeah.
was
Wait, I'm so sorry. I want to really quickly check over the questions. They didn't actually answer in terms of like future plans for the Buffies in terms of like the rollout. Like if they only do 6 brawlers that get a Buffy every update, and that's every update is 2 months, then like in a year from now only 1/3 of the brawlers are going to be usable. Did they answer this question? They answer it later? Okay. Because if I really want, that's like the main thing I want to know about is if they talk about the rollout at all. All right, they'll adjust later. Okay.
But he's asking about what are you guys plan on?
Okay,
to
plans on
Mega
Megapig.
Do you guys right the shops?
Yeah.
But yeah, anyone want to take this one?
Maybe Adrian?
Yeah, sure. I think let's start with Megapig. I think versus Club League, when you think about Megapig, I think what we did manage to do is we managed to make a system that more players engage with, which
Yeah.
was the main kind of purpose for us. Because Club League, while for those people that used it, that was very few in comparison to the amount we actually wanted to use it. And we also locked a lot of progression behind Club League. So basically we made a niche system with a lot of progression. And that was the wrong way to go about it. So Megapig was our first kind of step in what would this look like in a more casual format where everyone can kind of get the spoils of the system, not only the ones that are hyper engaged. So I think that we managed to succeed in. Of course, we have ran a lot of Megapigs to date, right?
Yeah.
And of course, the novelty factor wears off as we go. So we're discussing all the time, essentially, like, what is the next evolution for clubs? Like, what is the way we can either make people engage, have something interesting to do in a club,
Yeah.
or then don't? Should we focus on something else that doesn't involve clubs? Should we take out the rewards from there, put them somewhere else? We haven't decided on direction there, but we're basically...
I think the problem with Megapig is that I can't e-date my favorite e-girl with Mega Pig participation. Like, Brawl Stars just has no social features, and if I can't try to like link up with some 20-year-old Brawl Stars baddie, then why would I even bother with any of the social features at all? You know, like I'm trying to have some adult Roblox moments. What I think Mega Pig needs, in my opinion, is the top Mega Pig contributor in every club gets put in a Tinder-like swiping algorithm that's built into Brawl Stars, and you get to link up with your top recommended partners and start e-dating people in Brawl Stars. I think that'd be peak.
Agreeing with Megapig is not as novel as it should be right now, and we want to make sure that the rewards that we
unironically though, I feel like
are
clubs,
enjoyed by
I
as
would
many
really
people as
prefer if they
possible.
made like the social
and I
features
think,
in clubs
like,
better
these
though.
things cannot
think
be taken in as
It's kind of a shame that
isolation
Brawl
as
Stars
well,
is like
because,
best
like,
played with friends,
yeah,
but
if you compare
in game
Mega
it's not that easy to actually make
rewards
friends.
to Club
it
League
feels like.
rewards, of course it's worse.
Yeah.
But when we changed the system, we actually spread the rewards from Club League to Star Drops. It was actually when we did the transition. So like we actually inflated the whole economy for the casuals.
Yep.
And then it wasn't even a nerf for the hardcore.
Yeah,
think-
actually on that. Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, I just was reflecting on something that is maybe not helping at the moment, the Mega Pig, which is like when we released it was a very unique like gacha experience in terms of the experience to actually open a pig.
Yeah.
Back then, I think we only had the mega boxes
Yeah.
and just released startups or something like
Yeah.
that. But after all what we have done recently, like we have Sushi, we have Chaos Drops, all the different boxes, in a way now, just the pig is not so unique anymore.
No.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's true. Our goal in Brawl Stars is to grow the game. And whenever we make a decision, it's with that in mind. And one of the things that we found that helps grow the game the best is when we democratize resources.
Mm.
So basically, when we make resources available to the vast majority of players, if they engage with the game. And so like a lot of the steps that we do, it's towards that because we basically see results. And so I think with Club League, that to Star Drops, you can really clearly see the impact of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was the beginning of our growth. Good times.
Mhm.
Related to like democratizing rewards, but sometimes we don't get it right,
Mhm.
is records. So like he said, like they clearly hurt the game way more than helped. And even if part of the progression from mastery were never planned to be substituted by records, they are just way too lackluster by how they are right now. So like about records that didn't hit the mark,
Mhm.
both for the players and for us, to be honest.
Absolutely. So this might be a little bit surprising to some of you, but we're also not happy with records.
Well, I guess I think we made a post about it, but yeah.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
slowly like removing
So it's an interesting situation. So yeah,
records
that
from
update
like
missed,
the UI.
but we also
they never
missed
actually
on the
integrated the
Coaster
records
update,
into
and
the UI that
also
well.
happened this year. Yeah, so
Guys, there's
don't
so
always
many
get it right,
records
for
that I
sure.
haven't claimed
And we try to be very like
that I
honest
just hate
and
never
humble
going
about that.
to like I never bothered to look at
With
it
the
and I forget about
masteries
it
to
honestly most of the
records
time
situation, like I think what
because
happened
it's
is
just
we
not in,
basically
like
went
in
from
the
a
UI.
not very performant system, which is masteries, a very popular for sure, but not very performant, to an even less popular, even less performant system. And like maybe we can talk about the learnings from that.
Sure. Do you want to show the graph as well?
Oh yeah, sure, let's do that. Yeah, I
We
love
have-
graphs.
We do love graphs.
What?
Great.
No,
Oh, okay, yeah. So actually, another thing, we skipped some really hard questions, and we're gonna come back to them.
Yeah. of course.
But yeah. So the question we need to come back to is why is the claw machine RNG? But first, one hard question at a time.
Yeah.
So let's go. Okay. So yeah, here's masteries.
Mhm.
So this is our daily active users. DAU is the shorthand. And so some context about masteries. Now I wasn't on the team at the time, but I do have the context. And Adrian can always jump in. So at the time, the game was on a decline. And we were hoping that the masteries would help to kind of recover playtime and recover daily active users, kind of make the game more exciting to grind again.
Mhm.
That did not happen, like very much did not happen. It had basically no impact. That
Wait, I'm sorry, guys. Does that say 2023? Was records in 2023? That doesn't make any sense. That's 3 years ago. I thought you guys said records was only a year ago. What is this graph? Oh, the Masteries update. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry.
That did not happen. Like, very much did not happen. It had basically to grind to kind of recover playtime and recon.
Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. Wait, I
Yeah,
need
so
to
let's
rewatch
go.
this
Okay,
then.
so yeah, here's Masteries.
Mhm.
So this is our daily active users. DAU is the shorthand. And so some context about Masteries. Now, I wasn't on the team at the time, but I do have the context, and Adrian can always jump in. So at the time, the game was on a decline, and we were hoping that the Masteries would help to kind of recover playtime and recover daily active users, kind of make the game more exciting to grind again.
Mhm.
That did not happen. Like, very much did not happen. It had basically no impact that we could measure. And it's basically because it's a feature that only impacts, like, on purpose, the very top percentage of players, and they're already like enjoying the game. They're not going anywhere. When you grow, it's because you want to grow in kind of like the middle. You want to make sure that the game is like fun for everybody, and Masteries didn't really hit the mark there. So that was a learning for us. And then let's show records. Yeah, so we released records. Also didn't hit. So this is playtime. So one thing that we hope for with these kinds of features is that it increases playtime. It's like, there's this cool new record, go grind it, go achieve it. But yeah, also did not work. You can see that, like there's basically decline. So that being said, like, I think there have been some questions about like, well, just go back to Masteries. Well, Masteries was not a very good system either. I think we're still in the reflection period about like how we move forward best in this area.
Yep.
And whatever we do would be something new.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to add?
I mean, that's perfect. No notes. Yeah, no, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think fundamentally it goes back to, even similarly to Megapig, like, we have a system that basically is beloved by the vocal community, but doesn't really do anything for the wider audience. And we are locking, again, a lot of rewards behind it. So it's like, it's the worst kind of a lot of worlds. And of course, as Quinn said, the records wasn't the better of these worlds either. But we do believe that there is a better of both worlds. And that's what we're essentially trying to figure out.
Yeah.
There was one thing though that
No, just remembering like that time.
I wonder if a part of the reason why Masteries is just not that popular amongst like new players is because it just doesn't feel that achievable. I don't know, because from what I remember about Masteries, right, the rewards felt really good. Like 1,000 coins felt like a lot to get from like a brawler, and especially when you're unlocking new brawlers, it just felt like really, it made getting new brawlers really cool because you're like, okay, well, I can get like 1,000 coins from this, even if it's a brawler that I don't really care about. Like right now, I'm playing on my free-to-play account, and one thing that I really feel like is kind of a shame, and it's kind of sad, is like when I get a new brawler, I'm not excited. I'm like disappointed that I didn't get resources, but that's just because I don't care about the new brawlers that I get. I want to focus on the core brawlers I already want to play. And before, I would have at least been excited to get the resources from the Masteries, but now it's kind of like, I don't know. It's just like kind of lame. It feels like I'm getting nothing when I get a brawler because there's like 100 brawlers in the game too. It's like I don't really care about a lot of them. Yeah, I don't know. That is, it's, and it's not like the coin thing either, or the PowerPoints thing was something that was unachievable either. It's like that's fairly doable. You just have to push the brawler to 1,000, not 1,000, like, you know, like 500, a few hundred trophies, and you'd get the coins and the PowerPoint resources early on. I don't know. I wonder if it's like an achievability thing in a way where it's like people don't want to grind for something that is going to take like hundreds of games. But I'm not really sure either. Honestly, I don't like, listen, the Brawl Stars devs, they're in their reflection period too. I'm not sure exactly why this failed because I don't really know what the data they have either in terms of like how the player retention and stuff like that looks.
No, just remembering like that time when we released Masteries, we also released close to it Catalog.
Yeah.
So those were two features that were highly praised by the community.
Yes.
And then we were in a way surprised that praising or that positive feedback didn't then affect the metrics.
Yeah.
To be fair, after release Bling, which was also praised and also didn't move numbers.
Yeah.
But
ooh, they talk about Bling.
I want to say something about records. We wanted to buff the trophy road, And that was like, where can you get more resources? Because of course we don't want to double the resources from like one day to another, right? And it needs to be reasonable. And Mastery had a lot of resources that most of the people are not getting. It's like it was pretty much the same like concept of like, why did we kill Club League and then had Mega Peak? It's and or actually Star Drops in that case. It's just to democratize these rewards, and then more people have access to that. Which actually Trophy Road had a good bump in early retention, right?
That's right. Yeah. So Trophy Road, like we are happy with the work there. Like we think like the UX is much better. We think the new player experience is much better. Also, it's really cool to see like Star Park come to life piece by piece. And then we also saw that reflected in our goals. But yeah, the update in general was a miss. You know, we had this Masteries community event, and we hoped that would take a lot of the sting away when we did the transition, and it turned out that it didn't. Big learning.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very good point, because like I think like every time we do a community event, what we do, like we add more resources, and what we want as a payoff is like more players coming. Like that, this event is so exciting that we'll tell our player to coming back to the game. And this has been true to every other event we have done. Like there are some events that didn't work so much, like the Brawlentines, and I think that was the only one that didn't perform so much. But the Masteries, it was like the one that we gave the most resources ever, and it was the one that least brought people back.
I think we were still declining like during the community event. Yeah, and it turns out that most players don't benefit from mastery points, even if we give you way more, just because like a lot of their brawlers are low trophies, and you just can't get that many points.
Interesting,
dude.
I farmed a lot during the Masteries event. Like I remember me and my whole friend group were farming a lot during the whole Masteries event. The game felt so good to play when I was like, you know, like when you're getting fucking 1,000 mastery points a game, like that shit was crazy. You could get a title in like 24 games. Like I got so many coins and power points from that too on my free-to-play account. I was playing on my free-to-play account. I was playing on my main account. Got all my friends to play too. Interesting that, I guess then that kind of like goes against what I was saying earlier about it being achievable. Like even if they make it achievable, maybe people just don't care. Like that's actually so sad. That's so weird. Why is that? Not all people could play in those 3 days. No, but like whether or not you people could play, if the game was exciting enough, people would play. Right? It's Brawl Stars. It's a mobile game, right? If you have exams, you're gonna be playing if it's fucking fun enough. Okay, you're gonna be fucking procrastinating on your studying. You're going to be saying, oh, I'll reward myself a little treat for studying for an hour and working so hard. And you'll hop on Brawl. If the game is exciting, you'll play it. Regardless of what you have to do. It's just, that's like very strange that it wasn't exciting enough when they made the game so rewarding. I got like 30,000 points on that. Yeah, that's 30k? Like resources? I don't know. I don't know what you're saying, Lazy Butter, but yeah. Looking at Masters at short term when it's purely for long term. Well, no, they're not looking at it short term. Long term, they're saying it didn't do anything. Like if you have a long term feature, it should do something and move the metrics like a little bit, right? Like there's no reason why the metrics would do worse if you implement like a genuinely good feature. That's very weird.
Like that, like because one of the hypotheses could be like, why didn't we improve the mastery system? Like with this event, we improve it by 10 times, maybe 11.
Yeah.
And it didn't move any meaningful number, right?
Yeah.
Like you can see, like it was, I think it was a mistake in a sense that like it didn't perform. Like we just put the resources, didn't get anything back. But I think it was an honorable way to say goodbye to the feature either way. So I think it wasn't.
Yeah, not even a buffed version of Masteries helped them.
No, you know what's also crazy though about the Masteries rework is like even the people who farmed it and enjoyed the event also complained. Like I actually feel so bad for the Brawl Stars dev team with that event in particular, because the reason they gave the event was so you could claim all of the fucking resources from the Masteries before they were gone. And a lot of people farmed the fuck out of them and got a ton of resources, like tens of thousands of coins and power points from the Masteries event. And these are the same people that will turn around and say Supercell are fucking evil people for nerfing power points by removing Masteries. They say that. I see a lot of posts on the Reddit of people who are like, don't forget guys, Supercell removed 20,000 power points and nerfed that progression from you guys. And that, I'm sure that's true for some people, especially if you missed playing the event. But if you played the event, you didn't get your resources nerfed. You claimed them. That was the point of the event, right? Not to mention that since then they've also buffed the free pass in PowerPoints and stuff. It's just very like it's just very sad that there was a whole event centered around actually claiming these resources they removed, quote unquote, that people still complain. It's very sad. I calculated them myself. They did scam our PowerPoints. No, like, so when they switched from masteries to records, they did nerf PowerPoints by 20,000 or whatever. That's true, but that's only if you assume that you lose all the resources from the masteries. You don't lose those if you claim them, right? That's not how that works. If you claim them, you don't lose anything. Is the webcam delayed? I think it's not delayed. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, but Supercell also deleted 60,000 coins if you didn't get a single mastery. Well, if you didn't play the event, then yes, you did get your resources nerfed. I don't think it was 60,000 coins though. I think the coins actually was the only thing that stayed relatively similar. But in the recent buffs that they did to the free pass, right, with the new brawler box events too, and the new like daily reward system, and the buffs they did to the free pass by adding like 3,000 power points or whatever. Not 3,000. There's like 1,000 power points a month. Potentially 3,000 actually if you include the resource key. That's not really a nerf, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good sign, right? At that point, yeah, the system just doesn't work, unfortunately.
And I think it also like underscores how difficult it is to get this stuff right.
Yeah.
Because there's so many inputs, there's so much data that we get, and it's all pointing in different directions, right? So which one is the true path, right?
Yeah.
We often we are trying to figure that out. So
Yeah, for sure.
However, there was one thing that actually it did hurt us is that content creators like influencers or like pro players or people who could create content, they were using masteries as a source of like novelty, right? So every time there's a brawler, there is a new source of content that you can do, and that we actually like didn't take into account, and it just chopped because records didn't replace that.
Yeah, we really watered down the meaning of a brawler title, and we think that is like a big loss.
Yeah.
You know, and we want to bring that back. And you know, I think we hopefully will very soon.
Who knows?
Slight sneak peek.
I pressed the wrong button.
Wait, why are you upset about resource keys? What am I reading right now? Blue Look Rafino, you don't like the resource keys? You what? You don't like the resource keys? What's wrong with resource keys? I think they're cool.
We think that is like a big loss.
Yeah.
You know, and we want to bring that back. And you know, I think we hopefully will very soon.
Who knows?
Slight sneak peek.
I pressed the wrong button. No.
Oh, should I say something? Oh,
No,
okay. Well, okay, we could show the thing.
We could do it in between, sure.
The last slide?
The last slide. Yeah. Okay. It's a little sneak peek as to what's coming next update. And I don't think we're going to say anything about it.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Looks cool though.
Yeah.
Gons, did you make this?
I helped this half. One of our other UI UX is the main one working on it. Is David. I was the one in a way proposing the direction for this, and then I just wanted to kudos True Gamer 007, our once pin fan artist and now official pin artist who has been working for us for years now, Shira. He was the one who created these like neon pins that became very popular in the community like years ago. And
I really like the retro look of it.
Talked
like
over the years,
not
many
retro,
times, like
RGB look.
Like they are gonna
the
get
neon
into the
look.
game.
It looks
They're
kind of
so
cool.
cool. It's just like I need to find like the right
reason.
time, no, or a system that can allocate them, and looks like we have it now.
Yes. So hopefully the content creator part of the that we cut and we didn't have it didn't break it back. Maybe this will bring the excitement back.
Prestige.
It's funny how you're still on the first
Interesting.
question, but I think
Did they
we
say
could
anything
go-
else about
it's
it? Is
like
that
a
it?
general one.
Yeah.
And
Like,
lastly,
what-
when we
what
could
do we get
see
from that?
more
Prestige.
mid-season balance changes for broken brawlers. It feels right now you guys just wait until every other update to release balance changes, while we could have been getting more frequently.
Changes.
And then there's a plus that I guess is related. Do you guys plan to rework entirely polarizing brawlers like Clancy and Mr. P when they receive their buffies?
I'll take this one. Okay, so I think there's a few parts in the first one. So can we see more mid-season balance changes for Broken Brawler? So I think one of the issues we've had in the previous years even is that there's no set cadence for balance changes. And that's something we want to rectify. So we want to make it very clear for the community when can you expect
Cadence.
balance changes. The next step of that is even sharing some of that work in progress work even before we do it to get even earlier feedback. This already happens, by the way, with a select group of people. So that includes pro players and creators and whatnot. And of course, the team itself. We discuss all of this way in advance, but even exposing some of that to community, I think can help. So the long story short is, yes, hopefully we can make a set schedule so you can always expect when to receive balance changes. And the second part of that is we also need to improve our internal systems to make it easier for us to make balance changes. Because right now, to make balance changes, we have to have a maintenance.
Yeah.
And needless to say, maintenance is bad, right? Because you cannot play the game when we have a maintenance.
Yeah.
So we want to try to reduce the amount
That's
of...
actually kind of an interesting thing. I think that's a very big difference between player perspective and a developer perspective. I don't think players see maintenance as a bad thing usually. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe you guys all secretly hate maintenances, but when I see a maintenance, I'm excited. I'm like, yes, finally, they're fixing problems, right? Especially with the vision bug too. Like if we had a 4-hour, 8-hour maintenance, I would take that to fix the vision bug. Like that's fine. Fuck it. But developers don't like when they do maintenances because then the players aren't playing the game and then they're making in-app purchases. So it hurts. It just it literally costs them money to do a maintenance, and so they don't want to spam them out. I feel like noobs probably hit the maintenance, maybe, but I feel like even a casual player, like if you can't play Brawl right now because there's a maintenance for like 4 hours, is that like a terrible thing? I don't know. Is that like the end of the world? Like I can't play Solo Showdown now while I'm taking a shit? It's weird.
Maintenance we have, but of course we still want to make the balance changes as soon as we can. So it's a bit of a push and pull. But
Yeah, like, damn, the game is down right now. I'm uninstalling it, guys. That was it. That's the last. I love playing Brawl Stars. I play it every day.
Yeah, and I
4-hour
think
maintenance, I'm
Interesting
gone.
to that, 'cause, like, I don't know if
You've
have
lost my
noticed,
support,
but
Brawl.
Some bugs are fixed
How could
magically
you?
without maintenance, and that's because
I
like
don't
there's a
know.
new tech that like it fixed the bugs per server battle site, which means that it's not the same. It's not for everyone at the same time.
Yeah, and like
right?
most of the
it
time
takes
when
time.
maintenance happens for me, it's
But
like
if you do
3
that
a.m.
for
Like I'm
balance,
not playing
it
Brawl
will
anyways,
be
bro.
hell,
I'm
man.
I'm
Your
gooning
controller
in
will
bed
be
before I go to
stronger
sleep.
depending on what
Yeah.
server it is. But yes, like we want to explore.
And some people are
tech
probably
how
sleeping.
to make it.
And I
because
guess
they have, like,
a small
more healthier
caveat
sleep
to this still
schedules.
from my side
You know what I mean?
is when we see something that is completely off, we
Yeah.
try to react straight away,
Yeah.
no matter when it is in the cadence, right? So if we have something that's completely busted or something that's breaking the game, we will try to address that ASAP. We're not going to adhere to that schedule.
When should we
Classic
talk
Mr. P.
about
Yeah.
the Buffy balance?
Maybe later on, because I think there is a question about that, or is it there? Anyway,
Yeah, the Twitter crew.
Yes.
As the for
Okay,
we,
perfect.
we can do that later. And then, do you plan to rework Polaris and Polaris like Clancy and Mr. P? Not necessarily the specific ones, maybe Clancy and Mr. P, but the idea with Buffy specifically is actually to give ourselves the time to go back to a lot of these brawlers, look at parts of their gameplay, and figure out what do we feel still makes sense, what doesn't make sense, and how can we improve the experience while not sacrificing the fantasy of the brawler. That's what we feel is really important with the brawlers. It's like, on Crow, you poison people and you throw daggers and you're an assassin. Whatever we do, it's not going to change that.
Yeah.
But can we make it feel more visceral? Can we make it feel more modern? So it doesn't feel like, oh, well, this is Brawl from 5 years ago or something. Like, oh, this feels fresh. I'm familiar with this, but this feels new and cool to me. That's what we want to go for. So
Absolutely. And like
Yeah.
something that we always have to consider is that like we'd love to go back and polish like a lot of things.
Yeah.
But in order to keep Brawl growing, like that's always our mission, we need to have eventfulness, right? And I think one of the great things about Buffy's is that they allow us to do both.
Yep.
And that's super rare.
You know what? I was checking for when it comes to like the RNG and cost question. Maybe we just bring it back. Like, let's
Sure.
talk about the RNG. Why is it RNG? Why
Yes.
it costs so much? Let's.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the claw machine, we should clarify how.
You know, I actually, okay, I was considering not pausing letting that go, but I do want to say it's also interesting that they talk about like they can't go back and polish old content because they're too busy making new content to make the game more exciting. I recently Terraria got an update 1.4.5 and I was playing that with some friends and just playing a game that is so polished, like from top down. Like they're doing small things in a game like Terraria that's 20 years old or whatever, and they're still doing things that completely rework like core like early game components of the game that are just relatively small things. Like I saw a feature in Terraria 1.4.5 where you can put a bucket on, like leave a bucket outside when it's raining and the bucket fills up with water, right? It's like it's just the smallest little things.
Newborn tipped $5 through Super Chat. 6 or 7
Alright.
hour stream.
Thanks for the 5. It's just like the tiniest little things that like are just so unnecessary, but they add so much charm to the game and add so much polish that I feel like it makes the game feel better. But obviously, like spending all that time on making like a tiny feature like that probably, I guess, isn't profitable. But it's just like, I don't know. I feel like there has to be something there where you can say like adding polish to the game makes it a better game. That makes it better. Like Terraria is like one of the best selling games of all time, right? I mean, Terraria isn't live service, yeah, but it still gets updates like it is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe you could say there's just another moment of like, maybe this is like one of those things where it's a short-term versus long-term thing. Like long-term, I feel like having more polish would make the game better, but I'm not sure.
You know what? I was checking for when it comes like the RNG and cost question. Maybe we just bring it back. Like, let's
Sure.
talk about the RNG. Why is it RNG? Why
Yes.
it costs so much? Let's.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the claw machine, we should clarify how it works because it's a new feature. So every claw machine is going to have 18 buffies in it for 6 brawlers. So 3 buffies per brawler, right? So when we ship a new update, it'll be a separate claw machine. I've seen a little bit of confusion about this. So it won't be like this infinitely growing pool. You'll actually have choice over kind of which group of brawlers you want to pull buffies from. So in terms of why it's RNG, it's also like probably the second most controversial part of the update. And it's something that we also like have conversations about on the team all the time, right? It's a super important topic for us. So just generally speaking, like why do we have random rewards? Well, if there's any game team on the earth that can speak precisely about this, it's this team. And it's because we removed all random rewards. And I think it was December 2022.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And, at the time, we had hoped that this would be really good for the game, right? And that was like our most praised update. There was a wave of users that came back. There was really good news coverage. It was all looking super strong until our retention started dropping, and it kept dropping, and it kept dropping. And if we had not reversed that decision, Brawl Stars might not even be around anymore.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I guess the question is like, why? Like, why did this happen? Why was retention dropping with no random rewards? Do you have any like thoughts on
Yeah,
this?
I think we've obviously looked into this a lot, and I think fundamentally when there is nothing surprising about the game, when you cannot open the game and feel surprised or feel excited, that kind of defeats a lot of the purpose and a lot of the chase, right? Like the reality is, like, if we have, let's say, a quest that awards either 50 power points or a star drop, right? Most of the time, even though, let's say, the value is the same, I don't think it's exactly the same, but more or less, then most of the time that star drop will feel more exciting because you remember, of course, the times where it's like, oh, I could get a brawler from this or something else cool. And that's just the reality of the situation. Along with that, though, I think I want to point out that when we brought boxes back, basically, we did also keep the star road basically intact and the kind of rewards that you can anticipate, because I think that's an important part of it. I think the actual ideal is close to where we are right now, where you have the exciting randomness factor, but you also know that, oh, I'm gonna get this brawler in maximum this long, or I can reach a Buffy in this long, or whatever you're chasing essentially. So I think that's probably the balance we want to strike.
This is just again talking like I said earlier, there's a difference between ethical game design and I guess, quote unquote, good game design, where like what makes the metrics better is to make a game less ethical in a way. I'm not going to go on this whole spiel again, but like, yeah, it's just another example of like, I don't know, like this is one of those things where players just really say they hate gambling and they say they don't like it, but if they don't have it in the game, everybody just moves on to a game that has gambling. And so, you know, like what do you do, right?
Believe in a mix for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just something that to mention that we have been talking recently is like now that we have many different ways of RNG, you know, like different containers, in a way, different gachas. We need to start getting better in terms of to make them feel different, not only in the UX of it,
Yeah.
but in the actual rewards that are contained in it. And once we get that sorted, it's gonna feel even better when you actually open one of those that you haven't opened in a while.
You don't need
because,
gambling
you
if the gameplay is good?
this
That's
is where
not
I can
true.
get this thing that I cannot get in the others.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but tell us, Queen, why
You need
RNG is
gambling.
better?
You just straight up need gambling. Like I don't know. There's like guys. I don't know how many times this podcast or like how many examples we can give. But like there's just like if you remove gambling, the game just does worse. It's just kind of how it is. I don't know. Like if in a free to play mobile game, I'll say, PC gaming is a different playing field. But when you're working in a certain competitive space and every other competitor is doing gambling and you aren't, you are just cutting off all your limbs and saying, hey guys, y'all want to still play basketball with me and have me on your team? It just doesn't make any sense. It's like you got and a lot of people will say, well, look at all of like this and this, you know, like PC game where it's pay up front and a completely different business model and a completely different competition. You know, this game can pull it off, and it's like that game isn't in the same. It's not competing against the same things. In mobile gaming, you inherently like the player base for mobile gaming inherently wants something that is lower stakes. They have less time that they're willing to put in. They are less tolerant of having a bad experience. If you hop on a mobile game and you lose a bunch of games or you're not having that much fun, you're more likely to just quit, right? Like it's just the way that mobile gaming as an industry is like you kind of just need gambling.
But why don't we talk about it specifically with the claw machine? Because
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what the question is about. So
Yeah, and
I mean,
well,
there are
PC games
lots
too. I mean, they
of
have gambling
reasons,
too.
like,
It's
it's
not
a
like
very complex topic, but I think one that's often not talked about very much.
like
is
gambling
that,
literally supports all of
um,
CS revenue,
RNG gets you out of your
right?
comfort zone. So I want to give you an
It's-
example.
it's just-
So let's say I like playing Colt, right? And I want to get all of Colt's buffies. It's very unlikely that I'm just going to get them all right away. I'm going to have to pull from the claw machine many times. And by chance, I'm going to say get all 3 buffies for Spike. And let's say I don't really play Spike normally. Like he's level 7 and I played against him a lot and he's clearly good. But I just never invested in him before. But now that I have all 3 buffies, I figure, well, it's actually not that much more if I just get into power 11. So I do, and I start playing him, and actually he's like really fun, and he's allowing me to like counter brawlers that I've struggled with in the past. And so what ended up happening is that I have a new tool in my tool belt that will help me draft better. It'll help me win more games, and it's kind of indirectly because of the claw machine.
Yeah.
So that's a perspective. But that being said, like we do want to make some changes. Like we actually agree that it's too random. So one of the things that we talked about, like just yesterday, is that we want to add something like
What
a
the
lucky pull
fuck?
mechanic. So basically,
Okay.
you know, every once in a while, you'll be able to choose exactly what you want from the claw machine so that you have some control. And we'd like to make this a reward that we can give away as well in events. The theming, of course, is like still being determined. We just talked about it yesterday, but we wanted to be totally transparent about our thinking here. Oh, and we have more good news, actually.
Yeah, maybe go to the action points of how we gonna improve the sentiment on the buffs.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So first
Wait,
off, to
what?
clarify, every claw machine will give you a free first pull. Another
Wait,
thing
wait,
that's...
wait.
Oh. Hey! Yeah, totally. All right. Also, we're going to be running a cheap gem offer. So it's going to be 79 gems for once a month. That'll give you a random buffy. Yeah, that's right. Although I do want to clarify that I think sometimes players can think of gems as like a feature for paid players only, but actually the majority
Wait,
of gems in our system
were they not
free-
going to just
even
talk
free
about how they were going to
sources,
improve
right?
the buffies within the
when we run
randomness?
a good
What did
gem
they
offer, that's
did
actually
they
good for
actually say
everybody.
anything, or they just switch to a
But yeah.
different topic?
Okay, another thing we're going to do. So we are going to be adding more ways for you to get PowerPoints and coins directly starting next update. And it's a sneak peek. So it'll be a juiced up return of Sugar Rush.
Ah, wait, I put the wrong one, but that serves.
That's
And if you don't remember what Sugar Rush is, we ran it during Brawloween. It's a button you push, and then for a certain amount of time, you get extra stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then one other thing, and this is a big one. So we're going to be adding a random Buffy to each mega quest every month.
Each season.
Each season. Season, month, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Season.
Be adding a random Buffy to each mega quest every month.
Each season.
Each season. Season, month, same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those are kind of our like short-term plans. And then of course, like as we talked about, we've been planning ahead for years. Like when we run an event, you can expect more rewards.
Cool. Okay, so just before we go to the next social
So
media.
I mean, okay, they said they're buffing a bunch of ways to basically get more free to play progression, right? Something about a Sugar Rush, and they're adding, I guess, a free Buffy you can get from a claw machine. They're adding a 79 gem Buffy offer, which is random. Still, I don't know. Did they say anything about like? Were they not just about to talk about how they're gonna improve the randomness, or is that not? I guess we're still just doing all random. Okay. They did? What did they say?
I mean, there are lots of
Once in a while
reasons,
you
like-
can choose. When? Yeah, but when can you choose?
Like, it's a very complex topic, but I think one that's often not talked about very much is that RNG gets you out of your comfort zone. So I want to give you and don't. Well, it's fun, and he's all new.
Keep watching.
That
They didn't
makes-
say.
so-
Okay, so they didn't say. I
So
mean,
basically, so you have
I
some
was
control. The
kinda
theming, of
curious.
course, and we'd like to
Move the center.
give you a free first poll.
I don't know.
All right. All feature for paid players, right? So, but actually, the majority of gems in our that's right. Although I do want to clarify that I think sometimes players can think of gems as like a feature for paid players only, but actually the majority of gems in our system are free. They're from free sources, right? So when we run a good gem offer, that's actually good for everybody. But yeah. Okay. Another thing we're gonna do. So we're gonna be adding more ways for you to get PowerPoints and coins directly, starting and
Ah, wait.
so a random Buffy to each mega quest every week. Short-term plans, and then of course, like as we talked about, we've been planning ahead for years. Like when we run an event, you can expect more rewards.
Cool. Okay, so just before we go to the next social media questions, we have a lot of graphs that we didn't use,
Yeah.
and they are very interesting for you.
Yeah.
It's like Queen. Coming back to the question, like, why does Buffy cost that much? And like, is there a problem in the economy right now because people say like, they don't have enough resources? What was happening behind the scenes with the economy?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so why don't we start with the graphs? We want to show you some things. So this is a basically coin income graph. So how many coins we give you, and it's just a trend, right? So you can see that in the last few months, you've been getting quite a lot more coins. And if we go to the next one, you can see the same trend with PowerPoints. So this is not a coincidence. Like this is from Buffy's, right? Buffy's cost more basically so we can give you more. It's actually kind of that simple. If we don't buff the economy, the game can kind of feel kind of flat, you know? And when we do buff the economy, then everything feels better. Now, I do think that there is kind of like a perception issue right now, which is that like we buffed the economy in a bunch of ways. Like daily play is giving you more than twice the rewards. Mega quests, we buffed the free side of the Brawl Pass. We buffed Trophy Road. But all of that can feel kind of intangible, right? Whereas like the Buffy cost is very real. It's like, oh, I really have to pay 2,000 PowerPoints, right? And so I guess we kind of wanted to give you this context as like, you know, if you've noticed that like just sort of like everyday Brawl play is feeling better, like it's actually because of this. And yeah, and this will of course continue. Like we're not done buffing the rewards. Oh, maybe we can give you like a little breakdown of like kind of where we're at right now in terms of sources. So right now, there are 18 Buffys released every 2 months, and we hope to continue that cadence. So 17 of them have a cost because one of them is free. So that costs 34,000 power points, right? In terms of like free-to-play monthly sources, there's a bunch of them. So I'm going to list through the main ones. So there's the free track, which will give you 5,600 power points if you use the resource key on power points, which you probably should in this economy. In this economy. There's also the... Perfect. I'm glad we got to use that. There's the Mega Quest chain, which gives you 1,000 power points.
Well,
every
they're
month.
about to do math.
There's Chaos Drops. Chaos Drops are actually a really good source of progression. Like they're 4 times better than a Star Drop on average. And so you're going to get 30 from daily play because there's one every day now. There's 9 in Mega Quests. There's 6 in the free track of the Brawl Pass. So that adds up to 45, which is roughly 2,600 power points if you want to be really specific about power points. And then, okay, let's talk about our gachas. So we have 5 per day from the daily play, and there's times 30 because there's 30 days in a month. There's 9 star drops and 2 mega boxes in the free track of the Brawl Pass. So that adds up to about 160, which is, and there's a lot of variability here depending on the gachas, but it might be 3,000 power points roughly. And then there's a bunch of other things that we do, right? Community events, Trophy Road, new brawler boxes, special quests, Mega Pig, Brawl Pass tail rewards, and each of them can feel small at the time, but they really add up, right? So this is like another 3,000, 3,500 power points, you know, on average. So all of those numbers, they add up to about 15,000 power points. And that's, you know, in 1 month. So you double it and you get to about 31,000 power points. So that is 15 Buffys plus 1 for free. So that's 16 Buffys. So we're already not doing too bad in terms of the economy. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, that's not even including the 2 new brawlers that we release, right? I want to max those. And that's totally fair. It doesn't include that. So if you want to have a maxed account, I guess we want to be like, hit the nail on the head here. We think you should buy the Brawl Pass. It's a really good value. And the price we think is pretty reasonable. And if your goal, on the other hand, is to like have a really good experience in Brawl and be even a competitive player, then you don't need to have a maxed account, right? In the current economy, you can have dozens of brawlers maxed out pretty easily. You are able to like play at the highest level if you're skilled with those brawlers, and you'll be able to choose which claw machine you want to like empty, right? But you won't be able to have all of them. You'll have to make some choices. And that's kind of like, I think, a fair balance in terms of like making sure that we're providing a really fun experience, but that we're also supporting the game. So yeah, that's some more perspective on the economy.
Yeah, and of course, like every creator or influencer that breaks down the math, it's very hard to include everything because like sometimes like it's special events. Like the baseline is like if you play every day, you get more. Pretty much like you participate on the events and everything. And by the way, did you mention that every claw machine has 1 free?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then maybe we can go to the second question.
Nice.
Yeah, sounds good.
Then Element Set is talking.
Okay. So I was waiting for them to finish saying everything before I give my thoughts. Okay. So what he's basically saying, and I've actually more or less, I'm sympathetic to this argument, which is that you won't be able to get a maxed out account free to play. I think at its core, that's not necessarily the worst possible position to hold. Yeah, it's kind of similar to what the argument that I made in my legendary video. I think that is, you know, that's definitely a position to have. I think as a creative, I think people have the right to get paid for the work that they make, or the things that they make and the work that they do. And I think, you know, as developers, I guess they have the right to say, if you want to have everything maxed out, you have to spend money. But What I'm not sure if I'm very comfortable with is the idea that you have to make a choice between getting all the buffies or getting additional Power 11 brawlers, which is very strange. Because before you used to be able to get everything, like you used to be able to keep up, right? That's the main thing that I'm thinking about. Is before the buffies update, you used to be able to keep up and max out the newest brawler that comes out every month, and also max out more than that and get more than that. It was just the free-to-play resources from playing regularly. And with the buffies update, now you can't both get all the buffies and max out the newest brawler every month. You have to now choose. I don't love that as a concept. I'm not sure if they're going to be doing additional buff. Like they say they're doing additional buffs. We'll have to see how that kind of stacks up in terms of getting all the stuff. But is the game still free to play? Well, that's the interesting thing, right? Is yes, obviously, is that it's free on the App Store to download, and it's free to play. I'm doing a free to play series right now. I'm about to get to ranked soon above Mythic, and once I do that, I'll be able to pretty much hit Masters, probably. We'll see though. Is it competitively fair as a free to play? No, I don't think so. Not in the strictest term of definitions. There's like a loose way you can see it in terms of like as a free to play, you can get the newest, like the meta brawlers that you need. You can can get you can max out like Pierce, for example, who doesn't even have a hypercharge, and he's one of the best brawlers in the game. And you can do that. You can, because you get all the brawlers for free now too if you play the challenge, right? And you can get the Buffy brawlers that you need free to play. I have a free to play account that has all the Buffies right now. It's doable. But you won't be able to get everything. And compared to a player who does have everything, I think you will be technically put at a drafting disadvantage. But like, if you're really smart about it, you can probably still compete and like outskill people who don't have everything, like who have everything maxed out, even if you don't have everything maxed out. But I don't know. And obviously, like, this is not including the people who have been playing for more than 4 years, right? If you've been playing for more than 4 years, you probably already have everything maxed out. I actually have a friend who recently started up the game within the last couple years, and he just buys the Brawl Pass, and he's getting pretty close to a maxed out account as well. I don't know. It's not like, honestly, not much has really changed. Here's the other thing too, is that with 100 brawlers in the game, you never really needed every brawler maxed out to be competitive to begin with, to be honest. Like for a long time, you have not needed to max out Tick. You know, like I don't know. There's just a lot of brawlers that, and also like there's a lot of multiple, it's like duplicate brawlers for a role. Like you don't need both Lumi and Ems. You can just have Ems or just have Lumi, and it's probably like it does the similar thing where you can counter Frank and like the more immobile tanks. You don't need every brawler maxed out, but it's kind of like, I don't know. It's like a relatively minor drafting advantage, I guess, that you would have, but it's still kind of just unfortunate. I guess the other thing is that like a lot of like actual competitive, like, you know, it's all done in friendly battles where everything is maxed out for you once you have the brawler unlocked. But I don't know if that really counts. I'm more focused on ranked. I only look at this from a perspective of ranked, since that's the only competitive game that most people interact with. Yeah.
About map maker rework. And where is the map maker rework too?
I'll probably.
Seriously,
I kind of
in my
want to
opinion, the
rewatch
map
that
maker
later
is
and,
one of the
like
coolest
digest that a
feature in
little
the
bit
game,
more.
and yet
But
it's garbage right now.
Strong words. Oof. You know, but it's a fair point. Maybe
Yeah.
I can touch a little bit on this one. So we've been discussing MapMaker for a long time inside
Yeah.
the team. We've discussed many ways to improve it. We discussed many ways we would like to reimagine it. And I think at the end of the day, we haven't really landed on a design that we're like all behind of, okay, this is what we should put all our focus in right now. Drop everything.
wait, we're
make
talking about
this happen.
MapMaker.
When MapMaker released, of course, it was super
I don't know. You know what I'm also thinking about is, I guess going back to this topic of as a free to play.
In the current economy, you can have dozens of brawlers maxed out pretty easily. You are able to like play at the highest level if you're skilled with those brawlers, and you'll be able to choose which claw machine you want to like empty, right? But you won't be able to have all of them. You'll have to make some choices, and that's kind of like I think a fair balance in terms of like making sure.
Like, this is all kind of true. I'm just. Just got here. Did anything important get mentioned? No, not really. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, guys, here's the thing. Like, we already knew this, though. You know, free to play getting maxed out has always been really slow. How long has Kairos been doing his free to play series and he's still not maxed out? I mean, he's been like doing it for years. I'm not really sure why you guys necessarily think like you see this. Oh shit! Thanks for the raid, Twistindone. Kairos has been doing it for 3 years. Yeah. I'm curious. Are you guys like very upset to hear this? What do you guys think? I don't. Because like I'm just thinking like, well, why can't they let someone max out if they like really grind? Is that like so bad to let you max out if you just like really lock the fuck in and like play every day for like 3 hours a day? Like, have they had some way for you to do it, free to play? I don't know. Just kind of bummed out. You're talking like you're trying to gaslight yourself into liking it. No, I'm just talking like this because my thoughts are very scattered. I don't know. I'm not someone who really necessarily always has the best takes straight off the rip. So I'm just trying to think about this more before I think about like I'm just trying to. I don't want to like say something right now and then like regret saying that. And be like, oh, I didn't think about that very deeply. Wording makes it sound like all hope is lost. I'm numb to it. Not upset, but it's a bit sad. Well, okay, here, guys, here's something. Just, I guess, to make this super clear, guys, look at Kairos' take. I mean, if we have time, we could watch Kairos' video too. 1 hour, 1.5 hours in the stream, we've covered 41 minutes, guys. This is going to be like a 10-hour stream. But one thing that you guys always keep this in mind over anything in life, okay, especially online, that I think a lot of people don't realize because maybe you guys, you know, haven't thought about it before. If something is free, you are the product, right? Nothing is actually ever free because whoever's doing it is always doing it for some monetary incentive, usually, especially when it comes to like online businesses or like, you know, anything that relates to a business. It's always for profit. And if something appears free, like, oh, watching this YouTube video or this stream is free, I can do it on my phone, I don't have to pay anything, it's not actually free. You might get ads, you might boost engagement or something. If you ever see a giveaway that's being done online and there's a creator that's like, hey, we're doing a free giveaway, I'm gonna give you guys 3 skins, all you have to do is like the post, subscribe to my channel, and leave a comment. Those are all ways for them to basically get boosted in the algorithm, and it's just a way for them to get more metrics in for their channel. There's just no such thing as free lunch, exactly. When a free-to-play game is free, that is in contrast to the assumption that they're okay, like the baseline is that a game you pay for it, right? That's how it's always been. When arcade machines were first around, you had to pay for each life, right? The game devs would make it intentionally hard as fuck, so you would die and then pay another quarter. Then people got home consoles. You pay for the console, you pay for the game. You're supposed to pay for things. That's how life works. And when they make a game free to play, developers are only willing to make a game free to play so long as they make that money back from the money that they lose from not making you pay for it. In a sense, that is kind of making a game more accessible to more people, right? If you are broke as fuck and you can't afford a game, you can play still because it's free to play. If you actually have no money, like, you can play Brawl Stars because they don't charge you $50 up front. But the devs are missing out on an opportunity to get $50 up front. So they're going to make that back somehow. And so that's kind of like that like when I say you are the product, like, how does Brawl Stars make money off of you if you never spend money on the game? They make money off of you by having a comparison point. So you, as a free-to-play player, are going to have a worse product than someone who spends money. That's just a necessity. And different free-to-play games handle this differently. Some of them might do it in terms of, like, you know, free-to-play players will just look worse. They will get no cosmetics. They will be ugly as fuck. They'll have the base shitty models. And then people who spend money will get all the premium fancy skins that have cool effects and run it down, go 0-5 and bot lane with their support or whatever, and Rage and Chat or whatever. Some free-to-play games will go down the route of, like, you know, making power progression differences. So if you are free-to-play, you just won't be able to get the same level of strength at all. So I think there's some games where, like, I think World of Tanks, where, like, there just is like, as a free-to-play, you can only get a certain selection of tanks, and then if you pay for this premium tanks, you can get all these fancy tanks that are just better. Like, that's just a thing you can do, and free-to-play will never get the premium tanks. You cannot get the premium, the fancy stuff. And that just gives paying players an advantage, I believe. Then there's also the kind of, like, the in-between, where it's like, there's a way to monetize it, so you basically, paying players get more freedom to choose. I think Brawl Stars had this for a while, where, and I think they've also did the premium route too, or like the skin route too, where, like, you have to pay. Premium players got better cosmetics, whereas free players basically didn't get any cosmetics. But then they added bling and made gems accessible free to play. So now it's like, well, now free to play players can get the cool cosmetics, and they switched to a more, I think for a while, like, free-to-play players don't get as much choice, right? You get very few resources, so you can max stuff out, but you have to choose very carefully. But if you pay money, you can max out everything and don't have to worry about it, right? So it's kind of like that kind of difference. Lately, it's been feeling more and more like they're moving more towards, they're really tightening up the ability to choose on a free-to-play side even more, I guess. Like, by adding in more and more syncs, where now it's like, a free-to-play player can't necessarily, like, they have to be very careful. Like, if you waste any resources and you're not min-maxing, you just might not be able to max out any brawlers at all. I don't know. I don't think it's at the point yet. Like, it's the thing is, it's never at the point where you can't get the meta shit at all as a free-to-play. You can get Pierce free-to-play from in early access if you win every game, and you can max out Pierce day one if you save your resources carefully, and you'll be able to get his hypercharge, and you'll probably be able to get all 3 buffies too free to play. Like, they are genuinely making all these buffs, but you just won't have the choice that you used to be able to do, and the freedom to choose a bunch of stuff. I don't know. It's just like that's just how it is. And I see a lot of people online that I think are confused when they play a game for free and they expect to get everything for free. That's not how anything works. And you are welcome to try to find a game that does that, but it doesn't exist. So, good luck. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sorry, I'm gonna catch up on the chat real quick. How do you feel about them hiding the y-axis on the graphs? I don't think it's that big of a deal. I assume they wouldn't lie. Being max free to play is why I started playing loads on my mini so I can be not maxed again? What? The especially weird thing is that all signs point up despite this tightening. Well, because realistically, being maxed out free to play is not an actual goal of most play. Like, it's not. It doesn't matter that much to people. I talked about this in my Ultra Legendary video. Most people don't give a shit about being maxed out. Okay, this is like something that very few people. These are something that completionists want. Completionists want everything maxed out, and they make it their goal in life to max out every game they play, and they don't ever want to play a game that they can't max out in. And if you are playing Brawl Stars as a completionist, you're probably pissed. You're like, man, this fucking Brawl Stars switched up on their day ones. They are not chill. Fuck the devs, blah blah blah. And you're probably very, very upset. But most casual players don't give a shit. Okay, they don't need to be maxed out. They want to play their brawler. They want to play their Leon and play solo showdown. And as long as they can keep doing that, they don't care. They don't give a fuck. This is not even like a 10% of a 10% of a 10%, right? Like, we're talking about very hardcore players who are free to play and want to be maxed out. That's like, you're not looking at a very big number of people. That's like 3 conditions that are all within the minority of a minority of the group. This is extremely small. Yeah, it's also like, and I've made a whole video about this in my Ultra Legendary video. Like, you don't like, if you cater a game to people who want to be like to free to play completionists, like, what are you really doing? You know, you would have to buff the resources up so much to the point where every other person who doesn't give a shit basically has no reason to play in terms of progression anymore. Like, the amount of progression buffs you need to do to cater to a free to play completionist, you lose basically every reason to spend. They were basically be cutting all monetized, like all their monetization systems, and then the point of making the game free to play to begin with basically falls off a cliff. Yeah. I'm not gonna... I don't know. All this means is that free-to-play can't catch up with new content over time. Free-to-play players will get a growing disadvantage versus paid players. No, I don't think so, actually. I don't think this necessarily means free-to-play players will have a growing disadvantage. I think they've just always had the same disadvantage of not being able to have as much freedom to choose. Like, when Hypercharges first released, you guys realized, like, they literally time-gated those by 2 weeks, so people who had the gems to spend would be able to use them and abuse them before they got nerfed, right? Same thing with new brawlers. They didn't have an early access system before where you could get it for free in a contest. They had a paid early access, so you pay for the brawler and then can fuck people up in trophies with it. There was never a thing like, and like it's in ranked as well. Like, they've always had the system where free-to-play players are not, like, new free-to-play player accounts cannot get every brawler maxed out within like a month. Like, that's never had been in the game. It's always been like this. I think it's just like they're just tightening the restrictions more. But like, even though they are tightening the restrictions more, keep that in mind that this is from the perspective of being able to get everything. When we're looking at like actual, like, if it's true that they are buffing PowerPoints, guys, by 15, if you can get 15,000 power points a month free to play. That is 5 maxed out. No, that's 4 maxed out brawlers. That's 3. We'll say three power 11 brawlers you can get if you don't buy any buffies. And right now you don't really need to buy buffies either. Which is, I believe, a 300% increase from what it was before, where you could get a little over 1 power 11 brawler. Now you can get a little over 3 power 11 brawlers. It's a restriction in terms of like the concept of having everything as soon as it drops, but it is actually a little bit more. It's more like it's different. You get more power points and you can get more power 11 brawlers. Yeah, I do read Twitch chat too, by the way. It's hard for me to balance. Sorry guys, it's hard for me to read all 3 chats or all 2 chats at the same time, and pay attention to this while taking notes. I'm trying to do 3 different things at once. If I miss something in the audio and I'm like, wait, can I replay that? Like, that's not me like being brain rot or spacing out. I'm literally trying to read the chat while taking notes and paying attention, and while also digesting what is being said and thinking of thoughts to say. Yeah. Ignore chat. Well, I then why am I streaming? There's no third. So I have 2 chats. I have YouTube and Twitch, and then I have a third chat that combines both things. I don't look at that one because it has a shitty UI. But didn't they also say all that was not considering the 79 gem Buffy offers? Well, I'm not sure. I personally, Jang, I'm not including Buffies just because I'm talking about like raw power points you can get. Because the raw power points, if it's actually 15k, is like kind of be insane. I think with the 79 gem Buffy offers, I don't know how often they're going to even do that though, to be honest. But yeah, like, I don't know.
That we're providing a really fun experience, but that we're also supporting the game.
Well,
so like making sure that we're providing a really fun experience.
Let's keep it going.
Economy.
Yeah, and of course, like every creator or influencer that breaks down the math, it's very hard to include everything because like sometimes like it's special events. Like the baseline is like if you play every day, you get more. Pretty much like you participate on the events and everything. And by the way, did you mention that every claw machine has 1 free?
I did.
Sorry, do you think that including optional ads for resources would fix the issue? No. God, no. Fuck that. Oh my god. Guys, I hate ads. Still don't know. Anybody who is willing to sit down and watch ads to try to get free-to-play resources is fucking unhinged. And by the way, the amount of the money that an ad pays out is like not enough to make it worth it for Brawl Stars outside either. Like I think an ad pays like maybe okay, who's even advertising in a mobile game like Brawl Stars? Like that's the other thing to think about too. Like for one, an ad already pays like nothing per individual. It only makes sense if you do it like on aggregate. So the amount of resources you would get as an individual watching an ad was probably not that much. The other thing too is that the type of person that would be, or the type of entity that would be advertising on a game like Brawl Stars is other mobile games. Brawl Stars is not trying to get you to play other mobile games. They're trying to get you to play Brawl Stars. If they let people advertise in Brawl Stars, that's basically letting their competition come in and say, hey, try to take our players from us. What the fuck? That's horrible. That's a horrible idea. They would never do that for multiple reasons, but yeah. It wouldn't be good for the players, and it wouldn't even be good for Brawl Stars. It would just be a net loss.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then maybe we can go to the second question.
Nice.
Yeah, sounds good.
Then
They did it in the past. They tried it and it was shit, so they stopped. Right.
Element Set is talking about Map Maker rework. And where is the Map Maker rework 2? Seriously, in my opinion, the Map Maker is one of the coolest features in the game, and yet it's garbage.
Does
right
anybody
now.
care about Map Maker? I don't give a shit
But
about
that's
Map
it's a fair
Maker.
point. Maybe I can touch a little bit on this one. So we've been discussing Map Maker for a long time inside the team. We've discussed many ways to improve it. We discussed many ways we would like to reimagine it. And I think at the end of the day, we haven't.
Guys,
really
right now,
landed on a
Mapmaker
design
gives
that
you
we're
like 5
all
tokens
behind
if
of,
you
okay,
vote on a
this is
map
what we
every
should
day.
Put all our focus in right now. Drop
Even if it was
everything,
like
make this
100
happen.
tokens.
When Mapmaker released, of course, it
Well,
was
if it was
super
100 tokens,
popular
I
in the
might do
game.
it,
It was
actually.
super
I don't know.
successful, and of course,
It's
still is
kinda
something many
slop,
players
though.
engage with, and I think it's a great way to just get your quests
It's
done
just-
or just have some
It's
chaotic
just
fun.
kind of slop right
but
now.
I think we believe as well that it can be so
And it
much
doesn't
more.
give trophies, so it's
And
like
it's just
I
about
don't feel the point.
having the resources and having the time for us to actually put on that versus other things we want.
Casuals
to
love
focus on.
Mapmaker,
And
really.
To be honest, we haven't landed, as I said, on a design that would allow for us to put that in higher priority.
I think if
than other
Mapmaker
items we
allowed you
want
to
do.
s-
And
to
that's
to
unfortunately
build
how
a
it works in game
house
development all of the time. You
that
have a million
stored a
things you
bunch
wanna
of
do,
like funny
but
memes,
you need
like
to
Tung
prioritize
Tung
them based on
Sahur
what's the
and
kind of,
Bombardilo
what is the most
Crocodilo,
important thing that you believe in right
I
now.
think, and
That
then you
doesn't
could
mean we
go
will
into
never
other
do
people's
Mapmaker,
houses
by
and
the way.
steal
It
that
means that we just
and
have
take
to
it to
very
your
much
base
polish the
and then
ideas
kill them
and the
before they could
designs
try to take
before
it
we're gonna
back.
commit to it
I think
fully.
that would actually make
and then
Mapmaker
also,
more
like,
fun.
we had like a roadmap video where we stated, I think.
And I want to be able to
Mapmaker is
spend
actually pure
$500
roadmap
on a
video.
rainbow
You
Tung
can
Tung
see
Sahur.
how like plans change, and like of course, like just to
Yeah.
clarify, in every roadmap video, we actually say like, hey, plans can change,
Yeah.
and the further away from the release date, from the video release date until like the later plan, like the further away you are, the more unreliable it is, right? And
Yeah.
actually it's stated there.
Guys,
It's like we
like
have the
equals
desire to
legendary
do it, but,
brawler.
like, for example, this year,
like
we had,
equals
like,
9999999 gem.
we were not growing. Like we're actually in decline. So like our focus, like how can we stabilize? How can we grow back again?
Yeah.
And Mapmaker on its own, like an improvement that we have in mind, it will take, I don't know, 6 months minimum.
Yeah.
I
And
just
actually, like,
joined. Why
this
is
not
Bedlam
what
talking
we
about
need right
Tung Tung
now. We need, like, to get our
Sahur?
numbers
Sad
back. This is, like,
emoji.
through a new exciting thing. And then with Buffies, I think it was the right call because like the game was losing, what is it, goals.
Yeah.
So then we have to change the plans to like adapt. And of course, maybe we could have made a bad call. Like
Yeah.
of course it can happen, but you do have to adapt to what the game is telling us at
Yeah.
the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of like communication, like we believe strongly in communicating openly with you guys.
Yeah.
And the thing is that like we can't see the future.
Yeah.
Like so when we tell you something, it's not that we lied when we changed our minds, you know.
Oh,
it's that we got
man.
more information or like things shifted and
Yep.
we had to.
Okay, this is
like,
actually a
change
pet
our
peeve of
plans.
mine with the community, and I hate to say this because I don't ever want to be in a position where I have to be like, man, the community fucking sucks. But it's genuinely true that like I see a lot of people talking about stuff, weird stuff about Frank and lying about removing gambling and RNG from the game. That is probably one of the most like you can hate the game and you can hate the devs all you want, but it is so fucking brain rot to say that the devs lied when they removed RNG and then added star drops back. That is not true. They did not lie. Okay, a lying implies intent. What they did was that they correctly stated that they were removing RNG and they removed RNG and then it went to shit and then they added it back in to try to fix the game. That is not lying. That is them making a mistake, you could say. Or if you disagree with the addition of gambling, you could say that is them changing their mind, which is not a lie. That's not a lie. You can change your mind without lying. That doesn't make any sense. Everything is lying. That's it's just not true. Like, why are you? Why do you? I don't know. There's plenty of reasonable and valid criticisms you can make of the game. Why do you have to spin everything in a way to just make the people that are wrong that you disagree with evil people? You don't have to say like, oh, I disagree with this person. That means they're evil and they're lying and they're manipulative and they're gaslighting and all these random psych terms that all mean that someone is like an evil person. Like that's like you don't have to do that. You can just disagree with them. It's just crazy. It's crazy. Why are you rage baiting yourself? I'm not rage baiting myself. I get rage baited when I scroll online Brawl Stars community forums and see this same talking point over again. It's not even just the community. I see pro players making Twitter posts saying, like, in one of their long lists of critiques of the games, one of the points is, and Frank Supercell lied about adding boxes, about removing boxes. And I'm just like, bro, what are we doing? Are you like what is the alternative? You know, it's like, oh, I want a dev team who never changes their mind. I want them to say something. If they say something, they have to abide by it forever. They will never change. Buffy's 2,000 power points, 1,000 coins, and if they ever change it, that means they are liars. Like, what are we doing? It's just, it's actually insane. That's like one of my biggest pet peeves, is to say that someone's lying for changing their mind. I fucking hate that shit.
But we still want to be open with you even when that happens.
And the fact that in two
And then I say
random
something like
videos,
that, and then
not
people are
makers
like,
there,
"Oh,
it is-
Bedlam, you just
it
want a
seems like
creator code.
sincere,
You're Bedlam, your hunger
desire
for the
us
code is
to-
showing."
to
Okay, bro.
Eventually, at some point,
Yeah.
we focused on it.
You got
Yes.
me.
But
I'm
yeah,
just,
it's
I just want my
like
code that
it's
bad
like-
that I'm willing
What's a
to,
big
to
thing
actually. I'm
that?
lying
That's a big
actually.
risky
That's not,
thing,
I don't
and we
actually
need
believe
to
anything
have
I
the
just
game
said.
in
I just want a
state where
creator
we can
code.
take
I
that
am a
big
liar.
risky bet,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah.
You got me,
And
guys.
actually, we
You
released
found out the
in
truth.
beta, actually, it was not even
Everything
like
is
final.
all just one
Yeah, I think we
big
polished a bit, and then they made,
self-motivated
okay, that's the 1.0,
conspiracy.
but,
For me to try to do the wrong
question number
thing to make
3,
more money. That's
how do you feel about
all
the-
of life is like that.
subtle power creep influencing the game. Last year, not a single new brawler rarity was super rare or rare. You also added a new rarity, Ultra Legendary. I understand that it's difficult to make money, and you can't just give us basically free brawlers, but it would be nice for more simple concepts to be added. And then he put like Kids Gadget is like Leon Super,
Guys,
Cord
this-
Gadget is like
this
Otis
question is
Super, Nina Gadget
This is like a
Buster
fucking
Super.
essay. What is this
It
question?
just doesn't make sense to me why our new brawlers have crazy mechanics just to feel special. And then he mentioned something about Clash Royale lost a huge chunk of their player base, and I'm nervous that Brawl is going down the same path. And yeah, and then he said, "Thanks for answering." And Danny Piper when? Which is the most important
Yeah,
part.
when, Danny?
I don't know. It's not up to me.
It's clearly not up to you.
Yeah.
This is another one of those questions that's like 3 questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But let's start with power creep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to go or should I go?
I can. No, actually, you go.
Okay, I go. Yeah, so I think power creep in and of itself, so I think we just need to first talk about what does power creep mean, right? Like when we say the word power creep, what do we usually refer to? The way I look at power creep, it means basically a new thing, new content, making old content obsolete because of how much more powerful it is. So just to explain that first and foremost, so we're on the same page. Okay, so of course, let's say hyperchargers or buffies, they are objectively stronger than what was there before. Is that a bad thing? I don't think so personally, because let's imagine instead of buffies, we would have released, because it was a popular idea, let's say we would have released this 3rd star power, right? Or a 2nd hypercharge.
Yeah.
I think if we did that, the
Oh my
development
God.
cost, so the amount of time it takes
Guys,
to
the
do
3rd
that
star
is
power
still
ideas are
quite high.
genuinely so bad. I
But
can't.
the excitement is not really there because you acquire it
I'm sorry.
and you don't really feel more powerful.
Mm.
You don't feel like you made progression. You feel like you just spent on something or
True.
maybe spent your coins or whatever.
No, guys, the devs are
and
actually
you got
real for
something
this.
that's not even cool. And that's the last thing we want, right? We need you
Guys,
to
I see so
feel
many
like
people saying, like,
whatever you put your
why
mind
didn't
into,
Brawl
whatever
Stars just
you
add
put your
3rd star
time
powers
into,
and 3rd gadgets?
that
It's
is
like, bro,
worthwhile. And
already
the
we
best
have
way to
2nd
do
star
that
powers and
is
2nd gadgets that
essentially
people
making
just
sure that
actively
when you
avoid
get
using
new
because it's the
content,
worst one.
it is smart.
Like, that is not going to make the
That
game more
doesn't
exciting. That's
necessarily
just
mean
boring.
that it has to trump everything else that's in the game, and that's a balancing question. But that's why basically power creep exists in games as a concept, because otherwise there is no more real excitement of new content updates or drops or whatever.
Yeah, and this goes way beyond Brawl. Like all live operated games have power creep. Another related thing is complexity creep.
Yeah.
So like if you compare old brawlers like, I don't know, Bull with Kaze, there's a world of difference in terms of complexity.
Yeah.
And the reason for complexity creep is actually because like experienced, engaged Brawl players, they like having more tools to play with, right?
Yeah.
And so we're basically serving them the things that they're more interested in, and that does tend to creep things up over time, which can make older brawlers feel like a little bit simple, a little bit boring. And once again, buffies help to kind of even the scale there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then back to the rarity question. I think, yeah, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think this is a really good point, that we haven't released super rare brawlers, and the biggest reason for that is basically to what Quinn pointed out, the complexity, and the complexity especially to shield new players from the said complexity, right? Because the more rare super rare brawlers we make, the more variety you're going to have early game, and the harder it's going to be for a new player to enter Brawl Stars, because you're going to see so many more different brawlers, there are going to be so many mechanics, you're going to be overwhelmed essentially. And that's why we don't really want to keep releasing these low rarity brawlers. It's not because we're greedy, Sal. It's because we really want players that come into Brawl to actually enjoy the game and not be
That's
overwhelmed.
actually, I think that's
Same
a reasonable
thing when
answer.
we look at rarities and the way we look at mechanics, oftentimes we define the rarity based on how complex a brawler mechanics are, right?
No, guys, that is actually a
taking Kaze,
reasonable
for
answer.
example, Kaze is an ultra legendary because the mechanics are extremely complex.
I just think with the
And
trophy
that was a
system, I don't know if
deliberate
it.
choice.
I mean,
and
yeah,
that's
I
basically
don't know.
how we've thought about rarities in the past, and probably how we're going to continue thinking about rarities.
And there's another layer to this question, which is like the economy. So rare and super rare brawlers cost less credits.
Yeah.
Legendary and ultra legendaries cost more credits. So isn't this another greedy sale moment? Also, no. So the main factor here is basically the player journey. So when you start Brawl Stars, it's important that you have you get a lot of brawlers quickly because we want you to be able to have control over who you main, right? But as you get into the middle of the experience, once you have a dozen brawlers or something, we actually want to slow down the experience a little bit. We still want you to be making regular progress, but we actually don't want to overwhelm you. That's a serious problem in games. If I gave you all of the brawlers at once, a new player, they'd be like, no, thanks. Right? And we also as a team, we really like increasing rewards over time. We actually really don't like taking rewards away from you. It's really painful, right?
Yeah.
And as we add more rewards into the system, we actually need something to sink those rewards into, right? So it's why we released a lot of mythics this year. It's because actually the rate of credit acquisition has increased, and it doesn't feel that good for most players when they go to fame, right? So that's the reason for the economic side.
And then
I mean, realistically,
there
we've
was
never had
another
an issue
part
with
of
a
it,
credit shortage in this
which
game in the
was,
first place, so I don't really know if this
would
matters.
it be nice for more simple concepts to be added, and then the comparisons between abilities? It doesn't make sense to me while we're also having increased mechanics just to feel special, right? So I think this goes back to kind of the novelty and surprise factor that I talked about earlier. If we release a brawler that has basically existing mechanics only, that's going to feel really lame. I don't think anyone would be interested in, Colt 2.0. It needs to have something that makes you go, whoa, this doesn't exist in Brawl, or this is a really cool reimagination of something. And of course, there are abilities that will kind of overlap when it comes to the mechanic itself, like invisibility or something like that. And I think that's needed, because if we only make new mechanics, the complexity creep is immense, right? Brawl will
Brass
have,
Crane,
500
do you think they
mechanics
should
and
add a rarity in between Mythic and Epic so there aren't 30 Mythic Brawlers over time? I think as long as they make it so you can actually get a specific Mythic Brawler you want, I don't actually think it matters. Genuinely, who cares if there's 100 Mythic Brawlers in the game or only 10, and they add an additional rarity? Does it matter? I don't really think so. As long as you can, I think the main issue that I foresee is, if you really want, let's say, Ollie in particular, but you can't get him because he's, stuck in the Star Road behind, 29 other Mythic Brawlers, that sucks. And they need to maybe take a look at fixing that. But if there's a lot of Mythic Brawlers, it doesn't really matter, honestly. It genuinely... I don't really see, personally, a problem, an inherent problem with power creep, or even, an overinflation of a certain rarity of brawlers. It's messy. How? Does it matter? I don't know. Why Doug Bro? It genuinely does it matter? And especially with how many credits you get, right? Even if they made every brawler mythic, it genuinely, they already do. It genuinely doesn't matter. You get so many credits, guys. I don't think a lack of brawlers anybody cares about it. It's the lack of resources to upgrade the brawlers that you get is the problem.
Don't know what's going on anymore. So we need to be really careful of. We need to make new brawlers feel special and unique, but also not overly complex just for the sake of feeling unique.
That's true. Although sometimes we have really creative members on the team that can creative their way out of this problem.
Yes.
So a great example is Finks. Finks is actually not that complex,
Yeah.
but the time slow ability is so cool.
Yeah.
That he exists now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think those are kind of the best solves we always try to look for, novelty, but not over complexity.
Yeah.
Right.
And I guess maybe in an ideal world where we would have infinite resources, maybe we could.
It does matter a
try
little
to
because
add every
banking
now and
credits
then
is much
one of
worse.
those
I don't really
simpler
see an issue with
brawlers to be added at the beginning of the game.
fame either.
But yeah, it's we need to.
I've
choose,
talked about this in
our
my
shots.
ultra legendary video,
And
but
to be honest,
if you're at the point where you're complaining about fame, you have every brawler
things,
unlocked,
I
and you're
can do
never gonna
something new
not
because,
have every
I-
brawler unlocked.
That's
You
what
realize
I
that,
chased
right?
when I got a new
Like,
brawler.
You're
but
always
I
gonna
think
have the
there's
newest
no
brawler
game,
unlocked.
Actually, no MOBA, no
You're
other
just
game
always
that,
gonna
has,
have it.
a set of
The new
heroes
early
that they
access
have
brawler
that
system
are unique.
and the amount of credits you get,
Right, even if you
you're
look,
always
Dota,
gonna
League
have
of
the newest
Legends, all
brawler.
of them have
It
some
doesn't
Doom
matter.
Or area
They don't need a
control.
bank for you.
It is super tough, and I think it's also good because it kind of has these abilities can resonate or can like be a nice combo for the kit of the brawler, right? So sometimes like yeah, it makes sense that the brawlers can also be invisible. Also because kit for the
Game is fine. Just feels bad to get credits from a legendary
being
drop.
a
Yeah,
box,
like
there's,
listen, if you have every brawler and you get credits, like that sucks.
fun reference
You
there.
know,
It's
like
the
fuck,
box
man.
from
I
Metal
use
Gear
the same. I don't
Solid,
care.
Yeah.
But also cats love
But,
card
like-
box. So, like,
Yes.
okay, that's a genius.
We had to
Like
do
even
it.
if they remove the credit, like the fame system, it wouldn't
I
change
just have
anything.
to
Or
mention
like if they
it
let you
that
bank
during
credits,
the upside
nothing would
showdown,
change. Like it wouldn't
that's
actually
when I
matter.
Finally
Guys,
saw
a credit
like,
bank,
how beauty,
It would just be you
the
having
beauty in the-
tens
in
of
the box
thousands of credits that
gadget.
don't do
How
anything.
Can you sneak?
Right, that
go
doesn't- it
to
doesn't
another
matter.
bus, so then you are not in the bus that they last saw you there. It's like,
Because you would spend it all on the newest
That's
brawler on
really
release,
good.
and
That's
then
making
what?
it
And then what do you do with the
annoying.
rest of the
Very
37,000
before.
credits? That's
Yeah.
still being
Like,
wasted.
Automatically great.
You would still feel
Yeah.
just as bad getting 1,000 credits
I
from a star
didn't
drop either
mention
way.
the name.
It doesn't matter whether it goes to
Obviously
fame or it's a
Secretary,
banked.
of course.
It doesn't matter.
Just a shout out to them. That's a hate comment
Okay.
that I picked just to show like that we're not escaping from any question,
Mhm.
but also it feel like a person who's like, I'll tell the truths that nobody's saying. But also I think I want to show like how when you're like too emotional, you're actually like driving away from the actual constructive feedback, because if you go through the questions here, we can answer like they are quite like shallow a bit. Like we can go through that just because like he asked and like there's a lot of upvotes, so like you're not ignoring,
Mhm.
but like there is not much to talk about because it's very it's more like accusations rather than questions. But let's go. Why? Well, actually, the first one is an actual question. Why are your
we're about to get to the hate
policies so
comments.
small? Definitely not industry standard. Other companies absolutely can offer refunds without banning accounts or putting on an insane number of negative resources on the account. They can also remove items of an account if accidentally purchased. You guys help chat run by an unhelpful A-bot that refuses to help.
So I'm going to give you basically a really boring answer.
Yeah.
It sounds like a really hard-hitting question, but the result is actually really boring.
Yeah.
So I guess skip if you don't want to hear a boring answer. Okay, so in terms of our refund policies and like, yeah, banning accounts. Okay, so let's talk about banning accounts. We do that very, very rarely. When that happens, it's when the item is like non-revocable. And then if the amount is like significant, then we will basically give that person an offer. Like, they want to close their account and get the refund, or do they want to not get the refund and keep their account? And then we
Close the
leave it up to them.
account? Wait, what are we
also
talking
will
about?
ban accounts when we've noticed fraudulent activity,
Yeah.
or if there's like some sort of refund abuse going on.
Yep.
In terms of, hold on, what's the next part?
The negative thing, I guess.
The negative thing. Oh, negative resources on an account. Right. So this is probably talking about our Brawlback
Yeah.
chargeback policy.
Yeah.
So when you, some people like will buy the Brawl Pass and then they'll get all the rewards from the pay tracks, and then they'll charge back the Brawl Pass on their credit card. So what happens in this case is that we will give them a negative gem balance equal to the value of the Brawl Pass. And then we also give them an offer which lets them remove that negative gem balance for the price of that item. And then we basically leave it up to the player. Like, do they want to keep the negative gems, or do they want to pay for the Brawl Pass? And the reason we go about this way is actually for several reasons. Like, one of them is like, just technically speaking, it would be really hard to claw back all of those resources because there's like so many different kinds of things that the Brawl Pass contains, right?
Yep.
Resources that could be spent on like power levels, and then how do you get those back, right? Titles, skins, all sorts of stuff, right? And it would also be like, even if we could develop this like really intricate
Skip it?
per user clawback, it would be probably buggy, and then it would be really hard for us.
So
to
wait, so
identify,
are they basically
like, what
saying
is
that
going
there's
wrong.
people who buy the
and
Brawl
then
Pass
also like there's a fairness
and then
issue, right? So like if
get
you
all
were
the
using
resources
this,
from the Brawl
you could
Pass and then
effectively
spend
rent
them, and then
cosmetics,
they
right? You
refund
could,
it,
like, have
and
the
then
Brawl
so they get a
Pass,
negative gem
you know,
balance, and then they
wear it in
complain
game,
on
and then
Twitter
be
that they
like,
have a
"Ah,
negative
I
gem
don't want
balance.
any
Is
more,
that what
charge
this is
back your
about?
credit card. So
Because I see a lot
all
of posts.
reason,
I remember seeing a lot of
that's
posts
why
that
we
were
have the
like,
negative gem offer.
"Oh,
And then the
I
final
refunded the
part
Brawl Pass and I have a
is the
negative gem
AI
offer. What the
balance,
fuck?
right.
This is bullshit."
So yeah, we don't use AI in
My
billing,
impression was that
and
they
this
didn't
question is
even
about billing, I
claim
think.
any of the resources or
Like,
something.
so in that case, there is like some pre-selected messages that you go through.
Is there?
and
Do they
that's just
talk
to
about like an
collect the
issue with
relevant
like?
data and figure out.
I mean,
like,
I don't know. Maybe
who to
that's not
send you
true.
to.
Maybe they're
And then
lying.
we send you to an agent for a manual, like
That's weird.
dealing with your account.
It
But you're
honestly
talking
probably
to a real
depends, like
person.
case by case.
We do use AI, but that's for our gameplay chatbot. So that one doesn't have any access to your account, but
They
it'll
give an
you
offer that's
gameplay
priced the
advice.
same as the Brawl Pass
And,
that gives the
like,
gems
I think
back.
that's actually just like
Oh.
kind of nice to have. Like I don't think there's any real issues with that.
Yeah, and of course, like there are multiple ways that like
Yeah, the other thing is like when you donate a Brawl Pass and you can
could be like,
refund it, like
it
that
happens
seems a
that
little bit
some
fucked. I don't
some
know.
kids get the credit card of the parents see a purchase that they haven't made, they ask the bank to
Weird.
retract that purchase, and then the game detects that, and then it kind of like charge back what is the expression?
Chargeback. Yeah.
Charge back the gems or the value of the pass in your account. It could be that like a person who thought it was a friend gave you a Brawl Pass and scams you, and then he asked for refunds, so like it actually takes from your account. So like there's a multitude of options that it doesn't always require the owner of the account to go to support and ask for a refund. So like usually they don't ask for a refund. I think like if like it was a real mistake, it's fine. But there's like if you buy something that has like way more value than the actual money that you put in, then there's like this chargeback mechanic that we have in the game. Why does every update have to introduce a new cash grab? Is a monthly subscription not
Okay.
enough?
There we go.
Actually, why does every update have to introduce a new cash grab? Is a monthly subscription not enough? Actually, I would like to say that like if you think like Brawl Stars as, for example, Netflix, to access Netflix, everyone has to subscribe. If every player we had pay for the Brawl Pass, yes, we would be fine.
And to be fair, we are fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we are a business. Like
Yeah.
we're not a nonprofit. Oh, also just about this question. Like,
Yeah.
we're actually happy to answer any question that you have. Like,
Yeah.
as hard hitting as you can, that's fine. But only if it's specific, right?
Yeah.
Like I actually don't know what he means by cash grab. Like there's a
Yeah.
bunch of things it could be. Like maybe it's like he has an issue with in-app purchases,
Yeah.
or like maybe it's when we have collab events, like you can buy waffles for gems. It could be any number of things. Like if you're specific, we will give you an answer. But if you're not specific, then like we don't know how to give you an answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just like still saying about like the monthly subscription,
Mhm.
yeah, like if everyone would buy the Brawl Pass, we would be like super happy. And like I think the percentage of people who buy Brawl Pass, I'm trying to do like a math on my head, so it'll be probably off. So you correct me. But I think from the revenue we got on the day one from with the DAU, is it like less than 1%, isn't it?
Oh geez, I haven't looked at this recently. Okay, so I think well, and I don't think we want to say exactly how many
Yeah.
people spend money on the game, but like normally we look at the percentage,
Yeah.
but it's like yeah. It's a good
1%?
amount of people, but most people are free to play. Like the
Yeah.
vast
Yeah,
majority of people are
vast.
free to
Sorry,
play.
did you say 1% of
but
people
I
spend
mean,
on the Brawl
oh,
Pass?
geez.
From with the DAU, but I think from the revenue we got on the day one from with the DAU, is it like less than 1%, isn't it?
Oh geez, I haven't
Less
looked
than
at
a
this
percent?
recently. Oh geez.
Wait, what is
So
this
you
saying?
correct me. Percentage of people who buy Brawl Pass, I'm trying to do like a math on my head, so it'll be probably off. So you correct me. But I
Wow,
think from the
okay.
revenue we got on the day one from with the DAU, is it like less than 1%, isn't it?
On the game, but a good amount of people, but most people are free to play. Like the
Yeah.
vast
Yeah,
majority of people are
vast
free to play.
majority.
Yeah,
But like vast 90% top, right? It's not.
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Then why are you still using RNG systems for things like records and especially Buffy?
I think that's of the daily active users, yeah.
System. We kind of touched on that already.
not sure.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, we tried. We tried for 3 actually update cycles.
Guys,
Masteries
you're in
and
the
Blink, they were all
1%.
permitted.
Yes,
We
finally,
tried.
you
We
guys
kinda
are in the
touched on
1% of
that already,
something.
records and
Let's
especially
go.
Buffys. Not everything needs a gacha system. We kind of touched on that already.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, we tried.
The
We
percent
tried.
of
For
revenue from
3
day one is
actually
less than 1%.
update
I don't really know what that.
cycles,
Yeah,
Masters and Link
I don't
tried.
actually know what the percent of revenue from day one. I don't know what that means.
We kind of touched on that
Is that like the people who buy the first day of the Brawl Pass, or like I don't know, revenue percentage? I don't even know what that means.
already. Records and especially Buffys. Not everything needs a gacha system. We kind of touched on that already.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we tried. We tried for 3.
Oh, like
actually
the Brawl
update
Pass
cycles,
makes up
Masters and
less
Blink,
than a
they were all
percent
deterministic,
of
and
their
it didn't help.
total
actually,
revenue?
Maybe I can add
Is that-
one
I-
more
I don't
kind
even
of
know.
view on this, which is that so we do offer direct rewards, and
Yeah.
we also get a lot of, I guess like pushback, but also just like lack of engagement often when we do that. So, and it's really interesting the reason for it. So let's say we offer you 100 coins, right? Well, some players actually don't need 100 coins right now. They want power points, or they want bling, or they want something else, right? But when we offer you a star drop, actually that appeals to more people more often because it might have the thing that
Yeah.
they want, right? And so like especially like if you're like going to change your play habits based on a resource that you don't want, then you just don't play, right?
Yeah.
Whereas like if there's a chance, then you do. Yeah, so that's another angle.
Yeah, and actually, like, well, there was a designer before you. I think you actually replaced him. Yeah, he was working on the Brawl Pass, and then we were talking the economy or like rebalancing the new Brawl Pass that he was also working when we had the Destroy Road, and then he put like super rare star drops in the pass as like buffing it, and then I said like, no, remove that, because like it is mathematically better, but you remove all the hope from opening a star drop, like, because then you guarantee a super rare reward as opposed like a normal star drop that it can be better.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thankfully you didn't go with the super rare star drops in the
You're
past.
right.
Why do you have to
Imagine if you
gaslight
left
players
open tabs you
with
didn't
things
want to
like
stream to
Masters
see?
weren't popular?
I
so
would
we're
never
replacing
have
them
that
with
on my
records.
fucking
We all know the
PC,
truth.
bro. I would do that on my
So yeah,
phone.
popular is an interesting word because it's a
Boot
little
on
bit
my
vague.
PC,
Yeah.
bro.
Like, and we like to
Truth. Weren't popular.
what? Oh, wait, why do you
have to
gaslight-
gaslight players with things like,
with things like
Masters
Masters?
weren't popular, so we are replacing them with records?
Dude, okay, that's actually that's such a Reddit comment. Why do you have to gaslight players with things like Masters weren't popular, so we're replacing them with records? We all know the truth. Oh
the truth.
man.
So yeah, popular is an interesting word because it's a little bit vague.
Yeah.
Like, and we like to be specific.
Jesus,
because like
bro.
we basically make better decisions when we're specific, right? So popular could mean sentiment, like, and masters are definitely great for sentiment.
Yeah.
Are they popular in terms of engagement or playtime? No, they are not. Right. So there's a distinction there.
Yeah, we talk about that in the first question
Yeah.
also. What do you have to say to those who say you are losing players because you're not honest with them, because you guys gaslight them, because you nickel and dime them every
Well,
update
the
with
metrics
new
are looking
gacha,
good
and you
though.
remove popular
Guys, the
features and
more
replace them
gaslighting and
with
lying, the
unpopular
better the
ones.
metrics.
Well, I guess like for records, fair argument.
And to be clear, like,
Yeah.
I'll say this again and again, our mission is to grow Brawl, and we never want to take a popular feature and
Yeah.
replace it with an unpopular one, because that's against our goal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That being said, we don't always get it right.
Yeah.
And then there's one thing that we do in a bold way compared to other games out there is like we rarely A/B test these changes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Basically
Wait,
because of
what?
the community. And like there's other reasons,
Yeah.
but it's like people would hate, like half of the players would stay
Oh,
having masteries, and then
Yeah.
some would have records. Like then the
Yeah.
uproar would be massive. Now.
And that will be like a super, what is it? Smart way to do it. Like it will be super effective, right? We will know guaranteed before releasing to everyone that if it's performatic or not.
Yeah.
But then like one thing that he also mentioned, the honest, like we don't need to be doing this podcast. Like these guys have other jobs, and I drag them here to talk about how to be transparent about the things we do and like our opinions.
you know
on
what's
the
actually
thing.
crazy
It's
to
like
think about
that sh-
is like guys, this exact, what is it? This exact thing, I think, when they talked about the impact that Masteries had on the game and like why they have RNG in the game, and like these are all things that they've already talked about in previous time to explain podcasts, but the same question always gets asked, and the same people always have the same, like, where is
Going to
it?
change your play habit.
players, we all know.
Like these same people always have the same things to say. Like, why are you gaslighting players saying that Masters weren't popular? We all know the truth. Like, bro, what truth? The truth is that they fucking sucked, and then it got worse. But that doesn't mean the Masters were like a goated mechanic that like that everybody loves. Clearly, and then they've already talked about this when they removed it. Like, I don't know. Like, no matter how transparent they are, clearly this is not reaching the audience. Like here, it's like, you know, you're losing players because you're not honest with them. I mean, they like, I don't know. It looks like the honesty isn't working. The honesty isn't working. Please, we need more lying.
Then every update with new gacha, and you remove popular features and replace them with unpopular ones. Well, I guess like.
Oh, is this the same
for
guy,
records,
Gamer by Day?
fair argument.
Or wait, no, is Gamer by Day like? Did they anonymize the questions,
what
or is
do you
that
have
like
to say
his
to
actual
those
username?
to those who say
That's
you're
crazy.
losing players because you're not honest with them, because you guys gaslight them, because you nickel and dime then every update with new gacha, and you remove popular features and replace them with unpopular ones. Well, I guess like for records, fair argument.
And to be clear, like
Yeah.
I'll say this again and again, our mission is to grow Brawl, and we never want to take a popular feature and
Yeah.
replace it with an unpopular one, because that's against our goal, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That being said, we don't always get it right.
Yeah.
And then there's one thing that we
Oh, I
we
think
do
I already
in
watched
a
it.
bold way compared to this would have.
But then like one thing that he also mentioned, the honest, like we don't need to be doing this podcast. Like these guys have other jobs, and I drag them here to talk about how to be
Oh yeah, guys,
transparent
don't
about the
hunt
things we
down
do
people
and, like,
that
our,
post questions. By the way,
opinions on the things.
I think it's
like,
honestly very
that
brave of
should
them
be
to
enough
ask questions. Like I
that,
think that's a good
not
thing. Don't
many
like try
companies
to
do it, right? Like
get
if you see
people for
another
asking
company that does the
questions.
same,
It's
like
not-
talk
it's not a-
openly
I don't wanna
about
encourage
their
any witch hunting
development, the
behavior
economy
here.
and everything. Let me know, because I want to learn from them. But I think we are the first ones that are very open about our business.
And just maybe piggyback on that, like whenever we talk about something here, we are trying to be literally as transparent and honest as possible. But then it's also fine for you guys to disagree.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And that is fine as well. We just
Yeah.
want to let you guys know, where is our thinking coming from? What do we believe? You don't have to believe the same thing, or you don't have to agree with us. But at least then you know why,
yeah.
right? And we're not here telling you other reasons. We're telling you our actual reasons, right? And if you want to disagree, fine.
Yeah.
That's all good.
And in terms of like, I guess this question, like everyone on the Brawl team is incredibly passionate about Brawl, and we all work as hard as we can to make Brawl better. Right? That is where the place that we're coming from, right? So like, yeah, in terms of like the nickel and diming thing, like I don't really think that's true.
Yeah.
Like I don't think we nickel and dime players. Like we do often like work towards revenue. Like for instance, we just redid the Brawl Pass, right? But the way that we do that is that we want to get a small amount of money from a lot of people,
Yeah.
right? Like we monetize wide rather than deep. Like, cause like every game has to make money, and you have to decide what's your strategy. And yeah, we basically monetize wide, right? And so like when we do go after revenue, like we don't try and gaslight you. We're super straightforward about it, and we try and offer you better value. And like we definitely do in the new Brawl Pass.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think like also like for like coming back to the Buffy's price, like now because of their cost, because
I actually don't think that's true.
let me know, because I want to learn.
To be honest as well. But we're
Is incredibly passionate about coming from, right? So like, yeah, in terms of like the nickel and diming thing, like I don't really think that's true.
Yeah.
Like I don't think we nickel and dime players. Like we do often like work towards revenue. Like for instance, we just redid the Brawl Pass, right? But the way that we do that is that we want to get a small amount of money from a lot of people,
Yeah.
right? Like we monetize wide rather than deep. Like,
Okay.
because like every game has to make money, and you have to decide what's
This
your
is
strategy.
this will
And
take too
yeah,
much
we
time to
basically
explain,
monetize
but I
wide,
think
right? And
I think Quinn might be kind of missing this point a little bit. I'm not gonna. I can't explain it here because honestly, it's something that I would need to like actually write down for me to really get my thoughts across. But the short answer is, I think every mobile game that has a free-to-play system is currently doing a nickel and diming strategy. That's basically, I think, inherent to the free-to-play model. Is you intentionally limit and make the player experience worse to encourage them to spend more. And so when he's talking about like we don't nickel and dime, we monetize wide, like I mean he's basically, you are saying, I mean like Quinn is basically saying we don't monetize any particular, like a small subset of the players super harshly and try to nickel and dime them for everything they have. He's saying we just try to monetize everybody together, but it's like the point isn't so much what group you're targeting. The point is that the just the monetization model in general is what this player, I think, is unhappy with, of having a
What do you have to say to those who,
a free to play
those
game
who say you are losing
that
players because
that charges money, and this guy's not happy with that. Again, this is a lost cause in terms of like there's no way to monetize a free to play game without nickel and diming in a sense. But also it's, especially on mobile, I guess I should clarify, on mobile it's just not really like feasible. But I don't know.
like coming back to the Buffy's price, like now because of their cost, because of their RNG, it gave us so much room for live events, or not live events, like community events, or like the things that we do, like that. For, like, I think like
something?
also like for like coming back to the Buffy's price, like now because of their cost, because of their RNG, it gave us so much room for live events, or not live events, like community events, or like the things that we do, like that inject more resources. Because like the most praised event that we ever had was the 100 star drops, right? And then at that time we had the freedom to do those things. And before Buffy's, we didn't, because our economy was already growing and wallets were being inflated. Like, so people had a lot of resources, they didn't have goals.
Yeah.
So we couldn't do like a massive event. And now we can.
Absolutely. And actually related to this, like, so Brawl has been on a bit of a decline this year. And I guess for context, like last year we were like absolutely huge, right? We were like #1 in many points. So like, it's hard to maintain that, right?
Yeah.
And we have come down from that. And we've been reflecting a lot on like what is the reason for that. And we think that basically the reason is because of how players interact with Brawl. So most players, they only play about a dozen brawlers regularly, and maybe less, right? And so when
That's
those
true.
players
I
have
think
those
that's probably
brawlers
true.
maxed out, we found that they're basically like less excited by the game. They're less motivated to open their star drops, collect rewards. And so the game becomes less sticky, right? And that's kind of been the biggest headwind that we faced in this last year, right? Because hypercharges came
LE
out
burp, thank
2
you.
years ago. We released a whole batch of them in the first year, and now is the second half. And the second half is always less exciting than the first half, right?
Yeah.
And so basically with Buffy's, that is like, I guess, changing the trend, right? And that's actually really good for the growth of the game. And so I'm feeling like really optimistic.
I would like to also add
Yeah.
something like Quinn just mentioned.
Wait,
Like
sorry?
less excited by the game, has been on a bit of a decline this year. And I guess for context, like last year we were like absolutely huge, right? We were like #1 in many points. So reflecting a lot on like what is the reason for that, and maybe less, right? And so when those players have those brawlers maxed out, we found that they're basically like less excited by the game. They're less motivated to open their star drops, collect rewards, and so the game becomes less sticky, right? And that's kind of been the biggest headwind that we faced in this last year, right? Because hypercharges came out 2 years ago. We released a whole batch of them in the first year, and now is the second half. And the second half is always less exciting than the first half, right? And so basically with Buffy's, that is like, I guess, changing the trend, right? And that's actually
How is Buffy's changing that trend? Are we not basically like if the second half is less exciting, are we not setting ourselves up to make the second half of the 4-year rollout like what is he saying?
really
How is
good
the trend
for the
changing?
growth of the game. And so I'm feeling like really optimistic.
The pace of the release.
I would like to also add something like Quinn just mentioned, like we are in a little bit of a decline now. And yeah, like still compared to how we were doing like 4 years ago, we are doing great.
We should show a DAU.
Yeah, we should. We have some graphs.
Oh, we have it on this as well? Okay.
We do.
Awesome.
A little farther. Yeah, okay, so we're going to show you 3 versions
Okay.
because you can use graphs to tell a story, and
Yeah.
depending on where you cut off the graph, it tells a very different
Oh,
story.
thanks for the
Let's
7
finish.
Oh,
rate
yes,
box
yeah,
in your
I mean,
mouth.
basically, it's like I know that online everyone is looking for the headline that is clickbaiting in a way, no? And yeah, it's very easy to once there's like words out there like they are not doing as good as they were doing, they are dying, and it's like, well, we are not actually dying. Like we are way better than we were like years ago. So if we didn't die back then,
Show the
definitely
graph.
we are not dying now.
That's
So-
true.
He's not showing.
This dead game, so in November, during Stranger Things, we had over 1 billion runs in Upside Showdown. So
Yeah.
just, for context.
Sounds pretty dead to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like the whole life cycle of the games, like from release. You can see like the lowest we ever got. That's the Mastery and Bling update, and then right after like this small climb up and
Oh, wait, interesting. This is okay. The daily active users, bro. Look, we have a daily active users graph. You cannot find this data anywhere online. It's all the estimates that they have on Sensor Tower, guys, is actually so off. Like any type of website that says activeplayers.io on it, like a .io, that's all fake. They literally make those numbers up. It's completely bullshit numbers. And anything that someone says about Google Trends is also not an accurate number. This is an actual data. Okay, cool. So we actually can compare even before global release. Wait, no, was global release 2020 or 2018? Am I fucking stupid? I don't remember. I don't remember. But like we can see from 2019 to 2026. Holy shit. Cool. Global is 2018 December. Okay, yeah. So this is since global then. And we can see or actually even before global a little bit, but we can see the changes. You know what I will say? A lot of people saying that Brawl is dead, or I guess yeah, that's saying Brawl is dead. Is I think especially on YouTube and like YouTubers that look at their metrics going down and see that like, oh shit, Brawl Stars is cooked. Okay, the game is dying. I am getting no viewers compared to what I was before. It's very interesting to see that, like, comparing the viewership numbers though from 2023 to 2026, looks like, if this is a zeroed graph, it looks like we've actually doubled or more than doubled our player count of daily active users. We went from I guess 2 bars to 4.5 bars here, maybe 5. So we've potentially more than doubled the daily active users, but viewership on YouTube I think has dropped off by a lot, which is actually very interesting. Yeah, 2023 Brawl on YouTube was popping off. On like today though, like the numbers are very, very, very bad compared to what they were 2 years ago, but the actual daily active players is much higher, which is actually very interesting. Yeah, I think this might be a YouTuber cope, guys. This might be the craziest YouTuber cope of all time. They see their metrics are doing bad and they're like, it's over. Yeah, I don't know. Crazy. What causes massive rise? So I believe gambling was added right around here. And hypercharges and gambling was added right around this period. And with the gambling, they did a bunch of community events that got everybody to play the game. And then bang. That's basically it. That's why do you think they farmed community events so much? Is because literally this rise is the reason, by the way. Is why they kept doing community events. People kept complaining, but like the community events were goated. I have to pee really bad. I've been holding this in. My bladder is about to burst. Give me a second. I'll be right back. One moment. Okay. I'm sorry. I know. Oh, Bedlam, you have to pee. Why are you peeing? Oh, piss gross. It's because I'm about to fucking burst. Oh, holy. Dude, I think I actually just pumped a liter out, guys. Oh my god. You could probably fit a 10-pound baby in my hollowed out bladder. That was so much piss. Oh my god. Whew. Straight up a torrential rain in there, bro. I felt like Kyogre. Anyways. Are your pants wet? I wiped my hands after I washed them on my pants. Yeah, that guys, I actually spent I think it was a speed run in time spent walking to the bathroom and world record in how much time I spent.
That was like
oh shit.
When we stopped actually.
Wait guys, look, you can literally see, look, they have look at this, guys. Someone asked like when like what causes big spike. Look, you can literally see they annotated it. This was the Star Drops update. This was the Hypercharge update. Bang, bro.
Declining when they start like flattening out.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, if you go back to 2 years ago, because we've been doing a lot of reflection as to like what
is-
caused that gigantic increase. So it was like hypercharges were released.
Here.
Oh yeah. Hypercharges
Bang,
were released
bro.
in
Yeah, just one of them.
September 2022.
There's only a single
No,
Bang Bro here.
2023.
But it was star drops and hypercharges, no? Like back to back.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
So then it was, I think star drops were June, July. I
Mhm.
think it's maybe August or.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And then the Brawl Pass,
Yeah.
where we switched it to real money.
That was December 2023. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That was the foundation, and then the big growth.
Actually,
happened.
that's a kind of an interesting thing. I believe this was when they made it so... Wait, was this when they made it so you can't buy the Brawl Pass for gems anymore? Guys, people still say it. I miss when Brawl Stars... They should bring back when Brawl Stars was... when the Brawl Pass was bought for with gems. Was this when they made that change? I think it was, right? Yeah, because before it was a 2-month season with the Brawl Pass.
happened with the Masteries, the 100 Star Drops community event, and then Godzilla is when it went really bananas. Yeah.
Bananas.
So yeah, this is the whole life cycle.
Brawl
So you
Pass
can
for
see
gems
that
is
we're
way
doing
better.
quite well.
I totally disagree with you, but I understand why you say that. But you're actually like every single way you look at it, that's actually not true. Besides, I guess getting the titles and cosmetics. If you care about cosmetics and titles, then I guess sure. But I get from the perspective of a resource amount, they buffed the Brawl Pass, the free pass when they buffed free to play progression when they made it no longer able to be purchasable for gems.
Well, currently relative to our entire life cycle, and then you can show 2025, which is much more sad face. But then we can also show you the last 3 months, and so
Wait.
this is 25.
Oh, this is just
currently
for the
relative
year.
to
They
our
sliced
entire
this
life cycle,
and spread it out,
and
I
then
see.
you can show 2025, which is much more sad face. But then we can also show you the last 3 months. And so this is looking a little bit more hopeful. Like you can see that when Buffies were released near the end there, that it's starting to climb again. So it's still
okay.
early days, but
I mean-
continuing story.
For people who listen
Kinda hard
on
to
Spotify or
say,
other things,
but
we're actually showing graphs,
maybe.
visual graphs. So maybe you want to jump on the video and see what we're talking
Good
about.
point.
like this could be like we could move ourselves back 2 months and be saying the same thing, but then it didn't actually make a long-term change, right? Like we can't make a really big judgment out of this yet.
Nice cue.
The Rio Krazuki. Why the fallback rewards are so bad? 1,000 coins for hypercharge, 1,000 bling for a hypercharge skin.
I find this question really interesting, this topic. So, okay, what would you rather have? Would you rather have a hypercharge, a random hypercharge?
Pedlam's glowing coal is better with gems. All right, bro. Coincides with Winter Break where people are more free. Actually, it's actually the opposite. I believe Brawl is more popular in school amongst people who are playing in class instead of doing their work. Now that phones are being banned more in schools, that might actually not be true anymore, but I actually think on break is when Brawl historically has done the worst. Like summer break has always been very bad for Brawl Stars historically. Same thing with winter breaks. Those are actually when Brawl Stars does the worst in terms of player count. I know that for sure.
To level up a brawler, because you can use 5,000 coins. Okay, what would you rather have? Would you rather have a hypercharge, a random hypercharge, or 5,000 coins?
It's a good question.
5,000.
5,000 coins.
5,000 coins,
Yeah.
because you can use coins on anything, right? You could use it on a specific hypercharge, or you could use it to level up a brawler or a star power. It's flexible, right? So it's clearly better.
Yeah.
Would you rather have a random hypercharge or 4,000 coins?
4,000 coins.
4,000 coins.
4,000 coins, because as we talked about, most players, they only play a dozen brawlers, right? Those are the brawlers they want to level up, right? If I get a random hypercharge, there's 99 brawlers in the game, right? What are the odds that I'm going to get the hypercharge that I actually need? Actually super low, right? So you should take the coins. And actually, like, to have it be balanced where it's a hard decision, it's pretty close to 1,000, right? In terms of like getting something that you actually want right now. Yeah, so that's the kind of the reason for it.
Yeah.
I see. So like, otherwise you will always pick the coins. Like,
Always
no,
pick
they
the
gave me a
coin.
hypercharge. I wish I had the fallback.
Yeah.
That's a very
And the reason
interesting.
that like we want to give you a random hypercharge is
Okay.
again because it's really easy to get stuck in a rut in the game, where like you're always playing the same brawler, and the game starts to get boring. And when we give you a hypercharge, it's like kind of like a push for you to try something different, right?
Yep.
And that's actually really good for your experience.
Guys, I totally thought they were gonna go down the route of saying, well, if you're getting a hypercharge fallback, you already have all of them, so it doesn't really matter. But he went the route of arguing basically that the ability to choose the resources somehow is a value that more than makes up for the fact that it's 5 times less in terms of the actual resource. That's very interesting. I think that makes sense, like at its core, that I guess having a lesser raw resource amount is, I guess, probably fair as a fallback for getting a higher value but random reward. Like a random hypercharge is not, I guess, actually worth 5,000 coins from that perspective. But I also don't. I think 1,000 coins does just. I mean, he says it's like about the point where it's about equal. But I don't know. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. 2,000 is good for me. Well, yeah, I'm not. The exact cutoffs there, right? I don't know how he's exactly determining that, but that's an interesting argument.
Experience in the long term.
Yeah, and it's also exciting, like, because even the 5,000 coins is obviously not obviously. But
I would pay 2,000 coins for a random hyper all day.
Like,
would you really?
There is 5,000 coins in the shop right
Maybe.
now, as
I
opposed
don't
to
know.
there's a free hypercharge in the shop right now. The free hypercharge gets the news, right? It's the thing that people, let's go. Like there is the anticipation of what you can get.
Yeah.
Even though the other one is better, you can choose what you want. Like
Yeah, and like so much of the feel of the game is done
That's
by
actually
Gon,
true, though.
who works
What
on
Danny
things
just
like
said,
this, you know,
that getting
because, like,
5,000
the
coins in the shop
excitement is
versus
all
getting
in
a
the
hypercharge in the shop is
presentation,
actually
you know?
not as exciting. Man, raw. I
I
guess
thought you were
flat
gonna say
resources
something.
is just
No,
not. Guys, gambling is
Like,
too much
I have
fun.
Like yesterday,
Gambling
I
is just
opened,
too good, bro.
An hypercharge, like a
What?
random hypercharge
Yeah.
starter coming
sucks.
from the login
Yeah.
calendar. It happens now that finally I have all the hypercharges in the game. I mean, it's taken me a while. I've been playing for more than 5 years, and then I got the coins. And then I was like, yes, because I was like, I didn't know if I actually had all
I
the
can get a
hypercharges.
Buffy now.
And it's like, who I'm gonna get? Like, I actually don't need any hypercharges. And then I was like, ooh, this is like Buffy material, you know?
That's awesome.
Okay.
Large brook trout. Are you going to slow down on brawlers after 100, or have any plans of stopping and just refining what you have?
Great question. Yeah, I think this is a very deep philosophical question even. I think there's 2 parts to this. I think first off, if we have any plans of stopping or just refining what you have. I don't think that's an either or question. I believe we can release brawlers and refine what we have simultaneously, which what we're basically doing with buffies and so forth. So are we going to slow down on brawlers after 100? I don't know, to be honest. We have done a lot of thinking on this. We have looked at, of course, other benchmark games. We have looked at what is the optimal number? When do we see diminishing returns? The matter of the fact right now is the most exciting games, one of the most exciting games for anyone to play the game is when a new brawler comes out. And we haven't seen real diminishing returns of that. So until we see a good reason to slow down, which is, our brawlers, no matter how awesome we make them, people are not interested anymore. If that happens, yes, absolutely, we would slow down. But we haven't seen any signs of that happening.
You know
And I
what's
think it would
actually
be a
kind of
mistake at
dangerous
this
though
point.
about this? I think what he's saying, what Adrian is saying, makes sense. Is they basically aren't. There's no reason for them to slow down on new brawler releases because there's not like a great, I guess, like they're looking at other games and they're not seeing like any diminishing returns every time they release a new brawler. And like other games have, like League of Legends I think has like 150 champions, right? Like it's not a bad. It's not like the game is worse when it has 100 brawlers per se, but if there is some hypothetical or theoretical point where the amount of brawlers is actually detrimental to the game, you're already past the point of no return. So I think only going off of the metrics might actually lead. It's risky in the sense that there could be something down the line where it's like in theory, like what if at like some like 150 brawler mark, it's just stuff starts feeling really bad for new players, for example. Like would you be able to find that in the metrics and catch it at that point? Like I don't know.
Slow down before we see that happening.
Absolutely. And then there's also the question of like how many brawlers before you can't keep track of them all.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
But I don't think we're anywhere close to that yet.
No.
Like I don't know, I love Pokemon. The
Yeah.
first Pokemon game launched with 150, right?
Yep.
So maybe when we get to 150, then we should start having this conversation about like, okay, are we crossing into
Yeah.
too many?
Yep.
But like, no, that's a ways off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I
Which-
mean, it's yes. I guess that
I don't know. I think Brawl Stars could honestly have.
a point where we should slow down. Yes, absolutely. Do we know where that is?
Well-
No, not really.
Yeah, but
But-
definitely we are not there.
Yeah, I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
but
That's
we're
actually
not
really.
there
I don't
yet.
know.
Based on
That's-
Pokemon, it's after 150.
Yeah,
Because
so
I
it was
don't know anyone after 150.
Yeah, I remember when I joined
Pokemon
this
is a
team,
little
like,
different
I
from
did have that
brawlers,
concern
but
because
Yeah.
in
I
a
understand
way,
what he's saying.
Yeah,
I guess I
It's
was
strange.
still learning the brawlers, and back then it was like 40 or something like that, or even less.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Actually-
when I was imagining more and more.
Well,
I
hold
was
on,
still
guys.
gonna be
The
like
Pokemon example is
user
honestly not even that
experience
bad.
issue.
Because,
But yeah,
like,
the truth
in
is, it's actually
Pokemon,
not.
you have teams of Pokemon.
I guess
In Brawler Stars, you have pools of brawlers.
how we
Like,
do
you have a
the
brawler pool of
matchmaking
brawlers that you
also
play.
helps, like in terms of like
And then,
you
like
actually don't
Pokemon, you have to
really
know
need
the
to
specific
all the details of all
niche
the brawlers that you are
knowledge
facing
of
or
every
you are playing
Pokemon
with.
to be, like,
That's
competitively,
what keeps things interesting.
I
Yeah,
guess,
and there is an issue with
viable
the
to
player journey.
compete.
We think, which is that like when you join Brawl right now, we throw you into a
Interesting.
like.
It's not.
100
It's not the
brawler
worst
meta, right?
example.
And like you shouldn't have to learn.
I
100
think it
brawlers at
actually
once.
kinda
Like,
makes
that's not a
sense.
good experience. It should be fed to you better,
Mm.
and right now it's not. So you right.
Yeah.
And like you shouldn't have to learn 100 brawlers at once. Like
Yeah.
that's not a good experience. It should
Oh,
be
yeah.
drip
I
fed to
agree with
you
this too.
better,
Mm.
and right now it's not. So
150 includes Evo lines and shit. That's mons that don't get
From
play.
Pufoka.
That's true, but
Are
like
you-
Not Dex, for
actually,
example,
as
on
long
Pokemon
as-
Showdown
as
is
a long,
still a
time
fairly
player,
popular.
The game feels
like
like, a
ladder.
chore now. It feels like
People
you
still
have
play OU.
taken all the
So true,
enjoyment
getting
out
off
of
on
it.
Pokemon.
You
Right?
guys play the game, and if so, are you happy with
Like,
the...
guys, I think like 1,000 Pokemon. I probably know all of them by name, and I don't even play the game. I just know all of them, and I know which ones do what because I have a general idea of their stats too. That's just because I'm a general like fan of Pokemon and I know of it, and somehow I still know all the Pokemon.
enjoyment out of it?
It's,
Do you
it's
guys
kind of weird.
play the game?
I know all the type
and if
chart.
so,
Like it's
are you happy with the where the things are at where the things are? Like it's talking about the state of the game right now.
It's a very broad question. I think maybe we can all give our take on this.
Mhm.
I think first off, yes, absolutely, we play the game. We play the game tons. Of course, some people play it less, some people play it more, and it goes in waves, so just like normal players. And I think the fact that it feels like a chore to you, I think that's an interesting observation because I think for a lot of us, it definitely is the opposite, where we kind of go to Brawl when we have some time and we want to just have some time to relax. It's not something we feel we have to do. And I don't think we ever want the game to feel like a chore. That is not what we're trying to do. It feels like you've taken all the enjoyment out of it. This is very non-specific. I would love to understand more like what this refers to. I think what, again, we're trying to do all
what
the time
this
is the
refers
opposite.
to is actually something I talked about earlier. Like I said, Brawl Stars is talking about all the stuff about how their metrics are doing better, but what I think a lot of players feel is that even though they're playing the game, they are not having as much fun with it. It's somehow like they feel this desire to play more, even though they're having less fun. It's like they're actively engaging with something that is bringing them misery, which is like it's very sad if you think about it, because it's kind of in a way parallels like a drug addiction or some kind of like behavioral disorder where people are spending more time on something that makes them less happy. I think that kind of goes into like ethical game design versus a profitable game design. And I think Brawl Stars, they're chasing more and more daily active users and lower churn and better retention. And it's all just stuff that, like, you know, monetization wise and metrics wise, all this looks great. Like the game is doing great. The game is awesome. But in terms of actual player happiness and enjoyment, like, you assume that players would only play a game more if they are having more fun. But I don't actually know if that's always true. And it's very... I think it's very interesting to hear a lot more endgame players say, I don't enjoy playing the game, but I still force myself to. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
which is, hey, here's new cool stuff you can play with. Here's new cool brawlers, features, game modes.
I'm happy playing with my friends. Yeah, like I play with my friends when I have a good enough time.
Are we happy where things are?
I have
at?
one
So
friend in
this,
my friend group
I think
though,
is the most
who's
maybe specific question we can all
playing
give our
with
take on
Buzz,
that.
and
I
he's
think
always
for
like, I
me,
hate Brawl,
I'm very
but I only
happy
play
with a
because
lot
you
of
guys
the
make
things
me.
in the game, and I'm very unhappy with some other things. So like we just talked about records, for example. I'm not happy where we are with records, but I'm confident that we will have a good solution for that. I am happy with some of the buffies we released on launch, not all of them, for example, from a balancing perspective. So I think it's a more nuanced question than are we happy or not with the game. I think overwhelmingly positive, yes. Are we happy with everything? Absolutely no.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I can go. Yeah, I mean, I play the game a lot. Am I happy? Okay, so I think in many ways, Brawl is in a stronger state than it's ever been in. So, like, let me give you some concrete examples. Like, the Stranger Things event was super fun.
Yeah.
Upside Showdown was so fresh.
Yeah.
Brawloween, super nice. In terms of just every day playing the game, I think the daily play is feeling really good right now.
Yeah.
Mega quests, I'm really enjoying them.
Yeah.
Like consistent rewards, consistent progress. So all that, like the base of Brawl is actually really good. But in terms of like whether I'm happy, like I think we all have greater ambitions for Brawl than where it's currently at.
Yep.
And like in that sense, I'm not happy. Like I'm not satisfied. Like there's still so much more work to do. So
Yeah. I play a lot. Definitely, maybe the time I had played the most this game has been during the Stranger Things event.
Yeah, me too.
I went nuts. like I had like this absurd objective of trying to get like as many different brawlers to get a run. No, not even trying like a perfect run. I was close once, but yeah. But yeah, like I guess after that, like maybe I'm still playing a lot, and definitely the buffies have helped to compensate like this. I'm missing the upside down actually. But yeah, am I happy with the game? Like, yes, but definitely there's things that we are always seeing as a potential improvement that we could do, and there's things that in a way have been there for a long time. Let's say this long time request of can we improve how the pins are handled in the game? No, like can we provide more pins to be used during a battle or things like that? Definitely, that's something I'm not happy with, and I'm not happy with the fact that it's not there yet. Like, and that change. But yeah, like definitely is something that
Upside Showdown was fun.
consider as, like, a
I was in like
nuanced,
Sweden
thing in
for a lot of it.
experience.
I actually didn't even get to
I'm
play much
positive
Brawl
that
because
we
I
will
was
get there
busy
at some
like
point.
traveling and
But yeah,
exploring
I
the
would just not
city.
removing the happiness. from the
Kind of
game.
unfortunate, but I
think
remember
maybe
having
this
a
is
lot of
good
fun
way
with
to
the
put it,
event.
like we can be, of course, very happy about different aspects of the game, but we will always have a laundry
Don't know if the
list
event
of
was
things we want
monetized
to
very
be
well
better,
though, to be
right? Like
honest.
this will never stop. As long as we all work on this project, we will always feel strongly about
Because like
stuff that we want.
I
to do
remember
better
like
or
people were
things
really
that we want
complaining
to
about the
change.
skins during
And
the
that's the
event.
nature of working on an awesome game like Brawl, on a live game in general.
And like
Yeah,
I don't know.
I guess for me, I do play the game. Try to get legendary tier every time.
Wish it wasn't
every
Showdown,
season
though.
in
I mean,
ranked.
How are you
And
gonna
then
make
if I'm
the
happy with the game, well, I'm the
a
community
roguelike
manager.
that's not
so
in
right
Showdown,
now,
I
the
guess?
sentiment is not great.
Can I add
so
that
I'm not
shit to
like super
3PP?
happy. Like I don't
know.
read social media. Like yeah, let's go.
yeah.
But I think, having this podcast, bringing this community initiative back, the Supercell Make is actually live. Actually, when this is go live, it's gonna be voting time, which is the most fun part of it. We had a discussion about the sentiment on how to improve it. Like we're taking actions on those things. Like I'm happy.
Yo, guys, anybody
because,
else
like,
notice
also working like in other
that
games,
every
in
time
other companies, and
Drew
this team
joins
is
the community
like the
management
best
team,
place for a community manager to
somehow
be,
the
because, like,
community just gets
people really care
pissed?
about it. Like if I'm not
Anybody else
reading
noticing a
threads from
pattern?
Reddit or
I'm
posts
kidding.
on Twitter,
I'm kidding. I'm
the
kidding.
team is already
I'm
going through
kidding.
there and
Poor
seeing how the
Drew.
sentiment,
Poor
like,
Drew,
they are watching
guys. Every
content
time he
creators'
just
video,
always
they're,
seems
like,
to.
bringing the topics that they talked about and bring to the meeting.
He
So
always
like
seems
this
to.
thing
Something
is
about
very
that guy.
community
It's just
driven.
unlucky, guys.
Even though sometimes because we don't have like these
Nah,
channels or these videos every now and then, it feels like it's a bit
Drew's the British one.
distant. But like being in Brawl, I think it's such like a I don't know. I'm very grateful for being a community manager in Brawl Stars because like I've been in other games and it's very far from being like community driven. And I was a community manager there in those games before as well. But I think, yeah, there's lots of room for improvements. Stranger Things, I think it was my favorite update as well. I play so much. I play during work also. Like it's like every time like there's a break between meeting, like yeah, let's just play this match. Try to complete all the one icon in the what is it?
Yeah, in the collection
In
of
the
the
collection,
event.
yeah.
So
I
good.
got cramps playing. Like, as I thought, I was in bed and it's like, okay, actually, I need to
Yeah.
stop playing.
It's so good.
It was so good.
So-
It needs to come back
Yeah.
with another brand because we can't reuse that. Question number 9. Sam, will brawlers with incomplete trios have to wait longer for buffies? I'm thinking Charlie, who's probably gonna be handicapped for.
Yo, guys, I'm low-key thinking, I think a lot of the Brawl devs are pretty casual. Like, they were all talking about how much they play the game, but, like... Guys, I feel like the Brawl devs are actually a pretty good... Like, low-key, the whole dev team might actually just be a bunch of casual players. And I wonder if a lot of the anger and frustration from the community is because the community is all, like, hardcore players. And there's, like, a disconnect there between... Yeah, like, the devs are mythic and legendary, you know? It's like... and they play Showdown. There's like a disconnect there. But like the devs are probably more accurately capturing general community sentiment than the fucking online communities are. Right? Because in theory, if these are like Showdown mains that are mythic peaks and legendary peaks, like that's what the average Brawl player is. You know?
Buffy released by the fact she has no trio members despite being over 2 years old.
Yeah, I mean, so the fact that we used trios at the start doesn't mean that we always have to adhere to the same thing necessarily. Like, just because a brawler doesn't have a complete trio does not
Yeah.
mean
No,
they'll
not that there's
receive
anything
a
against you if
buff.
you're mythic or
Like,
legendary peak. Listen, you're
there
on your
could
struggle.
easily
Okay, your
be
randoms are selling
an
your game.
update where we
It's
take
all the
all of
randoms'
these
fault.
brawlers
But
that have incomplete trios
just-
and give them buffies.
I just wanted to
Respect
comment on like the
this.
difference
nothing,
between.
nothing stops us from doing that. So I would love to try to disconnect like when a brawler is getting a buffy with do they have a
The
trio.
community sentiment
These
and the
things
dev
are not
sentiment, okay.
necessarily
Yeah.
connected.
So they're
and
just saying
miracles
here
can
that
happen. Pierce has just completed.
Brawlers without
Yeah.
completed trios will
Jurassic.
also be
Can
able
you
to get
believe it?
buffies.
Can you believe it? Crazy stuff.
But that sounds good. It's like the Misfits update.
Yeah, why not?
But I think it would be a funny gag if we never
Mm.
complete a trio of a brawler. Right?
Oh
It's like it's
no!
forever.
Who is forever alone?
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be the most controversial thing in this entire podcast.
Yeah. Well, Ziggy now is alone as well, right?
Yeah,
Just,
yeah.
Cupid Crust. What happened to the 2,400 credits on the free side of the Brawl Pass?
Great question. Yeah, so we released our plans for the December update in November. And we did that because we wanted to give you guys as much information about what was coming.
Guys, don't be
ahead
mean to
of time
mythic
so that
people,
you
okay?
could
They're
make
trying
an
their
informed
best.
decision, especially
Their
since we
randoms
were
are
about
just
to
so
run the
bad. How
Black
can you
Friday
blame
sale,
them?
and we didn't want to pull the rug out from under you or anything. But the thing is that we were in the middle of development, and of course we don't have all of the answers until we worked it out.
Yep.
And we do prefer to give you locked information when we can. Just in that case, it wasn't completely locked. Now, we did mention that at the top of the post. Of course, no one ever pays attention to that part. So the reason for the change, and everything in that post was accurate except for this one change, is that we felt after reviewing some more information that PowerPoints would be needed more than credits. So we gave you more credits. We gave you 600 more credits, and we reduced the... Sorry. We gave you 600 more PowerPoints, and we reduced the credit buff.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's what happened there, yeah.
Yeah, and you guys have no idea how many times I edited that document. I think at some point, it has to go live at some point. I just ship it because it was constantly changing because it was being written in the middle of the development.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just to praise the
Yeah.
fact that you, it was the second time that we had done this. Before a big Brawl Pass change, we actually announced it.
Yeah.
For us, it's a big sacrifice in terms of hype. Because we reveal the details before doing the teasing or the Brawl Talk big moment, but still I would say it's definitely worth it. Both I would say for community reaction, and in a way also as a game developer, definitely when we are doing something that might be controversial, being able to at least every now and then actually announce it when we are still doing it, just in case we need to pivot.
Yeah.
It's feels good to okay,
Yeah.
the announcement is out, and yeah, like people are not throwing.
But I guess I also compare like with the industry.
Mhm.
Like we wanted to announce that before the Black Friday because like we were changing the price of the Brawl Pass, we are adding a new resourcing, so we wanted the players to like before they spend the stuff or like they buy offers that they know what's coming, so they can make like an educated purchase and everything. So, like that was our time pressure, but I think like it's no, like most of the industry don't do that. Like they change and like there you go, now it's new. Like so, it gave time, and then even like the Brawl Pass thing. That now that you can't buy anymore, but before you could buy the old Brawl Pass and then change, like buy a token and then claim the high value Brawl Pass afterwards.
Is
Like
this
we
a-
announced everything.
A
beforehand.
12-minute
Like,
segment on
we
who
know
peed
it
in the
could be
pool?
controversial, but we wanted to make like this smooth
Guys,
as possible.
what?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is
And
that
then,
necessary? Should I skip
Reddit
that
questions
question?
are over. And now we're going to Twitter, where the first question is, who peed in the pool? That's from Senior Wiro. Actually, the name is... No, that's the name or the ID? I don't know. Well, I'll put you on the screen. And then to answer this question, we have Adan. Come here, Adan. Where is it? Clap. Even my headset's a bit warm. I can't
Yeah. Whatever you prefer.
Damn, I wonder how warm Danny's seat is.
Hello, Adam.
Hey guys.
So Adam, tell me who you are, what do you do, and your favorite brawler.
So I'm Adam. You guys know, but the mysterious people somewhere don't. I work in product marketing, but pretty much what that means is I work on the like launch campaigns for like the new brawlers or the new seasons. So for players, probably what they see the most is the animations that come out. I think my first one was Toy Story or Meatball, and I've been doing like obviously you split it between people on the team, but I do a few of those different ones. And my favorite brawler, I had an hour to think about it, and I still couldn't decide.
He was just watching from that.
Yeah, I think my most played I found out was Melody, but I'm not good enough at it for it to be my favorite. But I think I play a lot of Mandy, I play a lot of Maisie,
All right.
Colette.
Wow.
I really enjoy Pierce
Yeah.
as well, and
Okay.
that's kind of why I'm
Throwing
here,
Piper
but-
in there too. Yeah.
some
Okay.
of the
Okay.
Reddit comments kind of soured it too.
I know
but,
what kind of man you
um,
are. Okay, Aden.
all the brawlers.
All right,
bro.
buddy. Yeah, you
So,
like
Aden,
Charlie
do you
too?
wanna
Wow.
Tell us
Cool, man.
who peed in the pool.
Actually, what's funny is we actually did have a plan to release a final piece of content that was going to come out at the end. But
Bro's not talking about Brawl.
I think like it was so cool. Like the whole campaign was very different to what we've done before. Like the series content we haven't really touched on before. The inbox event was also something completely new. Trying to do this investigation, and I think we were trying so hard to like make it believable. It could be anyone, and also put these different pieces together. That when we got to the end and we had this like final piece, one, it was pretty late when we actually had it, and it felt like the conversation had already moved on to like we were talking about the new pass and the new season. So it felt like we missed the moment for it, and also it didn't feel like as maybe satisfying as we wanted it to feel like to what felt like such a cool campaign. And there was so much cool discussion as well online of people talking about it was this one, it was this, even once like everyone said it was Pierce, but I don't know where that came from or like
it was the majority of the votes.
You
think it was,
made
like,
the animation. There's literally a
Reflex or
scene
someone
where
on-
Pierce pees
Yeah, it just
in
said it
his
was Pierce. It
ammo.
was like he's
That's
the, one
the joke.
investigate- he wasn't
That
even
the
in
yellow
park at the
ammo
time,
is the
or-
He had
piss.
some bad door advice too.
yeah. But yeah, I was like, yeah, but yeah. So we have a video, so we can show the unreleased video of what was gonna come out. I don't know.
Yeah, but
Is it gonna play somewhere mysteriously or?
I have to play from the. Not go to
Wait,
my
we're gonna watch
downloads.
it here?
Yo, no.
Are there any spoilers in your downloads?
No, they won't see.
Okay.
Yeah, full screen. You guys haven't seen as well, right?
No.
It's a surprise as well for
Yep.
these guys.
I actually spoiled it for them right before, so
Ah, come on.
sorry, Daniel.
Pierce, my hero! Huh? Whoa! I can't believe it was Mandy? Huh? What the?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's over.
Epic.
We did it.
Like thinking
That's right.
about it now that I see it, it's like it makes so much sense that it's just annoying. So
Well,
it's,
yeah.
it's the ultimate prankster in a way. You know?
He was a prankster, and also if you went through the investigations, there was this subplot of him like trying to take over Rainbow Candy Stand. So it was like he was trying to frame Mandy for it. So it was.
Are we gonna talk
I
about this
think
for another
there's also
7
some
minutes?
mystery there as well on whether he is the peer
Guys,
or it's still up for mystery because maybe he was just using the incident. So there's an original peer, and then he was just copying. Comes out, I'll see like. This is the dude with the pee fetish or whatever, and I was like, oh no, now they've got my face. Like it should be I'm now
Wait,
solving,
what?
and it's like it was so obvious, like, oh, people peeing in the pool is a problem. But then when it actually came to it, it was like Danny, because over Christmas, I spent so much time looking at Reddit, and like there was people like, this guy needs to get fired. They don't even know who I am. I'm now
Welcome to my world.
I'm now so ready for like after this comes out, I'll see like this is the dude with the pee fetish or whatever, and I was like, oh no, now they've got my face. Like it should be blurred out. But like I messaged Danny because I was like, oh my god, what have I done? Like this is the end. Like I'm gonna get back in on like after Christmas and Frank's gonna fire me. That was like that was what was going through my head. And then he goes like, look, it was a good gag, but you made like a movie out of it. And I was like, yeah, that's right. It was like a funny moment, but because we tried to do this ambitious thing of creating like series content and doing something longer, which one, I really, really am happy about that. Like we see it really worked in terms of people engaging, people watching. Like we always try and analyze videos based on how much they watched of the video. And like for these videos, like people retained from the beginning to the end, almost flat. So they really wanted to know, and like the story actually kept them retained. And
I
like think
genuinely
the
thought
inbox
something
component,
fetishy
like,
was going
out of all
on,
the things I've
bro.
worked on, I have like many videos I like more than like I really love Trunk that I worked on. Brawl Arena meant a lot to me. Like Meatball, all these Ollie. Like the
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Why does everybody assume that
this
like
was the one where
everything is a
everyone was talking
fetish?
about it, and that like as like someone who's like
I'm
that's
gonna
their
be honest,
job,
I don't
like,
know if you guys
I
have
now wanna do
interacted with
only
kids
stuff
very
like this,
much.
where
Not that
there
I
should be a
have.
moment where
Okay, I'm
everyone
not.
is talking about that thing.
Well, let me clarify.
And
I
I'm
personally, I
sad
don't
that everyone
interact
was
with the little
talking
kids a
about
lot.
pee this time,
But
I
from
hope
what I
next
remember,
time,
okay, as a
like,
kid,
we can do
piss
something
jokes
cooler,
were
which
funny.
is like because I know everyone wants more lore
Um,
stuff, and I want to do something that is more lore.
And it was
driven,
not
but,
really like a
everyone can
fetish
talk
thing. It was
about
just
as
like
opposed to
like when you're a
who peed
kid,
in the pool.
Yeah.
the humor kind of
you were just,
revolves around piss
going through what
and
have
poop
you done,
and
for
boogers.
the project, and
And that's how kind of and
like to
farts, and that's how
highlight,
kind of I
like,
remember
something that you did
the humor.
that in a way for me is like a personal achievement. Like I'm a big comic and manga reader.
I feel like
So
like
doing
having
that
an
and I can
event that's like, oh,
I
pissing
was
in the
the
pool.
one
Like
helping us
I
out
mean, I
to
don't
pull
assume that
off
that's a
the
fetish.
big
I
effort
don't
that was
know.
like to tell the story.
As a kid
in
is-
manga and also anime format.
As
that was also
a kid
animated.
is an exception. As an
So,
adult,
yeah,
it's a
like,
fetish.
you don't only do pee stuff.
I've done other stuff. I
Adam
remember
does
the-
many amazing things for us.
I don't know,
Manga
man.
one
I think
was
it's just
insane
potty humor,
because
bro.
We had such a short lead time and we wanted to do so much that like all the episodes were
It's
made
kind of
in,
embarrassing to
like,
say I played
2
the game that
weeks.
made a
Like, and it was absolutely crazy.
entire event
but
based on
I,
peeing the
like, I
pool.
think it's one of my favorite things
Yeah,
that I got to do.
No, I think
Yeah,
my favorite
maybe.
is Trunk, and I think
I
if
just I don't
get
really
to-
think about
I
it very
remember
much
even
though.
Queen.
I don't know.
I think you almost cried
Oh,
on Trunk.
when like she gets squished and then there's just horror on his face, like that was diabolical. How dare you?
No, Trunk I love, and also Trunk is extra special because I am the voice of
Just
Trunk
going on and
in
on about it
games.
is
It's
weird.
not
Like
really-
I think it's
I didn't know
gross.
that.
It's me
What?
pitched
I
up by
guess.
like 1,000 times. I was
But
like, yeah, because like Martin, like
I don't think
said,
it being
do you wanna do a
gross
voice? And I'm like,
necessarily
what
means
cool,
it's
badass
immoral.
character am I gonna be? It's like,
You know what
you're
I
a tree
mean?
full of ants. I was like, come on,
Like I guess here's a more
like, completely unrecognizable to your own voice. So
like if they did a whole event around boogers, for example. I don't think people would
that-
assume that that's
it'll-
just like an
Oh, it-
immoral, like
will
a
it be
fetish
out?
thing around
It'll
kids,
be out by the time this
right?
comes
Like
out.
it's
be out. Yeah.
Well,
I think
then you
it's like
can
a kind of a
just- it comes out
similar
next
thing. I
Friday,
don't know. I
but,
think it's
like,
because it's pee comes out of your
uh,
penis.
What should
and
I tease
vagina,
about Global
people just
Video,
assume that it's
super
inherently
excited for it.
sexual.
I am singing in the
That it's
video.
inherently
like,
sexual, but
I wrote and sang the song.
I don't know.
Unless you hate it.
Like it's just like gross potty humor. It's not like the end of the world.
It sounds amazing. Like,
But yeah, I really hope people like it. It's not about pee, and it's not silly. Like we do stuff that's
Ogres aren't as widely
doo-doo, but
fetishized.
like,
Piss is not
So we
that
believe
widely
in taking
fetishized
risks, and
either.
I think Adam
If
really
we're being honest, guys, how many
Yay.
piss fetishes
yeah,
even
but,
exist
yeah,
in the
Global,
world?
I'm super excited for.
You know what I
and
mean?
We have other stuff in the work.
Like
that
farts.
I'm even more excited for. And
But, like,
as I
piss?
said, like
I don't know.
I think the piss thing was a great learning on this kind
It-
of more
guys,
serialized
piss is
content, and I
gross.
really
Like,
hope
it
we can
smells
do more
bad.
of that in the future. Like it's a lot of work that we put in, but I think it's really worth it. And yeah, I would love to do more.
Thank you so much, Adam. Is there anything you want to say to the players before you leave?
Guys, I only know of like
yeah,
one
I wanna say
celebrity
that
that
we
got
also,
outed
like,
as being a piss guy, and it was
Maybe
R.
it
Kelly.
doesn't come across all the time, but we are like always paying so
There's
much
not
attention
like
to
if
all
you're
the
into
comments
piss,
and everything you
that's
say.
like
Like
like,
as I
you're
said, one
kinda
of the first
weird.
videos I did was Meeple
But,
and Toy Story, and we did
you
a lot
know,
of
like
voices
it's not
in
like
that.
it's not like
And we saw
immoral.
how
It's just
much
like
people
weird.
loved having
It's
the
pretty
voices,
rare.
and
I
then
feel like.
I think people have noticed that we did a ton more of that stuff. So I think like do be vocal
Kink
and say
shaming?
things you like and or,
No,
or
listen,
don't like
I'll.
anything
It's not
because,
shame.
Like
I just
promise
personally
after
like.
this,
It's
no
like
more
if you're in
pee.
defeat. Like I think you're
Like, we
weird,
listen,
but
also
you're
whatever,
like you have
more
the right
voices
to
or
be
more
what you want to
serialized
be.
content, whatever it is. Like we listen, and I scour Reddit like nonstop for good or for bad, and yeah, we just want to do stuff that you enjoy, and
It's
and
normal,
this-
bro.
it's-
Stop.
It's for you guys.
All
so,
right.
Yeah, I hope that everyone enjoys it.
There's so much more.
Nothing
fluid
wrong
stuff
with
for-
feet. Okay, dude.
No more fluid. I'm done.
Okay, thank
Stop
you.
making me do it.
Yeah,
Danny.
stop going into fluids, Aiden. Go more into solids. I think we could
Thank you
really
so
do
much,
something
Thank you, Adam.
special
Thank
with
you,
a
Adam.
poop
Thank you.
or a vomit or a booger themed event. Aiden,
Cool.
you know where to contact me if you
Now
want
continue
advice.
with the questions. Enough about urine. Still from Twitter, Span, like a content creator. I always like say that he was like the world champion in 2019.
His fetishes
I
are
keep
more
referring
widely
that
thought
because
about Lazarus.
Further away
Like
from
what?
his title.
If I look up R34 right now, am I gonna find piss more common? Or
no, but I want to change.
or-
Now he's a
I guess what fetishes are we
awesome
comparing? Like, what is the tier list of
content
fetishes?
creator,
What is the most
very
popular
valid
fetish?
points about competitive pro gaming.
Most popular
Sorry.
fetish.
Anyway,
Did I
with the
misspend
introduction
roasting?
of people saying like in 2000 from Twitter Span, like a content creator. I always like say that he was like the world champion in 2019. I keep
Alright.
referring that because the further away from his title, the worse the title gets. Like because it's people saying like,
I don't know.
What?
no, but I want to change. Now he's a awesome content creator with like very valid points about competitive pro gaming.
Okay, guys. So according to Yahoo Life, the most popular fetish in the United States, 2025, in each state, you got balloon in Utah.
Sorry. Anyway, with the introduction of Buffy,
Didn't see piss on there. Okay, we don't have to go through the whole thing, but I didn't see piss on
even
there.
worse than the last few years with the Hypercharge release. These new brawlers are receiving at least 5 changes to their kit. What are your reasonings to release Buffies this way?
Yeah,
Oh
What
wait,
are your reasonings to release Buffies this way?
Spenel C question.
yeah, I think this is a good question first and foremost. I think we'll touch on power creep a little bit, but I also think the fact that we're going to go through it soon. The deltas, so meaning the difference between having a Buffy and not having a Buffy, is maybe not as big as you might think, essentially. Like, the community sentiment right now is that Buffys are OP and that's it. And some are very good. But I think if you compare to actually OP stuff that we had in the past, say Larry and Laurie or Release Rosa or something like this,
Classic.
yeah, Buffy's pale
Your
in
greatest
comparison.
hits.
Yes. So I just wanted to show really quickly the Buffy's win rates when you have a Buffy versus when you don't have a Buffy, because there's been a lot of talk about Buffy. So this data is only from Legendary Plus in Ranked for the last few days. So in
Bro,
my mind,
what?
an acceptable win rate differential that a Buffy should have is somewhere
64% win
between
rates.
5 to 10%. Like, that's an acceptable win rate range.
Bro, what? Wait, is this like, this is only a Buffy on an like, this is only looking at win rate differences between individual Buffys, right? Like, we're not talking if you have all 3 active. This is just if you have Silver Bullet Gadget Buffy, your win rate spikes by 9%. And then if you stack that, or wait, if you have Speedloader Gadget Buffy, your win rate spikes by 7%. If you stack that with the Star Power Buffy and the Hyper Buffy, what are we talking about? Or like does he?
And if we look at the
wait.
absolute win rate, so that's the right-hand side column, for example, if you have a Buffy and you're using Silver Bullet, your win rate on Colt is around 53%, right? Like, that's what that column means. If
I guess
you're
the
not
win
using
rate,
the
you can't
Buffy,
really parse
you're gonna
out
have a win
differences
rate
between
of
the if you have
44%.
all 3
This, of
Buffys or
course,
only
also
one,
includes
can
that
you?
if you're not using the Buffy, your Colt might also be lower level than 11. You might not have Hypercharge and so forth. But still, this gives us some idea of what is the absolute power of having a Buffy versus not having a Buffy. And this is all the gadgets we released in the update. And as you can see, there is no delta, more or less, that is higher than 10%. The only one is Mortis's Creature of the Night, but that even goes from lower to much higher. So it's still above 50, but not by much, right? So the ranges are
Life
not
Plant
bad at all.
has a 67% win rate, bro. What? Yo, you pick Spike 2 out of 3 times you're winning that game, guys.
But it does mean that, of course,
Is that
stuff
for
like
real?
Ems, who is just strong in general, she has sporting a really high win rate both with and
You can't see
without
of your
the
big
Buffy.
forehead?
And
Oh,
those
my
are the-
bad.
when I talk about balancing outliers a lot of the time in the
Bro.
community, this is what I mean when I say outliers.
6-7.
Right? When you see something above 60% on the win rates, that's probably something we want to address ASAP.
Bro, what
And
the
then we go to
hell?
the next one. This is just more, but this is for then the star powers. And you see a similar story here, where, for example, Hype, which is considered the strongest star power of all time with the Buffy, right? Is sitting at 65, which is high, but the delta is not that high. And for example, maybe Mortis with Coil Snake, who is also sitting at 65% win rate, is not getting talked to as much. And I think this is interesting because perceptionally, I think, you would believe that Ems is a much stronger brawler with the Hype star power. However, Mortis is sporting similar win rates, but it doesn't feel as oppressive. And I think this is also a really big part of balancing a lot of the time.
Sorry, I want to go back really quickly.
And you see a story. We can go to the next one.
I'm trying to compare. So I'm just looking at the win rate. I think these are like separated out based on the Buffy. You can see the false column, the number here for Ems's win rates are different from this. So I think they're actually splitting up the win rate by the individual Buffy itself. And each Buffy boosts win rate by 5 to 10%. And so if you have 3 Buffys, you could be looking at a 15 to 30% buff in the win rate, or is that incorrect to say? I don't know. That doesn't sound right. No, it must not completely like add up like that. But I don't know what it can't add up like that. It doesn't make sense for it to add up like that, because it doesn't make sense for a brawler to have a 90% win rate. That doesn't make sense. But like, that's incorrect, right? What is the
This is just
what is the
more,
actual
but this is
absolute
for
effect of
then the
having all
star
3
powers.
combined? Did they
And
say?
you see a similar story here, where, for example, Hype, which is considered the strongest star power of all time with the Buffy, right? Is sitting at 65, which is high, but the delta is not that high. And for example, maybe Mortis with Coil Snake, who is also sitting at 65% win rate, is not getting talked to as much. And I think this is interesting because perceptionally, I think, you would believe that Ems is a much stronger brawler with the Hype star power. However, Mortis is sporting similar win rates, but it doesn't feel as oppressive. And I think this is also a
How are these stats
really
gathered?
big part of balancing a lot of the time, where we know the absolute numbers of things, but that doesn't help if you feel differently. And I think that's where we have to kind of marry these two things, like make balance into the annual post, and I think we want.
Okay, I don't know.
And I think that's where we have to kind of marry these two things, like make sure the numbers are correct, but it's something.
Yeah,
that
this
also
is in
doesn't
Legendary
feel
Plus
bad
ranks.
to
That's
play
what you can see at the
against.
bottom.
And I think
think.
that's where, for example, Hype, EMS's star power fails, because it's really frustrating shooting at something that's invulnerable, not getting any supercharge, wasting your ammo. Like, that feels much worse than Amortis dashing a little bit more often and getting a damage reduction for it, even though they're equally strong, like as per data. So just wanted to point those things out.
And there is a small difference, well, not small, between like the average Mortis player and the legendary
Yes.
Mortis player. So the average Mortis win rate is like below 50%,
Yeah.
right? Still
Yes.
with
Yes.
buffies.
Yeah.
And that's just because, like, you know, a lot of like low skill players
Yeah.
like Mortis.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then the last graph I want to show you guys is actually two more. This is just the hypercharge ones as
This
well.
data
similar
ignores
stories.
bans.
EMS, of course, being super strong. The other ones not really having that much delta either. Like Colt, for example, is crazy here to me, right? Like it has 49.74 to a 50.96. There's nearly
Well, regardless
no
of the bans, even
which
if
to me is
Brawler's
pretty
ban rate
crazy.
is very high, if you pick it in the actual game
so
and it
Colt,
doesn't
if
win,
you, for all
does
intents
it,
and purposes, is more or less the
I don't
perfectly
know
balanced
if that-
brawler right now.
like that doesn't really
but yeah,
matters.
Of
but-
course, other ones will have a little bit higher than 50% win rates, but nothing as egregious again as we had with Larry and Lori or Release M.
I think the win rates kind of
Rose
speak
or
for
anything like that.
themselves,
But
honestly.
you know, stuff like M's definitely need to be tuned down slightly to make it less frustrating to play against. And this is the last thing I want to show you. I don't think we've ever shown this publicly, so I just wanted to include it. This is the last 3 days, as this was recorded, from win rate and usage rates in Master and Pro ranks only. So this is the very top end of all our players. What are they playing and how well are they doing? So the more to the right a brawler is, the more it's being played, and the higher it is, the more win rate it has. So basically, as you can see, the meta might be quite more nuanced than you might think. For example, Colt is nearly exactly 50% win rate and way to the right on this graph. So he's being played a lot, but he's basically at a 50% win rate. Ems, of course, is being played quite a bit, but not maybe as much as you might expect. And she's sitting at 60% win rate overall at higher ranks. Grom sitting at a similar win rate as Ems, by the way, just not being played as much. And I think there's a lot of cool info. I'm not going to go through all the
Oh,
brawler
I
serum
see what you're
points.
saying.
I
Like,
just
if you
wanted to
ban a
show you
brawler on their
because
best map,
when
then
we
it won't
speak
show
about
up in
the
the
meta
data
and when
set
we
as
speak
easily
about
in
these
terms of
things,
win
I
rate.
think
I
it's-
see. So you end
the
up going
reality
Ems on
might
like
differ
worse
very
maps,
much
and
from
somehow she
perception.
still ekes
And I
out like a
just wanna kind of
60%
draw a
win rate.
parallel
I see what
between
you're
these two.
saying.
So this is
Yeah.
the reality of high-rated play right now, and I think there's a lot of cool, conclusion to draw from that. And again, when I say touching outliers, I use
see,
that word a
yeah.
lot when I talk
Alright.
about balancing. In this case, outliers based on this
Yeah.
graph only. It's never based only on this graph. But if we would take just this graph, I would look into Ems, Spike, Shelly, Frank, Mina, Colt. Like those would be the top kind of brawlers I would look into just based on this graph. Brawlers that are used a lot, so they're very versatile, and also sporting north of 50% win rate.
Okay, but Spen is a super creator.
then,
He
this
can
is,
literally at
I think
Adrian
this is
if he
a
wants
very
to.
good variety of
Right?
brawlers. Of course, ideally we
That-
want to push
guys-
everyone that's on the left. We want to push right.
Like surely the
basically
dev
the idea. The
team,
more
like
brawlers
if
that
Spen
are
is going
played,
to say
the
that,
better
like
it is.
he can tell the
But
devs
we
directly.
see
No?
a lot of different brawlers doing really well, and no brawler is below 40% win rate. No brawler is much above 60% win rate. So the meta is actually healthier than the Buffy conversation might let on.
Yeah.
The reasoning to release Buffies
Bro,
with 5 new changes to their kit.
Yeah, I mean,
when we made Buffies,
definitely
we
disagree
went back and forth a lot on what they should
with what Adrian says about the meta being balanced. That's definitely not. Okay.
actually be on the gameplay side, right? Like we went all directions. Should there be one ability? Should there be a button?
It was
Should there
pre-balance
be,
patch.
They augment one thing, two
But
things.
even
What
with
are
the
they
balance
augmenting?
patch,
And I
like
think
Ems
what we
is
landed on is
still
like,
banned like on
instead
all
of
my
going
games.
one extreme ability,
Yeah,
we
they didn't go
wanted
far enough with the Frank
basically
nerfs either.
more excitement into brawlers' existing kits, and that's why you have basically all the small changes from all the buffies. Essentially, is what we think makes the biggest impact, and that's why we're releasing them this way.
And then about the timing, what was your reasoning behind the timing of
All existing kit. Would
Wait,
there be
so
one ability?
he's
Should there be
saying-
a button? Should there be instead of going one extreme ability, we wanted basically more excitement into Brawler's existing kits. And that's why you have basically all the small changes from all the buffies, essentially is what we think makes the biggest impact. And that's why we're releasing them this way.
And then about the timing, what was your reasoning behind the timing of releasing buffies? I know deadlines are tight and you probably want to release buffies before esports starts up again. However,
Is that the only time when they talk about? Do they talk about like potentially changing the rollout at all, or is that
over
it?
the winter period, lots have felt really frustrated with the imbalance of buffies. I think
That's later. Okay.
the rest of his question. Plus lots of, I don't know.
Lots of something.
Yeah, but
no.
yeah, the timing.
Yeah. So I think this is super valid again. I think for us, it was very much like he mentioned here, is we wanted to do it between the esports seasons. This was one of the biggest priorities for us because we can't make a change this big in the middle of a season. So it basically had to be now. Unfortunately, of course, that also coincides with the winter break for a lot of us within the team, and there's nothing we can really do about that. So what we try to do is make the buffies not game-breaking in their own right, which they aren't. I know Ems is strong, yes, I am aware, but she's not game-breaking by any means. And that's what we tried to kind of
All right, dude.
make sure that the initial balance is good enough that
Adrian,
we don't have to do any emergency maintenances
please.
or anything
Adrian, show me the
during
trophy data.
holiday period.
Adrian,
And
what?
then we can
What? There's no way,
basically,
bro.
edit them as we come back from the holiday period, which is actually when this is being filmed. So probably as this goes out, we've already had a maintenance to address some of the burning issues.
If not, we cut off this part.
Yes.
But yeah,
and to add to that, like the timing of World Finals definitely.
Nah,
not-
okay, but like if the data shows that, like I'm willing to accept it, but like you guys in my chat said, this data does not even show bans. Like, so this is on like Ems's probably worst maps, and she still has like 60% win rate and shit. I mean, I don't know. Like it's like kind of a, it's kind of not good. Oh my god, if they only balance around the stuff that escapes the bans, then I can totally see like yeah, that's why Frank didn't get nerfed enough, guys, because Adrian was looking at the stats like, oh well, Frank every time he's, his win rate's actually not even that good. Bruh. But it's just because he's banned on all the maps where he's good, and then on all the maps where he's not and he's picked, he's like kind of more mid. Like that's actually kind of insane. I don't know.
But
Yes.
I think even more was that players were running out of a meaningful progression goal.
yeah.
Yes.
And we needed
Absolutely.
to get them the new goal, and like waiting is very costly for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we needed to get it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in a way, like, although the Stranger Things event was a relative success, it would have been way bigger
If it was after.
we would have already have these bigger goals for players to chase during the event, right?
Yes.
That's true.
Yeah, and to be fair, like also the results of the Stranger Things, like for me, it was one of the best updates ever. We got like the game mode was so fun. And, like for the players, also like we had the new daily wings, which is just like better for to play every day. I think there was something else. Mega Quest
Mega
was
Quest right
yeah.
there, yeah.
It's like there was no negative things. Like maybe the drop rate of the skins,
Yeah.
Sure.
but it had like some hype on the first weeks, but then like our numbers starts going back to what they were before, right? Which is the opposite of what's happening with buffies now.
Yeah.
It's like even though the update is like way like it's fully on community
Move the
sentiment, like
cam? Wait.
everybody like the
Is my cam in the way
new
right
game
now?
mode. It is like a normal obvious buff to progression. It's better to play every day. It didn't work out as we want, so like we really need something for them to change.
Yeah, and another thing about the Upside Showdown is that it really, really appealed to like our top 10% of players, our hardcore, really engaged players, our very skilled players, because they could like
Read.
finish runs. Well, they can read and they can finish runs,
Yeah.
right? Like they're very skillful, right? But actually, like the mainstream audience struggled in the mode, and they actually dropped like pretty quickly after like a week because they just couldn't like get to the end of a run. And so that was like a learning for us. Like we still obviously love the mode, and we're planning to bring it back in some form. But yeah, it didn't have like mainstream success.
Yeah.
Yep.
Will hypercharge also be getting reworks when brawlers receive their buffies,
Meg
as
of
there are
Alex
quite
tipped
few really
TRS
bad
100 through
hypercharge
Super
still
Chat.
without
Hey baby
reworks.
girl, remember me, here's
Example, Pearl and Chat.
$100.
Yeah, so this is
Thanks for
again,
that
one of the
100
reasons we wanted
ARS.
to do buffs in the way we want to do them, which is when we
Appreciate you,
get
man.
to a brawler, we
70
want to look at the
cents,
entire
W.
kit and figure out can we rework something that doesn't make sense? Probably I would say Pearl is a great example. Chuck as well to a certain extent. Not a promise that we're doing those exact ones, but yes, this is a great example of we would probably look to change the baseline before we add the Buffy on top.
And is there any plans on doing a balance change every month? I guess we talk about that.
Yeah.
Emergency nerfs 1 week after the new update. We kind of do that sometimes.
Yeah.
And a lot of hardcore players just gotten over the hypercharge meta and now scared it will be the same with buffs. I guess like just the last question then. Like, so like how about like the feeling of like this unbalancing because like some brawlers will have buffs, some others won't?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think it's just about managing the power level of a brawler with buffies versus one that doesn't have buffies. And I think just like with hypercharges, that's something we'll get better at over time, right? Because the first iteration of buffies is obviously going to be the hardest one to get right because we don't have a standard set yet. But as we keep making buffies, I think it will be much easier to kind of hit a sweeter spot and also a spot that is not too different from the existing roster. For example, right now, yes, the buffies are strong, but there's plenty of brawlers that can compete with the buffied brawlers. And that's the place we want to be, essentially.
Is there any plans on doing about I already said that.
Bro,
With the removal of Masters
what?
and Records being a huge
Alright.
disappointment, is there
Nah,
any plans
man,
on doing
guys,
Masters
they-
deck, but bigger and better?
Oh.
We kind of touched on this, right?
Yeah.
Whatever we do, it'll be a new thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys,
And then the Mastery
Adrian,
event was bigger
I
and better.
think
and
I
it
very
didn't work
disagree
as
with
well.
Adrian on his ideas on balancing. That's
Hardcore
kind of
players
sad,
have felt
but it's
neglected
fine,
for the
I
last
guess,
year, so
whatever. Maybe not. I don't
with
know.
the update catering to new players, which is understandable for the most part.
Bruh.
Are there any future plans to make the game more grindy for the hardcore? Because everyone knows the core gameplay of Brawl is fantastic. We just need something more to grind for.
Look out for next update.
Woo! Okay. Yeah. Quite long.
That's a really long one. Yeah, pretty long.
Yeah, those are the questions from Span. Then Panda, do you have any plans to change the cycle of release for buffies? What I mean is, rather than having all buffies given to around 36 brawlers in a year, we get all the brawlers gadget buffy first
wait.
in the same time, which would be
This is-
more
this is my
believable
idea.
meta. It's like it's just like diluting the release of buffies throughout brawlers.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting way to look at it. It's something we, of course, could have done or like could consider to basically release one of the items. But
Yeah.
the problem there is that then you're basically shaking up the meta more and more. And once you've learned a character, you have to relearn it every single time we release a piece of their buffy. So instead of having to learn, let's say, Ems again now that she has all the buffies, you'd have to learn her 3 times, basically.
Well,
So
if you spread it out over a year, that's not actually that big of a deal, right? Like if you have a like within 1 year every brawler gets their gadget buffies, the next year then the brawlers would get their star power buffies, and you wouldn't actually have to like relearn the whole brawler. The brawler would still be the same. It'd just be spread out, so it's not like completely game breaking and unbalanced for just like we're just like a third. Like right now the alternative is, do I want to have like a new change to a brawler every year, or do I want to have a massive change for only a third of the brawlers in a year? I don't know if I think I'm willing to take that trade-off, I guess, personally, but and I think that would also be maybe more appealing to a broader number of people since their brawler main might actually be playable, but I don't know.
the cost for you as a player, not only having those things, but also as an opponent, it's going to be too overwhelming to basically keep up with. Okay, well, last update we released M's hypercharge buffy, but not the star power buffy. So, you know, it's going to be non-palatable.
I don't think he understood the question, because I think he's thinking we release M's gadget buffy in 1 month, and then in 2 months we release M's star power buffy. That's not what my idea was. That's a completely different thing. That would obviously be kind of cringe, but I don't know. Okay.
Want to go,
Well.
okay, this is the complete kit. This is the complete kit. This is the complete. So you know what to expect. So you can learn.
And I guess there's one other reason, which is like when you guys are redesigning the kit, I think it's better you do it holistically and
Yes.
and as a whole, and then you can decide, okay, we are doing this thing with the gadget and this thing with the star powers, so then it's like a more balanced redesign.
Absolutely.
And then there's a third angle, which is like the newsworthiness. So
Yeah.
like
Mm.
we have a completely new Buffy brawler is more newsworthy than we have parts of many.
I think this one
brawlers.
is fair. The newsworthiness.
Yes.
Yeah, but I
But-
think the idea was actually quite
Yeah.
smart.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
cool idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Symantec.
Dude, I don't
now
know, man.
That's a recent
I think the
fortune,
balance
not
of it is still.
last year. I'm
like-
sorry.
Oof.
We'll see in the
But-
next update,
One
but I really
before
think the
that
balance
was
of it is
amazing,
not
and
going to be
it,
very good.
Everybody was so happy.
If Adrian is okay
won the-
with a
Yeah.
5 to
I know, that's
10%
really cool.
increase in win rate from a
Um,
single
so
Buffy,
he is asking
not
a fun
including the
question
gadget
first. How is it
rework,
possible that
dude,
you are
I think it's
also
actually
sexy?
that's going to be very
It's a great
concerning.
question.
Someone an answer? Or?
I don't even know how to answer.
I mean, there's this effort about like this the gym culture in the Brawl team that we actually referenced to recently in a Brawl talk, no?
Yes.
So I mean,
Has to do with it.
yeah, exactly.
I see Gong in the mornings. Sometimes it goes in the night. Queen, I see on Saturdays. Like so, you see like how
Crazy.
people are you in the morning sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah, like Jing. Yeah,
You
workout
guys
is
might watch
good for you.
this.
Touch some grass, people.
Yeah, and then here's a good question. Who
Okay.
from the new people department that joined since 2023 has had the biggest impact for you since then? And how does the team feel with having so many more members? I think the first one with one being super impactful. I think like everyone that joins has like their a different perspective, a different POV, and I think it's always meaningful. There are like, for example, things that happen in the game. It was like someone who was really passionate about this one thing and then just drive it through the end, right? So like I guess like the MOBA we had like one person who was really passionate, like I just want a MOBA in the game, and he was like I will develop it anyway. So like he kind of like were the owner of his own
At Meg of
feature.
Alex
Alright,
tipped
bro,
Taylor
stop,
with
stop, stop,
100
stop,
but like
stop,
I guess
stop,
like
stop.
for the team growth, like with many
Guys,
more
I
members.
don't
I
compare
think like we have
dev
a lot
team
to learn,
people to
'cause, like we were a small
Epstein,
team,
bro.
and I think when Brawl
What
like
the
had
hell?
the super crazy
Alright.
growth, we were all aligned, and it was like a small room. So like if I turned my back, I could talk to the whole team, right? Which is not a reality anymore. Like now we have like sub teams inside the team. And I think like now we are learning, like doing this podcast, like bringing different people to communicate, to align better. But I think the 2025 could have been a year that is a bit wonky because there was like a lot of different perspectives on what is the best for the game, right?
And it's also harder
Yeah.
to coordinate more people.
Yeah.
And we're still like learning there for sure as well.
Yeah.
But the whole team is like full of superstars.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
super independent, super passionate people that like make amazing things. And yeah, so often the biggest challenge is just like making sure we're all building the same sandcastle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely for me, like the biggest change in the field for the better would be
Guys,
that,
you guys are saying you guys are
yeah, like,
comparing
when we were
like Brawl
so
Star,
small,
like game
we had to
developer
take so
slash
many
game balancer
decisions in terms of
to
okay, what
a
are we doing in
known
this update?
Mm.
Because we didn't have that
child
many ballots,
sex trafficking
to
ringleader
decide
guy
where we were
who
shooting at. And now
has
despite
potentially
our
assaulted
ambitious
many
ambition
women
keeps on
and
growing,
organized it for a bunch of other
I do
people
feel
to
like
assault
we
them
are able
too,
to tackle
and
more things
eventually
that we are
killed
actually
himself.
willing to do, like
Yeah.
because
just
he was
because we have more
caught.
people to work
Like,
on.
like that's
I think
guys.
I
What
just wanna give a very
like what are we
concrete example maybe
doing?
from the gameplay side to kind of make this more understandable maybe for the players. So
Bedlam learns about
imagine the
hyperbole.
last
I'm not
update
learning
with
about
Buffy, for
hyperbole.
example.
I'm saying
if
that
we
like
were at the size before we grew the
this
team,
is
we
not
would've
like
either
really.
shipped
What?
maybe 3 Buffies.
What is that? This
or
is
a
not even within the
hypercharge
Selmix
with a
type of
brawler,
example.
One brawler.
This is a game developer. We're not
or
like
a game mode.
like you're talking about an actual
Like, that would
criminal.
have been the choice we had to make back then. Now we didn't have to make that choice. We wanted to do all of it, and we are able to make all of it. And that goes not only for gameplay, but across the whole game, basically. We don't have to... We still have to prioritize, of course, but we can realize so much more of our ambition than we could before.
Exactly.
And we get so many more great opinions from, again, like Quinn said, superstars within the team. And it just makes, I think, the game better as a whole and the team stronger.
We had an update that it was 3 skins.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
From Slivy. What calls for an emergency maintenance break? There have been breaks in the past to fix brawlers mechanics or small bugs in UI or effects of minor things in the game, while major bugs like the current Vision 1 are ignored, which results in players what results in players just hoping for a fix. Why?
Great question. Maybe I can take part of this one because I'm very much involved in the health of the game as well. So the boring answer is when a bug happens, sometimes one is finding it. Like that's usually not the hard part. Like we can usually make a bug happen and what we call reproduce it. So make it happen again and again. Once we know that, we still have to find out the reason as to why it happens. And then we have to find a fix. This process can go anywhere from 30 minutes to a week, depending on how hard the bug is to find and fix. And there is no real kind of pattern for this. Like every bug is very different when it comes to this. And then to make the call on should we have a maintenance or not for a bug, that is basically if something is completely game breaking. Like the vision bug right now, it's really bad. And that's basically our highest priority item right now on our list. But
It's still
don't
not
have a fix that we are able to
fixed?
deploy yet. But it doesn't mean we're ignoring it. It means we have to try to fix it.
Wait,
And sometimes that
how
can just
hard
take
is it to
long.
fix
That's
the vision
boring
bug?
answer.
What? Wait, guys, what is going on with this vision bug? How is the shit?
When it comes to stuff like
What the
roller
fuck?
mechanics, I think.
Why is the vision
times
bug
we
so
want
hard to
make
fix? Is it not
fixes,
just
for
a camera
example,
angle
when it
issue?
breaks the server completely, right? Like when you have server 43 that I bet everyone has seen at some point in their life. That's
It's
something
actually really
we
hard because it
want
released
to
a true red,
basically
true
tackle
blue.
ASAP because I mean the matches don't work.
How?
It's very
But, like-
much
like
on
how-
a case by
I
case.
guess- I mean, I assume it's not just like you go to, like, the fucking True red
and then we make a call on,
object
does this
and
need
then
a
tweak the
maintenance?
camera angle, but
When
like
does
what?
this need a
How is
maintenance,
it? Like what is causing
We
it?
do
That's
try
so
and avoid
interesting.
Taking down the game.
Why is it so
because,
hard?
Like that's kind
'Cause
of
it's
the
happened
worst thing is,
before.
like I want to play Brawl and I can't.
Yes.
Yeah, so we try and bundle things together if we can.
Candy Noticias. In the Brawl Pass, free-to-play players can only get one resource key. My question is, do you plan to use to give us keys at events, freebies, etc., or will they only be exclusive for the Brawl Pass Plus?
We're open to the idea. I think we do need to be cautious here. So the Brawl Pass is like our biggest source of revenue, and we, if we're too careless with those resources, then it'll mean that less people want to buy the Brawl Pass, which is bad for everybody. It's not just bad for the game, right? Like in order to do all of the cool things we do, like brand, marketing, esports, etc., that requires revenue, and the revenue comes from the Brawl Pass. So we are very careful there. That being said, I do think that it would be okay to give out resource keys every once in a while. So yeah, open to it.
Yeah, but should be super rare also because then it makes the pass interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the UI is transition when you get the keys is about that you are stealing the key. So maybe players get to steal it elsewhere in the game and then use it in the vault. Yeah.
Teal PTJ. Will Ranked be improved in 2026? I personally feel like Ranked is the worst game mode available right now, so I would love to see if you guys have anything in the store for
Oh
this.
shit,
Emoji
emoji. Thanks for the
shot
2,000 bits. Holy
X
shit.
2000 technical
But wait,
that
Do we
is
want to
real.
say a
They
date,
also
or is
have
that
to
too
make
much?
sure the
No.
code
Okay.
changes work on both native clients, iOS and Android. Indications are this is a heavy lift. Thanks,
Oh.
Bedlam.
Okay, I guess thanks for the input, emoji shrug, and also for the 2,000 bits. Holy shit. So, wait,
Yes.
can the true red, true blue bug, like vision bug, then it's not a simple fix that'll work across all device types. It's different between iOS and Android. That is so weird. Okay, interesting. I don't know enough about game design to know how a fix like that would even work, I guess, or what the issue is, but
To be improved in 2026. I personally feel like Ranked is the worst game mode available right now, so I would love to see if you guys have anything in the store for this year.
Yes.
Yes.
But wait,
Do we want to say a date, or is that too much?
no.
Okay, yeah.
Because
But
like,
yes.
the date was supposed to be this update. You already changed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's not
Yeah.
give
Yeah,
the.
that's it.
Yes, yes,
But yes,
yes.
No.
we have plans.
But could you maybe talk about the rationale of how do you want to approach ranked
Sure, absolutely.
next?
Do you want to go or should I go?
How about I'll say
the
one
same
word, you
time.
say the
Yeah,
other
that's
word.
a great idea. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'll start.
Yeah.
Okay, so the current version of Ranked is kind of like a compromise design, I would say. So the goal with the previous version was that we wanted to get more people to play Ranked, and in that we succeeded, right? Well, for a while, it has declined somewhat. It has become a little bit more niche, but still, like, you know, the funnel is doing okay. But when you do that, like things like the ranked reset, there's a tension between what the mainstream audience wants, which is like progression, and what the absolute hardcore pros want, which is like competitive integrity, right? So like the pros don't like it when they have to reset because like they basically like they deserve to be up there where they have quality matches and that's where they can train, and like we've kind of like wasted their time to get them back. So and we, you know, we're talking about like, okay,
It's a
what
weird lump
is the
on my
goal that
arm.
ranked should have? And we think it's actually like maximum competitive integrity, even if that means that the mode
gonna
is less
die?
accessible. But we're still discussing it and debating it.
I mean, I have nothing to add to that, but yeah, that's basically how we're thinking about it.
Cool.
Quinn basically just described the difference between like ranked the ranked 1.0 versus 2.0. Like when they first reworked it, that shit was super easy to get. I don't know if it was more popular, but it was like very easy to get masters. And my guess is like, I don't know. I think a lot of people were playing ranked back then, maybe, or at least it feels that way to me. But now that they did like the changes, like to make it more competitive, it's like kind of maybe less popular for some reason. I don't know.
Perry Parrot, what is the behind-the-scenes process behind implementing new gameplay features? Example, Buffy, Subway Surfers, mutations.
Really great question.
There is more. What is harder to do, coding all the gameplay features or to come up with the idea on how players should obtain these and then use them in game?
Well, luckily we have people who are great at coding and people who are great at other things. So yeah, like I guess this question depends on who you are asking. I would suck at coding basically.
I mean, you see my UI mockup.
They're not that bad. But yeah, I guess like I have explained this recently in a few places because it's also interesting for other professionals, like to learn how we actually develop the features or the events in the game. I think it's pretty unique in terms of it all starts with a big, broad conversation. Most of the time, like mostly is the game designers like maybe starting the spark in terms of, hey, this is what we want to achieve. This is maybe the metrics that we would like to impact, or the part of the experience that we feel is in more need of a revision. And then we gather ideas. We talked a lot. Like we do these like brainstorming sessions where we start to identify. That's a nice direction to try, and then little by little we are like concreting that plan. That's mostly when my role comes in, maybe because it's my role to also help to distill those ideas and create some mock-ups.
I'm
like
not hearing enough
to
time
make
being
it
spent
easier
on
for everyone
Instagram
to
Reels
imagine
and all of this. Is
how
that
would
just
it
me?
look or
Like,
how would it feel?
I feel like any
in
good
game when we
hallmark
actually
of game
do
design
that
would
new
be
event
spending
or
at least
that new
30
feature,
to
together with
80% of the
like
time
game
scrolling
designers to
Instagram
feel
Reels
like,
and
hey,
sharing it
this
with
is
all your
going
friends and
in
saying,
the right
haha, look how
direction.
funny
Also
this reel
talking,
is, instead of actually doing any
with
work to try to get your
other
brain
very needed
like
people
rested
that,
up
okay,
and ready to and motivated
can
to
this
actually do
be
all the
coded,
work later.
in a not
I think that's
without
personally in
such
my
big
experience,
effort
that's
or
how I
with a
actually succeeded
relative,
in school and everything.
effort.
So
Also
I
with
don't
the
really know.
artists, like
Kind of dubious that they're not including that in the
we are
timeline. But
envisioning this cool
okay.
event, but it will need like
yeah,
yet
like why did they not
another,
mention using
box,
ChatGPT?
and we do another box before
Also, like
freeze,
that's also kind of
freeze
questionable. Like
mean,
you're not you're telling me
the
you're not
deadline
using
that we
AI
have
to ask
to
for
actually
ideas
deliver what we're planning
and
to release
using
next.
Klarna to DoorDash your
And
burrito.
then after those mockups have been shared and we have reviewed them also as a
They
team.
didn't open up a sports betting
we
app
have seen,
once.
okay,
Like I don't know if I
this
can
looks
trust
like
this guy.
it could work. Maybe this not. When we have something that we are all feeling good with is when we start to actually develop it, like both like implementation wise, like putting the actual assets inside the game and creating the code that is gonna handle those assets and that logic, and then is when maybe the other big part happens, which is like the play testing. That I think is something we do.
I'm
great
trying to seem
as a
relatable. When
team,
he was in
that we
school,
have
Reels
like
weren't
these
released
recurring
yet. I
play
had
testing,
TikTok. We had TikTok and
sessions
YouTube
where
Shorts.
we just look at each other.
Didn't have
work
ChatGPT
and
as
try to
much
give
though. That's true.
candid feedback with the aim to release the best version of this as possible.
Yep.
And yeah, I would say that's more or less the process. And then, of course, once we have released something, if it's something that we can touch later on, like with a new version of it, is when we like community help us a lot, like understanding like how is this thing actually working. And yeah, I would say that's more or less.
That's very comprehensive.
Cycle,
Yeah,
yeah,
very
very
good,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think like also like for example, maybe like of course not the hardest, but like it's funny to think like for example when you have a collab with Stranger Things, we have like here's like the billion ideas we can do, and then maybe the hardest is prioritizing which one is actually the one that is-
That actually is the thing that I had in mind. I was like, I'm missing something. Like, yeah, when we can decide when to launch something is way nicer in a way that then this is looking good, but maybe not as good to be released. Maybe can be postponed for a next update. But then, there's like, let's say,
keep bringing
want
up the
to do
Stranger
something
Things
big for
collab,
Christmas
guys.
or for like
They
Golden Week in May.
really like that one, it
We have
seems.
a deal with this,
Which is fair.
new
I think a lot of people really
collab,
like that one.
brand that we are working with. So for example, like Stranger Things, like we wanted to go together with the release of the last season. So in a way, that is the hardest ones, no?
Yeah, like just to add another layer to that. So we have a lot of talent on the team, but all the talent is quite different, right? So we can't, for instance, be like, okay, all we're doing is Buffy's this update, right?
Yeah.
Because like, what is half the team supposed to do, right? So another part of building an update plan is making sure that we're using the talent that we have as effectively as we can, right? So that makes sure that like maybe we would, in the theoretical world, we'd love to just go all in on this, but actually the way to get the best results is to make sure that we are leveraging everybody as effectively as possible. And that's like a really complex puzzle to put together.
Piscis, with everything that has been added through the years, do you think it's time to adjust rework progression? We got to a point where brawler rarities barely make sense, as there is so few rares and so many higher rarities. I understand why is that, but I feel like it would work if we just sort the brawlers into two categories, beginner friendly and advanced. Let the player have free choice on what they want to unlock. This is just one part of progression that I feel like it could be made much simpler and therefore easier to understand, as well as giving the players more freedom.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So I'm really passionate about reworking progression. Like that's one of my very, very favorite things to do. So yes, that being said, like when you change things, you can like negatively impact people, right? Now we never really shy away from that, but we are conscious of the impact. So for instance, like, okay, let's say we changed brawlers into beginner friendly and advanced, like we got rid of brawler rarities. So there's actually like, on any topic, there's probably going to be different opinions on the team, and we discuss these things a lot. And there are people on the team that would like, for instance, love to get rid of rarities of brawlers entirely. But if we did that, there would be costs. So one of those costs would be that, well, all rarities are basically gone. So every brawler is as exciting to get as any other brawler. And right now, like it does feel better to draw a legendary than it does to draw an epic brawler, right? So we would lose that excitement, and we don't like losing excitement. And the other thing that's useful for in terms of brawler rarity for us is that it still does indicate complexity, right? So like legendary brawlers are generally more complex than epics or rares. And so that's like information that we would lose. So personally, I wouldn't fight for it. But I do think that, it's a complicated topic.
Yeah, and I think the second point is as well, like when we do change fundamental things like this, I think the only time we changed rarities was when we removed chromatics.
Yeah.
Then we changed rarities for brawlers. Because imagine, I don't know, let's say you're a Spike main, right? So you really love Spike. He's a legendary brawler. It's really cool. Now Spike is beginner friendly. like you will not feel that good about having Spike because your cool legendary brawler became beginner friendly. Like this is just one example, but it's
Yeah,
back to the
I
point of
personally
we
don't
need to be
think
really
removing
careful when we mess with
rarities is a
existing
great
things people
idea.
have.
I don't
and
know.
the existing
I
things
just don't see
people
the
enjoy,
point,
because
I
we
guess.
can also sometimes we miss the mark and we do something worse, and that's not where we want to be. So we have to have a really good reason if we want to make these systematic changes.
And you touch on a side issue that we have because there is legacy problems. Like our game is 7 years old now, and
Yep.
then like with removal of mastery, like when you tell a community manager, hey, you have to remove that feature that the players like, and I feel like, oh my god. But then you hear the reasoning, like, oh, it makes sense.
Yep.
But then because it's a game that is constantly changing, like there's a lot of things, like for example,
I think the subtext of this rarity comment is that there's too many credits to unlock most brawlers. Yeah, but that's the thing though. It's like it's
a
you get
scam.
way more
And,
credits
like,
than you need to
like
unlock every
those
brawler.
things, and then another
I don't
discussion
know.
that they have because of progression is like, what if you unify
Like you get
coin in
plenty of
PowerPoint?
credits to unlock brawlers.
Yeah,
like what the problem
kinda
right
makes
now
sense
is
on
just that
paper because like it's kind of
some rarities, I
has the
think, like
same
Mythic, for example, it's
meaning,
kind of hard to
but,
unlock a
like,
specific Mythic
everyone
brawler that you
who
want
paid
because the
for this
Star Road isn't
currency
built
or
for that,
everyone
which is kind
who
of stupid.
progressed the brawler in a certain way, or
But if you could
saved
choose
the
whatever brawler you
currency
wanted to
will feel
unlock, like
cheated
I agree with the
also.
player freedom part. I think it would be
Besides, like,
nice
the restructuring the whole
if
economy,
players
which
could
it
get
might
more,
be
like choose which
really
brawler
tough.
they wanted specifically.
So I think it's because of like this game exists for so many years. There's a lot of like legacy issues that like
Yep.
just changing is not as easy as it sounds on paper.
Yeah. There is like a philosophical level of like, in a game, could you do this? Absolutely. In Brawl Stars, can you do this? Well, technically, yes, but you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Adrian was giving this example about Spike, and I actually like recently, we were talking with an agency that like trying to help us to improve our brand identity, and they were advising us that it would be nice
Spike
to give Spike earlier on, like even more like at the beginning of the game you have Shelly and Spike, just because Spike has become like this very identifiable character for the game. No, it's like, yeah, of course, like in an ideal world where maybe we could travel back in time, like you did in One Brawl Talk, and we will do that change. But yeah, we cannot do it now. Yeah.
Brawler events plus community initiative. That's the topic actually. From Lavender. I don't know. We'll put in the screen. Mac Pizza King or Lavender. I don't know. I would like to ask you things. Brawler events. Are there plans for another Brawler event like the Mortis game one? Not actual a plan. Like we don't have anything this down, but I think it was an interesting experience where like the event was revolved around a Brawler. But yeah, for now we don't have any plan. Will be cool. I think there's events could be about anything. And then community spotlight events. I really love events like the Brawlies and Supercell Make campaigns. Recently, we just got a new Make campaign, but will we ever get a Brawlies nomination again? I answered to this question about Brawlies in another podcast. It's right there. Maybe you can go there for deeper answer, but it's pretty much the payoff. I think a lot of the things we do is like how much effort we put to what, how much performance or how much results we get, right? The Brawlies, I think I started doing like after July until the end of the year. And it was just like another layer of work that you have on top of everything, because you have to look for the nominees, like, and then it has like, it's a word, almost like a rep event. So like you have to look from the whole year. There's the fun video, which is like very costly. And then when we release, people think like, this Brawl Talk is weird. It's like, we don't get this return of investment back, right? Of course, we can do like simpler ways for Brawlies, but I feel like, I think people expect a grand event. It can be like a pool or whatever. So I think the Brawlies, as it was, probably won't come back unless another person that is very passionate take it. For other community initiatives, this is one that I intend to come back, actually, because like the studio is different. Like these things, like the Spike mic is a new thing. So I didn't do it for one-off thing, right? I want to keep this happening more frequently. And the Supercell Make campaign as well. It was like 1 year since we run the last one, and I want to keep this frequently as well. So yeah, I think like we want to keep those things going and perhaps like add more community initiatives Cool. Now we have still 20 questions to go. We want to finish that in 30 minutes. So we're going
What?
to speed run. So here are questions from
Oh
YouTube,
shit. Okay.
from BL. Everyone help me get this comment. This is he's asking for upvotes. Why don't Brawl Stars or other Supercell games have options to improve FPS by lowering the graphics? Considering that most popular games contain these options to improve the performance of those with weaker phones, enhance the experience and gameplay for players. But why not Brawl Stars? Brawl Stars has so many graphics that could be ignored or reduced to improve the player experience.
This is a great question. So one of the advantages of Brawl Stars growing as a team is that we've been able to grow teams that have historically been pretty underserved. And one example of that is the game tech team. So we've been seeing like a lot of great improvement on this front recently. Damien, I should set a name.
It's fine.
Okay. We have someone really awesome that's doing some great work on Brawl. He like eliminated loading times pretty much. Like loading is way better than it used to be. And they're going to be tackling the frame rate next. I synced with him on this, and he thinks that the problem is going to be basically like gone for the vast majority of players by summer, hopefully, if everything goes well.
Damn, big words.
Yeah, he said it, so I think it's okay to say. And we'd rather basically eliminate the issue rather than provide an option. So that's what we're going for. But it's a really astute question.
Yep.
Dangerous to make a promise if they don't
Mythical
deliver on it. But
BR1. Are you interested in
It
adding a
doesn't really
story
affect me,
mode
I
to the
guess, at
game,
all, 'cause
telling
my-
the brawler stories in chapters? One thing I would like to ask that, because like that's like a trending from since the beginning. What do you expect from a story mode? Because it could be anything, right? Is it like a dungeon crawler? Is it like you go and talk to the brawlers in Star Park? What is a story mode for you?
Yeah, I think it should be something that is still true to the core of the experience of playing Brawl Stars. So it can be like, I don't know, like an audiobook tied into the game. So yeah, I imagine something that you are still playing a brawler and that you are still feeling...
Yeah, guys, the story mode question is asked like every time, and it's always like, listen, it just, to make a story mode is basically like doubling the game. Like, I don't know if Brawl Stars is interested. Because like you basically have to make a second whole game. Like even Fortnite had was originally a story mode game that added a battle royale, and then they just hard switched to battle royale because it was more fun. Like the story mode, I mean, I don't know, to be like, it's kind of hard to spend all that time on making a story mode part of the game, because I think to make it actually good and fun and worth the dev time, it has to do a lot of work into it. And it's also kind of hard to like imagine how to monetize a story mode, because story mode games are traditionally not really free to play.
By something, so
Overwatch 2 moment,
and
it's a completely different model of game, and it would take like an entirely different amount of like dev time and resources.
What we decide to.
Yeah, I mean, the story mode sounds really cool, but it's very ambiguous, as Danny was saying. Like, I think the closest thing that we've done to it was Katana Kingdom.
Yeah.
Like, that was like serialized, that we had content that had story that was actually tied to gameplay.
I think the new brawler animations are
we
cool.
all loved
And Katana
making that,
Kingdom's
and
also
it also
pretty
landed
cool.
really well with the community and also like with the game performance in general. And so we'd love to do more of that. In terms of like, is it like a completely standalone like RPG or something? Well, that doesn't really work in like a live operated format. So that's kind of the challenge, but it's exciting. I guess we need to think about more like what would story mode mean in Brawl.
Yeah, I guess telling stories through the game, yes. Maybe the story mode is like it's the RPG mode. Maybe not, because it's a lot of content that's consumed in a day and then it doesn't pay off. D1 Rudy or Ruadi, I don't know. And when will cheaters, auto dodges, rackers, and aimbot get banned in ranked? It's been weeks, blah blah blah. The same thing happened during last summer. So I think the more information I give about this question, the worse for us. It's like I'll be very vague, but like we are taking care of it, and we know it's happening. It's not. We also like it's good to point out that like it's a very small number. If you use anything, please don't, because it can compromise your account forever. But I know that.
Okay, this is true that it's a small number, but the problem is that at where like the place where it affects the most is the high end of ladder, where there already is a very small number of people, and so it like feels like a really big issue for the people that it's affected by. But like for most people, it is true that it doesn't really matter. But it's kind of annoying still.
or security team.
20 minutes
there's
left in
like
the
a
podcast.
multitude of actions that is being taken, and I won't give more information because the more I give, the worse for us. Because pretty much it's like this cat and chase, mouse, no,
Yeah, cat and mouse.
cat and mouse chase.
Yeah.
Space Fisher, can you please make a search function in ranked? Because I run out of time searching for brawlers to pick up Ben.
Definitely, it's something that we need to tackle at some point, like hopefully soon. I would say that one small feature that we added last year has, at least from my player experience, helped me a lot, which is the favorite
Yeah.
brawlers. Like, I'm so glad that our producer
low-key think-
pushed to get that small feature done in a certain update that we were pretty busy, but he thought, okay, I think it's actually doable.
Yeah.
He even did the mockups, like
I low-key think that if they separated it by class, it would help a lot. Even though the classes aren't accurate for some brawlers, just having them be in a class, I think, would make it easier. Because then you can just you can quickly associate with the brawler that you want with the class that they're in, and then find the class, and then of the class, it narrows it down to you have to find the brawler within 10, which is a much easier, UI wise to I think locate it. Because I'm thinking for example in Marvel Rivals or in other like in Marvel Rivals they have a fucking scroll wheel too, but you it's separated by class, so you can just find the class that you want to pick for the character that you want, and it's much easier to locate it. Even if for a brawler like Crow, even though he's an assassin, he doesn't really feel like one. Just knowing that though you want to play Crow, it's easy to find it because you just go to the assassin section. It's kind of you can do that right now with rarities, but the rarities are not. I don't think rarities are very easy to tell for a brawler compared to their class, I guess.
Good mockups.
I don't know.
So it was
my
an easy one to
personal
do.
opinion.
And I know it's not ideal, but in a way, I guess it shows that we are mindful of the issue and we are trying to get the wins when we can there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I think this idea comes up. We have this Brawl Ideas channel at work, it's called. And I think this comes up at least maybe every 2 months.
Yes.
Someone mentions, I want to search in ranked. So, yeah, we want to do something about it.
One day.
Yeah.
Insomnia, dear Supercell, do you plan to bring back the inverted combat? I guess they're talking about the
upside
showdown game mode or something similar to it. It was so much fun. Tier.
Captain and rank should be able to ban a whole class.
I think we have mentioned it already that we would love to get
that would be a very fun event if in ranked you could ban classes of brawlers. That'd be very fun. I don't know if it would be just try it for a little bit. I don't know,
something similar to that mode back. So
or something completely different but in the same vein, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Skibidi. Whatever.
Skibidi.
Why Spike can't speak? It's a trait of the brawler.
What are these questions?
I mean, he's speaking right now.
Through us.
Yeah, that's true.
He speaks through.
So we are Spike's minions. Is that
I think so. Yeah.
We are only vessels for Spike.
Yeah.
And where is the sock in Brawl Pass?
Well, it's coming back. It's coming back. I promise.
If it doesn't, there will be a huge backlash.
I was on holidays when we released the new Brawl Pass, so I was reading Reddit on the 1st of January, and I saw that comment. I was like, "Oh no, I can't!" I thought I have left it there, but something happened, and then. On my first day back to work was the first thing I did. Okay, I need to get this done. Yeah.
Priorities.
It's good.
Daniel Olavo, do you ever plan to include an option within the trophy road where we can talk and interact with the brawlers, like in the Hoop in the Pool event? It will be a good way to tell stories and share some cool trivia about them. And if you don't plan to bring this to the base game, do you at least intend to do more events like these in the future?
It's a cool idea. I think we would love to explore more ways to interact with the brawlers and talk with them. That was a really cool part of the last event.
Yeah.
I don't think
I like when you could
Trophy Road
make
would
Mr.
necessarily
P
be the
inflate
best,
full of piss
distribution method
and blow up
because,
and explode all over the room.
It wouldn't be
Pierce.
very
That was super
eventful.
cool.
People would get it at different times. I think I would rather try like a different sort of like format that unfolds over the course of a week or two.
Yeah.
But I really like the idea.
Yeah, and then Adam that was sitting here, he saw like great results from this episodic format of videos, and then he wants to do more. So hopefully,
Yep.
we see more. But about something else that is not P. Joy Preet sign these names. Will free-to-play players ever be able to unlock the other keys except from the resource key?
Most likely no, for the reasons of like we don't want to water down the value of the Brawl Pass. It's really important for the health of the game.
Mm-hmm. Planami, will there be a new category of brawlers like snipers, tanks, or assassins, but like elemental types, for example?
I mean, never say never, but I feel like most of our
No.
brawlers and the ones we have planned kind of fit into our existing classes.
Yeah.
But if we have a really cool idea for a brawler that just doesn't fit,
Hey
Yeah.
guys,
like, we
welcome to the
absolutely
new
would
elemental
want to add one.
class.
Maybe what elemental means
What does
to
that
you? Like,
mean?
maybe,
yeah, it's a good question.
yeah, we'll find your comment.
Yeah.
I mean, we have like Ziggy, who's kind of like electrical, and we
Yeah.
have Amber, who's kind of fire.
Oh my
So
god, what if they
they're-
added a type chart to Brawl Stars? Amber is super effective against Lou, and she can deal like bonus damage. I don't know. That's what does that even mean, bro? That doesn't even affect. That's not even a class. That just affects every single brawler in the game. That doesn't make sense. We already have a type chart. Our existing classes are the type chart. Assassins do good into to snipers and throwers like that. We already have one.
Kind of elemental, but they're
It would work as like a game mode, like a community event. You know, like Crow does is super effective damage into Sprout, but we're just copying Pokemon Poison type charts basically. But like, you know, like I could see it maybe working as like in a community event for a bit, but it would be. I don't think it could be like a permanent change.
they also fit
Yeah.
into existing
Yeah.
archetypes.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Maybe that could be a fun event, you know?
Yeah. Gus plays. Will there be any partnership this year?
What are these? Well, yes.
I think there will. Like we are working on something.
Alright.
Like if it's gonna be. shipped
What
or
is
not
that
is
question?
another
Huh?
question. But it's not, I don't think it's like gonna be like a massive event like Stranger Things. If it happens, it's because we decided
What?
after I. said
Yeah,
this
man. Is there gonna be an event? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
Cool. Wow, I think that was less than 10 minutes. Good job, everyone. I think we can do it.
That was it?
Question from Instagram. Caspercilio.exe. Do you understand that a future player can invest more than 10 years to max his account?
Well, I mean, if you play one game a day, then it could take 100 years. So I guess we think about Brawl Stars as like Brawl Stars is never done, right? It's like very different from like a Steam game. Like you finish a Steam game, you 100% it, you move on. In Brawl, it's like we always want to have something exciting for you to chase, right? So we're always creating new things. And if we do our job well, then every day you have something cool to do. So it's just a different mental model about what a game is.
Yeah. And I think like this concept of like I play for free, I should have my account max is not what we're going for, because like we always want the free to play to be chasing something, right? We don't want like to finish the game and then
Yeah.
you go to another one. But also like Brawl Stars, it's always like we should at least like make the free to play players competitive. Like you
Oh,
should
absolutely.
be able a pool of like you have a lot of freedom to pick the brawlers you want because of the Star Road. You get a lot of the brawlers through gacha or like through boxes. So I think like you don't need to have all the brawlers to be like the best player in the world. But if you want to go like, I'm going to go competitive, I'm going to go pro, then it makes sense that you're also investing buying the Brawl Pass, right? Because like you're making like a career choice and it's a...
Yeah.
So
Yeah, if you're like a real pro, like this
Yeah.
is like your job,
Yeah.
then like the Brawl Pass is like a business expense,
Yeah.
and it's a pretty small business expense.
Okay, guys,
also-
this sounds kind of crazy, but like I actually agree with this in a sense. Video gaming historically is actually like a relatively, as I think it's historically been a very cheap hobby for people because like it's a one-time expense, you don't have to think about it again. But every other like professional sport, like in soccer, for example, you have to buy cleats, right? You have to buy new balls. You have to like stuff wears out, and you have to spend money. Like every kind of, a lot of hobbies, I guess not every hobby, but a lot of hobbies do have upfront costs. It's not like exclusively evil for a video game per se to charge money for its service, but yeah, I mean, I think in terms of what Danny is saying, like competitively, I think still a free to play player, like they should still be able to be competitive if they want to. I feel like that would, just a personal ideal wise, I think I personally think that would be nice. I don't know.
I think Symantec specifically, I think was free to play until like
Oh, did he break
half a
his
year
taxes?
ago or
Oh,
something.
Okay.
So, and he's a literal world champion. So
Yeah.
you can be competitive without
Yeah.
spending a cent.
Of course, he's outlier, but anyway, it
Yeah.
can be done.
Yeah.
KXX000. When will you start caring more about the game than the money? Like, I don't care about the money at all. But like, it's like money is important. Like,
Yeah.
it's a business.
Yeah.
It's like it's very obvious. Like, the live games sustain a whole ecosystem of new games being at Supercell, and it's important to grow the game. Like, we don't want to just stay flat, but also like.
No, okay, I don't know.
There's like this idea of like, isn't that enough for you? And I think in the industry, if you flatten out, you'll be gonna be forgotten because like there's always a new game coming, and then you wanna be competitive, and it's pretty much like even though like the mobile market keeps growing, people keep getting players from each other, right? It's like growing the game is making sure the game will persist for more years. Like it's super important to be there.
Yeah.
But
I think the best way to kind of illustrate this, at least in my mind, like whenever we talk about anything within the game team, so be it a feature, be it a brawler, be it whatever, the first question is, what is the most awesome thing we can make? The most fun thing we can make?
Yeah.
The question, I have never heard anyone say, how can we make this thing make the most money?
We almost never talk about money.
Yeah, like literally nearly never. Like, and you know, again, you can believe me or not, but I can tell you for a fact that that is not a conversation we're having when we're trying to make stuff. Like it's, what is the most fun thing? What is the most surprising thing? The most awesome thing? Whatever it is. So, and of course, we don't hit the mark all the time, but that's at least what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
We had a meeting today to talk about the vision, and one of the things that was suggested is that we want Brawl to be 1 billion DAU. Right, that's the goal, right?
Yeah.
Is that possible? I don't know. Maybe probably.
There's enough people in the world.
Yeah, but that's what we really want, right? Like that's what we're pushing for every day, is to make Brawl the biggest thing ever, right? And we do need revenue for that, but there's no suits on the team, right?
Yeah.
Like we all love games, we all love Brawl Stars, and we're motivated to work on Brawl Stars. Like that's the thing. Like we're not here for the money. Like we make money to make the game. We don't make the game to make money.
Yeah,
it's
And like this vision workshop that we have done today, like the whole team was gathered, like trying to figure out how would it be Brawl Stars in 5 years into the future, and then we were all trying to imagine how it looked like and why we would be newsworthy, and then none of the ideas were talking about money. None of them. Like they were talking about, we have been able to connect more people by playing. We have been able to, like grow our audience massively. We have become like a cultural phenomenon, but never.
Yo, are there any game devs in my chat? Probably not, right? I wonder. Hold on. Good job, game dev right here. Quinn is in the chat. Well, I'm thinking, does a game developer even get paid extra if a game does better? Like, let's say if Brawl makes $1 million in a month versus 10 million, do the game devs don't get paid 10 times more in their salary, do they? Like the game devs are paid a salary, aren't they? They're paid a yearly salary that's regardless of their performance, no? So, like, I mean, as far as I'm aware, game devs already get paid plenty. I mean, I think it's a relatively lucrative industry, especially in the United States. And they live in European, so I don't know, maybe it's like 70% of what it could be. But like, still, it's like, I don't think the game devs, when they make a game, are thinking, how do I make more money? How do I? It's like walking up to a 7-Eleven employee and then being like, yo, why is the fucking Celsius $1 extra? What the fuck are you doing, you greedy pig? It's like, I don't think the 7-Eleven employee, when he put the label on that changed the price of the Celsius, he's thinking, how can I generate more revenue for 7-Eleven? Does that make sense? Like, is that an actual, like, that doesn't, it seems a little strange. It's one thing that's always kind of been like very weird about a lot of the discourse online, where because people are like people are even asking, saying, Adrian, why are you doing it for the money? Why are you making the Brawlers Unbalanced for the money? Why are you doing this for the money? And it's like if you just think about it for even a second, it doesn't pass the smell check. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the developers be doing it for the money? I don't think they're doing it for money because they're doing it, it's their job, but they're not getting more money if they make the game more pay to win. The main devs are greedy? Do the main devs get paid extra if the game does better? Do any of the devs get paid extra? What? I don't understand. Like... like, I don't know, man. Like, and what also doesn't make sense too is like, I think if you have a skill set to make video games, I think you have the qualifications to make more money than as a game developer. I don't know if that's true, but like it's like anyone who's a doctor could just do surgery, you know, like they could go to become a surgery resident. And anybody who is like a computer science, like a coding adjacent, has a coding expertise and has experience, they could go work probably at a much more lucrative position for like a bank or something. I don't know what like the most lucrative CS jobs are, but I don't know. No, they couldn't. Like I think game design as a field is something you go for the passion of it. I don't think there's like a game developer that's in it, they don't care about making games, they just want to make money. I don't think that, like, especially in game design too, where it's a bit more creative process, I feel like, where you're in there because you want to make a game. You're in there because you love games. You're not there to like try to chase the big bucks, right? Like, I don't know. Every time I see people talk about how the game devs are greedy, it's just so, like, they're not wrong, I guess. Everybody is inherently greedy to some extent and are doing it for the money, but they're also not right. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know. Like, I this comment of where was the comment? Fuck, I'm trying to find the one that like I paused. Yeah, like when we start caring more about the game than the money, there's like 3 different ways that this is just like the dumbest question I've ever seen in my entire life. But it's also like clearly this person has not spent the time to think about the question before they asked it. So, and I think the person is asking this question because they haven't lived enough of life to understand the question that they're asking. And so it's just like, I don't know if it's worth even addressing. It's just, I don't know. It's just very... I think both the complainers and you are ignoring the fact that it's most likely not the gameplay devs that's deciding on the pricing. I mean, does it... I'm not talking about a... Okay, well, the reason why I'm addressing the gameplay devs deciding the pricing is because that's what people are saying is happening. For one, like, they're saying that these games, like, these game development features are being implemented to generate more money. 2, I don't actually know what the internal, like who decides the pricing. I don't actually know if there is a specific different group of people. Is there? Like, do you know like whose job it is on the team that decides the pricing? Is that what does the higher ups mean? Who are the higher ups? Is there like, I don't, because as for what I am aware, what I know about the Supercell dev team is that they're pretty Like they keep pretty small team sizes in general. Mainly the publishers deciding the pricing most of the time, but who are the publishers then? And what do you mean investors? Because Supercell is a private company. They make tens of millions of dollars every month. This is beyond securing development funds. Well, yeah, it's not just development funding. They're not just paying for the developers. They're also paying for marketing and, like they said, the competitive prize pool and also everything related to the competitive scene, and also definitely returns. Tencent? Wait, so Supercell doesn't decide any of the pricing and Tencent decides all the pricing? Is that what you guys are saying? That nobody on the dev team chooses the pricing at all? Like, do you know that for sure? Marketing management decides the price? Is marketing management separate from the development team? Like, what are we... Guys, you guys are saying that, like I'm seeing people commenting like, Bedlam, you're wrong. Like, you know, like the developers aren't even the ones deciding the price. Like, if you're saying I'm wrong, I'm talking out of my ass. What about you? Are you, like, do you know this? Like, can you link me a link? Bedlam, please. If the game is doing worse, the company will reduce salaries. No, I believe that's not true. I believe actually companies would rather lay people off than reduce salaries. Because if you reduce salary, that just cuts productivity. So they always do layoffs instead of reducing salaries. For one, but for two, Brawl Stars definitely is not going to be laying people off unless the game's doing really bad, which it's not. Like, I don't just I'm seeing a lot of like, okay, don't listen to us. All right, bro. Like, okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm just seeing a lot of people talking out of their ass, confidently saying I'm wrong, or like confidently stating something that they have no idea about. So it's, but like what I can definitely say, I think that is true, is that I don't think, like, and these guys are even saying it themselves. I don't think they're doing it for the fucking money. I mean, like,
the biggest
like, in terms of like,
ever.
they're not developing new mechanics to try to milk people dry, and it's very, I don't know.
Yeah.
Right, and we do need
Very
revenue for
seriously. Read Mr. Munch's comment. I'm low-key making stuff up for the fun of it. All right, bro.
that, but there's no suits on the team, right?
Yeah.
Like, we all love games, we all love Brawl Stars, and we're motivated to work on Brawl Stars. Like, that's the thing. Like, we're not here for the money. Like, we make money to make the game. We don't make the game to make money.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
And like this,
Bedlam, I have been playing for 6 years. I have every brawler, but I can't afford gadgets, supers, or gear. I only play ranked. I don't do quests. All right, dude, stop. What are you? Stop. All right, bro,
vision
stop.
workshop
No,
that
you
we
guys
had
are
today,
actually
like
you're just
the whole
making shit up.
team was gathered, like trying to figure out how would it be Brawl Stars in 5 years into the future, and then we were all trying to imagine how it looked like and why we would be newsworthy, and then none of the ideas were talking about money. None of them. Like, they were talking about, we have been able to connect more people by playing. We have been able to, like, grow our audience massively. We have become like a cultural phenomenon, but never money has been mentioned.
Nachi can you guys make canon Bo and Charlie relationship, making a brawler who mix their abilities? That's super fun idea. Like, we had for context, we had a Brawl
What
event.
is this question asking to make a baby? Canon, Bo, and Charlie relationship, making a brawler who mixes their ability. What? Huh? All right.
That's
Bro.
super fun idea. Like, we had for context, we had a Valentine's event where, like, where players could
What the
vote on
fuck?
who would kiss Bo. Bo would be the bachelor, and then you can vote for the brawler.
Brawl
people.
Stars,
It
can
ended
we
up
get
being
Pregnant
Charlie by
Chawi
very
in
few
the
margin. I
game?
think the other one was
Brawl
Melody.
Stars, I
Probably.
want community event. Can we get manga
but then
of Bo
It was,
impregnating
Then
Chawi?
9 months after, we made, like, what if they are still together?
Bro.
It's like we had a wedding for them, so, like, we kind of, like, put a what if. It's not like lore, otherwise Fernanda will kill me. But but I think the idea of, like, a brawler that has a relationship and the kid of this brawler is actually a mix of both kids, I think it's super fun.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Yeah, absolutely.
What the fuck are
And
we
Charlie
doing,
needs
bro? What?
Trio members, like team members, I mean.
All right, bro.
Scroll. Why have we not added comms button to alert our teammates?
Oh my god, you
We
know what they
need
could
help.
do? And then Charlie's kid can be another part of her trio. And then Charlie can have a second child that's also part of her trio, but has abilities that are more similar to like Edgar, for example. And then we could and we could have, it's like a big question, like, whoa, wait, so Charlie has one child brawler, but the abilities are similar to Bo, and then the other one's similar to Edgar? Like, what's going on? You know, it could be like some kind of lore way of having some family drama happening. That could be kind of cool, you know? And then we can even add another brawler that's not in Edgar's trio or Charlie's trio, but has abilities that are similar to Edgar and Colette. And it's like, what the heck? Now what's going on here, you know? Because like the trio's already filled out. Like, is there maybe some kind of hidden relationship that is happening here where everybody's just getting everybody pregnant in Brawl Stars? Maybe everybody's just pregnant in Brawl Stars. We're just playing pregnant stars.
Why have we not added
I think that would be peak. Brawl Stars, let's add that, please.
comms button to alert our teammates we need help in certain situations? Like a communication button.
Yeah, so this we've been talking about as well, and I think the first time we tried something like this was in Brawl Arena.
Yep.
Because we really wanted to explore what does this mean for Brawl. I think this is again one of the things we want to deal with when we feel like we have some time to spend on it, because we have some cool ideas, and I think a lot of people in the team feel strongly about it as well. We just have to design it and prioritize it.
I guess Forever BS, he said in Portuguese, I guess I didn't notice at the time, but he said, like, can you turn the club more interesting? Like the club feature.
Kind of answered this, I guess. But
I think-
Yeah,
we touched on it.
Yeah, whether it's like clubs or like teams or like channels, like it could be anything. It's like, but
Yeah.
Gojo from Jornia, have you ever thought about giving more attention to the profile accessories? Like when someone check in your account, the background, we can decor it, because it's like we are bored of the blue.
It's definitely a great idea because it's true. Like it's screen that players use to share and to brag,
Yeah,
to show
it's your
off.
room, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it makes a lot of sense, and I guess
Yeah, it's good.
And can you add voice chat? It would be so awesome. From Kanike.
So many people would get banned.
I mean,
So
to be
many
honest,
people.
like this is a much deeper conversation. But long story short,
Guys, even without voice chat, just the way they added the invite system, like, like right now, there's already people inviting people who lose their games and spam inviting them only to to cuss them out and then tell them to kill themselves. Voice chat, bro, it's over. It's over, bro. That's gonna be crazy. Not to mention, although I get, you know, the nice thing though with that, you know, you could finally like invite people in your games and like start doing e-couple cringe shit. That would be funny as hell, you know? Imagine you queue up in duos with like one person and you just like act all lovey-dovey to each other, and then the third person is just made really uncomfortable. That could be so fun.
we have talked about this a lot, and we need to
You
really
could express your
understand
love
what the implications
even
would
find
be
love.
to add voice
Brawl
chat, because
Stars
it's not
dating.
as-
That would be
adding
so
voice chat in
so
itself is
awesome. That's
simple,
such a good idea.
But the potential implications of it are massive, right? For example, one of the big things we hold dear in Brawl is that it's a very safe place for anyone to be.
Yeah.
And we need a lot of safeguards and a lot of systems in place other than voice chat, if we have voice chat, to make sure that's still the case.
Yeah.
So again, this is a simple change on paper, but it comes with a lot of baggage, and we just have to figure out, is that a route we want to go or not.
Grown Brawler. Will there be improvements to match?
I think a voice chat would be very funny, just because I know for a fact there's going to be a lot of people who are just taking a shit, and then they're taking a shit and they get in a game and suddenly like a little kid starts screeching at them. Don't go there, brawler! And then on the other side, you would have games where you're just like, you're playing ranked and you try to talk about the picks, and then you hear in the background a subtle like a pissing sound, like the sound of a piss stream hitting a toilet bowl, and you know for a fact, oh, this guy is just in the bathroom right now, and you hear a little every like few minutes too. I think that would be funny as fuck. One day, just one day, Brawl Stars, please.
Making system, I can play in peace because the matching system. What will I benefit from players who have 30 or 20k cups and always choose Edgar every time and I lose because of them? The matching is never fair, and I hope that this will be improved. This will not be an unbearable situation. Yeah, so
We have some big matchmaking improvements coming.
Yes.
Next update.
next
Wow, more spoiler. I mean, you're on a roll. Anything else you're going to tell us about the next update?
I'm going to stop now.
Okay.
No, but let's hope and of course matchmaking is an ongoing thing, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
never finished.
It's never finished.
Exactly.
Never
Like a
finished.
spoiler alert, we won't be done with the next
No,
update.
we will
Yes.
not.
All we can hope for is that we see some improvements.
You want the link for someone who decides pricing for games? Yeah. If you have something like that, I don't know if Avine, do you know if links get deleted in my YouTube chat? I don't think they do. If you post it in the YouTube chat and it doesn't show up, send it to me on my Discord.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you listen to fan feedback much? From Samuel Forster.
I mean, you tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but
No, they don't because
Doesn't work
they'll
in
be
YouTube?
upset.
Oh, okay. Send it then on my Twitch chat or my Discord, either one.
I think we do listen, and I think a lot of the things we have these episodes or like this video to highlight how we listen to the players, how we answer to them. But a lot of the things we do is aimed to the features, right? So like we have meetings, like I'm there, the community managers are there to point out like the community point of view. So like we always try to communicate through the game that their feelings, and of course like balancing is like they're very vocal about this thing, and then we do listen to them, especially from the competitive side. Bugs, they are great source of reporting bugs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. $10 problems.
Yeah, so we do listen, and we are reading what they're saying. Like even Adam that mentioned like the video that he was reading the feedback about the video.
yeah.
Yeah, we're really connected with what you guys are thinking.
Yeah.
We get a lot of comments, see a lot of videos, and we have a lot of discussions.
Yeah.
And when we do something that like you think we should, that's often because we're just getting a lot of competing data, like a lot of competing information. And like we have to choose a direction, and sometimes like we trust like how players are playing the game more often than like what they're saying about it, because how they play is like more reliable.
Yeah. Before we go to the last question, because I forgot to pick this question about regional pricing. Like I had the answer and I forgot to pick the question. I have some notes here because like I'm speaking on behalf of someone else, like someone from the monetization team. But like some question that people are saying, like why I'm seeing like different prices in the region and why like did increase not proportionally in my country when we added the new Brawl Pass. And then the answer, like it's simple, but like it's the basic of economy that like supply and demand. So like for example, if we sell let's say the Brawl Pass for $10 to 10 players, we get $100 bucks, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we put like a original price.
Okay. Someone sent the link for the PDF. Apparently on this page, this is an interview between an interview of a gaming company, I guess. And it's been annotated. Which role do the distributors have in the entire process? Do they have any say for the game development? Extremely little, I'd say. We do get some tips from them, but that is mostly related with the release of the game. In which order should we do stuff? The pricing, when we should have different sales on all that stuff. They know a lot about that stuff and they have a lot of data on it. Valve does not care at all. We talk with them and get tips from them, but how the games work, they do not care about. The input from distributors on pricing, does that come when the game is eventually... Wait, what is this talking? What game is this? Is this Valve? This is... I don't know if this is gonna be the same as a free-to-play game. Because, yeah, like, this is different from Brawl Stars. Even in this, because like this is they're talking about a pay up front game, I'm pretty sure. And they're talking about setting the initial pricing on the game, which is different.
For 5, we need at least 20 people to have the same profit, right?
Yeah.
It's like, or we
Right,
need economy that like supply and demand. So like for example,
Oh,
if we sell, let's say the Brawl Pass for $10 to 10 players, we get $100, right?
Mhm.
If we put like original price for 5, we need at least 20 people to have the same profit, right?
Yeah.
It's like our goal is that the baseline of like the original pricing should be cheaper than the actual currency value. It's like you have a more power to buy something. But if we make the price cheaper and less people buy it, that affects the profit. It's missing the point because it should be something good for both, right? And of course, like A/B testing or like testing price is not the most elegant way to do it, but there is no other way. Like you can't like pick a small sample size. It has to be something that happens in game. So we have to test it out. And like there was a price change in the Brawl Pass. That was the time to do it, right? Because if we do it, we establish one price and like, it didn't work, let's test it again. Then it will be even more disruptive. Yeah. But yeah, so the baseline, it should be cheaper than the currency value, but it has to be at least like performing the same or more than the old price.
Yep.
And then the last question, I picked this one for last because I think you can be very short and hint what's coming next. When will you change the failed cup system? Like they are talking about the trophy system.
I feel like I was already completely spoiled
Yeah.
this.
Wait.
Next update.
All right.
All right, guys.
They're
Thank you so much.
reworking the trophy system next update, guys. Let's go. Yeah, low key, I feel like the rank 35 removal was honestly pretty weak sauce for the game overall. Hopefully that makes it kind of more interesting to grind for achievements again. Now we watch the Kairos recap vid. What, dude? This is an hour video, guys. I don't know, man. You actually want me to watch this shit right now? Do you actually want me to watch this? Watch the 10-hour timer? It's kind of fun though. Wait, what? Why is this so good? 200,000 subscribers, guys. Online alarm court is popping off, dude. This guy gets more views than me. He's the GOAT. Whoa, guys. Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. What can I learn from this? Um. Wait, so there's a specific role called monetization manager in Clash Royale, is what this is saying. But from what I understand, this is also just an employee, no? Like you're not making a bonus if the game does more money, does it? I guess you wouldn't know. It's hard to know. Like, is this just looks like another employee role? So you're still just getting a salary instead of, oh wait, benefits and compensation. Let's take a look. Paid sabbatical. Salary is based on background, skills, and experience. Financial compensation model consists of an annual bonus and equity that comes with dividends, refresh grants, and liquidity. What is the annual bonus based on? I guess maybe they do get a bonus based on how much the game makes. It can get bonuses for a good update. Is it like a percentage or is it like a flat amount? Damn, I'm so curious now. They get equity. Comes with dividends. Interesting. Okay. Do they have this? Do they have something like this for Brawl Stars, or is this just Clash Royale? Wait, guys, hold on. This is for Clash Royale. Wait, that makes a lot of sense actually, low key. Yo, guys, y'all ever wonder why Clash Royale is so fucking pay to win? Yo, the people in the fucking development team in Clash Royale, they're sitting around like, all right, guys, how do we make the game better? What if we focus on those bonuses though? What if we locked in on those bonuses though, gang? You know, you ever think about that? Like, I'm trying to get my fucking Lambo. I got, you know, a Rolly. I feel like I literally eyeing like a new house. Is there? How do I find careers for Brawl Stars? Game programmer, live ops manager. Guys, do I apply to be a live ops manager? Live ops. I'll deliver on goals for the growth of the game by channeling your razor-sharp focus on performance and operational excellence, delivering fantastic player experience and maximizing commercial success. Oh, maybe the benefits and compensation are for everybody. It's not even just Clash Royale, it's for everyone though. Right? Yeah, I think it is for everyone. Okay, so it's not just Clash Royale. Brawl Stars also has this too. Is my guess. Healthcare, gym benefits, mental health support. Wait, guys, this sounds pretty good. All right, anyways. Bedlam will cross over to the dark side one day and there will be a final stream. Whoa, why does that have to be necessarily I have to join the dark side for that? What? Huh? Alright. Overall, thoughts on the Time to Explain podcast? I think it's alright. Low-key, I feel like I would have loved to hear a little bit more, maybe talking about some like a lot of the questions felt a little bit surface level and stuff that they've already addressed before, but I think it is a good thing that they addressed it again because people keep saying the same things. There's some answers though that I was not that happy with, obviously, but that's like a personal opinion thing. Like, I don't think Adrian's answer of like his opinion on how buffs are balanced is very good. And I also don't love Quinn's answer talking about how they're, you know, like he went over the list of all the PowerPoint resource like places you can get them, and said like, well, there's 15,000 that you can get a month from these and these sources. But like that alone isn't really enough though to keep up with the buffies and the like a new brawler every month. But they are also planning on doing more free-to-play progression stuff. I think they mentioned like a rush event, like the candy rush from the Halloween event. Like, I think that could be cool, maybe. And they also mentioned adding more ways for you to spend your gems on buffies and whatnot. I think this is kind of like, we'll have to see how the progression feels, but we'll see. Supercell has honestly been, like, historically they've been pretty good with it. I just don't know if that will carry over into the future. We'll see how it goes. But either way, Yeah, I mean, it was like a fair enough. It was a fair enough time to explain podcast. A little long. I don't know if they're normally this long. It was like, do you guys really want to watch the Kairos recap bit? Is this that good?
Okay, so Brawl Stars
Guys, do you actually want me to watch this? Just watch his rant from like minute 12 to 45.
trend. Okay, applies and resources into the game, so they'll just continue to keep doing this and following this trend. This been brought into the game, and this is the PowerPoint income on the right. I really like that this is broken down according to various different sources and stuff like that, and this is just like undeniably they have been increasing the amount of resources that have been brought into the game, and it sounds like they continue. Like they said that when the economy is very flat, that makes the game feel flat. And so they always want to be like adding more and more supplies and resources into the game. So they'll just continue to keep doing this and following this trend, this upward trend. Okay, now let's talk about a specific section in the podcast where they actually very specifically broke down all of the sources of PowerPoints. You get 5,600 PowerPoints from the Brawl Pass if you spend your resource key on PowerPoints, which you should do. Mega Quest will give 1,000 PowerPoints every single month. You get 2,600 PowerPoints from the chaos drops that we're getting on average. This is on average, a little bit subject to change for like, you know, variability and stuff like that and RNG and stuff. But over a long period of time, it should come out to 2,600 PowerPoints from chaos drops, because chaos drops are 4 times better than star drops on average, and you get 45 of them per month, 1 for every day, so that's 30. You get 9 in Mega Quest, you get 6 in the Freeze track of the Brawl Pass. So going back, that's 2,600 PowerPoints. You also get
like 9,100
PowerPoints from other gachas on average as well. These other gachas include star drops and mega boxes and stuff like that. There's also another 3,000 to 3,500, although according to their math, it'd be like more like 3,800 from other things. Okay, community events, Trophy Road, new brawler boxes.
Okay, so honestly, 15 to 16,000 PowerPoints,
Those
I
are
guess.
actually pretty solid addition of resources that they just gave to us. They didn't take the resources from elsewhere to create the brawler boxes. They just added it into the economy. They also have special quests, Mega Pig, Brawl Pass, tail rewards. All of those other things kind of bring up to this moment of this, 3,800-ish PowerPoints-ish that they talked about. In total, what the dev said is that this comes to roughly 15,000 PowerPoints per month. I know that math is a little bit weird right there, but that's like what their goals are. That's kind of where they're at, and that's per month. So if you double that to 30,000 PowerPoints for every 2 months, which is how frequently they add a new Buffy claw machine, those 30,000 PowerPoints are enough for 15 Buffies out of the 18 Buffies that we get each update. So 15 out of 18 are taken care of. We get 1 for free with every claw. So now we're at 16 Buffies every update. Then you add the 2 free Buffies that we get from completing the Mega Quest every season, which you're going to get a Mega Quest every month. So that's 2 free Buffies in the 2-month period of time that it takes for them to release a new claw machine, right? So that's 18 right there. With those numbers, that's enough PowerPoints and free Buffies to get 18 Buffies every 2 months with their planned update changes. So that's not what's happening right now. That's what's going to be happening after this next update. So if we spend all of our PowerPoints on Buffies and don't spend any PowerPoints on upgrading your brawlers, we will have enough as free-to-play players to get every single Buffy in the game. Again, if we ignore all upgrading our brawlers. That does not include spending free gems to buy a Buffy every single month, by the way, but it does include estimates from community events, which only developers could give us. So that's interesting. Okay, now I know what you're thinking, and rather than me say it, I think that they did an excellent job saying this in the podcast. So I'm just going to play a specific part of this podcast.
Now, some of you might be thinking, well, that's not even including the 2 new brawlers that we released, right? I want to max those. And that's totally fair. It doesn't include that. So if you want to have a maxed account, I guess we want to be like, hit the nail on the head here. We think you should buy the Brawl Pass. It's a really good value, and the price we think is pretty reasonable. And if your goal, on the other hand, is to like have a really good experience in Brawl and be even a competitive player, then you don't need to have a maxed account, right? In the current economy, you can have dozens of brawlers maxed out pretty easily. You are able to like play at the highest level if you're skilled with those brawlers, and you'll be able to choose which claw machine you want to like empty, right? But you won't be able to have all of them. You'll have to make some choices, and that's kind of like I think a fair balance in terms of like making sure that we're providing a really fun experience, but that we're also supporting the game.
So first of all, I do appreciate them being very clear with their messaging here. They're not beating around the bush. They're not pretending like free-to-play players will eventually be able to max out, right? They very clearly state that if you want a max out account, we think you should buy the Brawl Pass. I think that the devs are probably going to get a little bit of hate from this. I appreciate their candor. I think they're going to get some hate from this. I could be wrong. And let me just say that I think both the criticism of this comment and also people defending this type of comment or this comment are both very, very understandable. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit because there's a part of me that wants to agree with the devs here, and there's also a really
Hey guys, this is just what I already said.
It's just so ridiculous.
I already said
not
all this.
how Brawl has been in the past, and that part of me is very frustrated, and I'll talk about that. But let me just be super clear here. What they essentially are saying, and what the math is saying, is that with buffies added to the game, free-to-play players will
Normal
likely
speed? Oh man. All right.
never have a completely maxed out account with every brawler being maxed. At least not unless they change their mind and decide to add even more free buffies or power points into the game. However, free-to-play players will be able to unlock every brawler, which they are able to now. That actually only takes a couple of years to unlock every brawler.
I feel so close. Why
That's
haven't
not like the
it zoomed in so
no,
sorry.
Unlocking the brawlers is actually the easy part. The hard part is now free-to-play players have to choose how to spend their resources that they can max out the brawlers that they care about. And here's one way to look at it. Basically, completely free-to-play players can 100% enjoy the game and even play somewhat competitively as long as they are willing to play for a while and are smart about how they spend their resources. But there's still enough incentive to spend money on the game, which is very important. And the Brawl Pass really does offer great value for those who are willing to buy it and who are able to buy it. Now, like I said, there's part of me that thinks that this is very, very reasonable. So let's talk about that first before we get to the part of me that thinks that it's very, well, sad. Reasonable first though, okay? The game, it costs money to develop. And Brawl Stars has to generate enough revenue to continue being built and to support the development of not only Brawl Stars and these really cool events that we get to do and like esports and all of these things that the Brawl Stars community really cares about. We're not just talking about Brawl Stars here. Brawl Stars and other Supercell games, they have to also support the development of future Supercell games. Games like Moko. Moko is a game that I'm actually really, really passionate about. I'm really excited about.
Loki, you guys think Moko lost money? Like Squad Busters and Moko, do you guys think those games were even profitable? Like, not just with paying the developers, but also like all the marketing they did, and like all of like, the crazy shit that they did for like and the servers upkeep. Like, I wonder if those games I wonder how those games actually did. Because free-to-play games, you usually only generate money exponentially the more players are playing, and those games kind of did not do very much. This react is not transformative. Yeah, I don't guys, I'm watching Kairos basically just say what I already said. Is there anything that unique that he says here? When does he say something different?
Release, and they've been in development for like a few years now. That money has to come from somewhere. Brawl Stars has to make that extra money, and if they make a maxed out account easily attainable for free-to-play players, that's going to really cripple their revenue source and cripple their ability to continue growing the game. Even if it takes free-to-play players several years to get out a maxed out account, that means that spending players are going to reach a maxed out account even sooner. And as soon as they run out of reasons to keep spending money on the game, they're gonna stop spending money on the game. The point is, it does make sense for the developers to require their players to spend some kind of money on the game if you want to have a completely maxed out account, especially because free-to-play players can still be competitive if they play enough. Not the best of the best, they will be at a disadvantage against players that have more maxed out brawlers available to them, but free-to-play players can still do pretty well if they're smart with how they spend their resources. That's
Moxie
the one part
throwing.
of me that's like, cool. Reasonable, Supercell, let's move on. But the other part of me that's a little bit more passionate and feels very wronged is the other part of me. Let's talk about that. That is the part of me who has always viewed Brawl Stars as what I call competitively viable for free-to-play players. In past videos, I've talked about a game being free-to-play friendly, and free-to-play friendly is something that's really important to me. However, I think that this needs to be a little bit of a distinction because the game is still very free-to-play friendly. You can have a lot of fun with Brawl Stars, even post buffies, just playing for free as long as you don't care about actually being competitive. If you just want to play around and have some fun with your friends, or just because Brawl Stars is a fun game, you can do that as a free-to-play player and accomplish that goal of just having some fun. But you can't be competitive. You can't be competitive. Okay. And when I say being competitively viable for free-to-play players, I don't even mean at the very highest level, but being competitively viable even at the highest level does mean something to me too, okay? The fact that anyone in the world could become the #1 player in the world as long as they put in the time and they were actually that good, even if they couldn't afford to spend money on the game, that's such a cool idea for me. I love that so much. It's so like empowering, even though I'm never gonna do that, even though 99.999% of the players that ever pick up the game are never even going to reach that point. Like, it's only one person, right? But the fact that that's possible, it's just so fun and cool, and I love that about Brawl Stars in the past. That's just not possible as a free-to-play player anymore.
I don't know if he's gonna elaborate on this point. Is that? Well, I guess I'll let him continue
it's
on.
Just not, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And it's weird though, because in my mind it's so clearly not. But it seems like the opinion of the game team is that you don't need to have every brawler maxed out in order to be like competitive. And they talked about how you really only need like a small handful. Most players only play a small handful of brawlers. And even like pro players, they really only play like a small handful of brawlers. And I get that. I think that the more of the game developers on the Brawl Stars team, I think it would be really beneficial if they all just created free-to-play accounts right now. Not legacy free-to-play accounts that they've been playing for years, but to play a free-to-play account right now and just try to get to Masters. Okay? Maybe not.
Hey,
even
that's what I'm
Masters,
doing. Wait, that's literally what I'm doing right now. What the hell? I'm not a game dev though.
Just try to get to Legendary. Start right now, try and get to Legendary as a completely brand new free-to-play player with all the skill that you've had in the game before in the past, and just try it. I genuinely think it's going to be just so much incredibly more difficult for the game developers than they realize. They're right to a certain extent, and I get where they're coming from, but there are certain times when having the perfect brawler to counter an enemy draft is the difference between a...
I have yet to encounter this because I can't push past Mythic in my ranked account. But once I do, we will find out how it goes. We'll see.
win and a loss. Like that, it happens on the pro.
No, like I literally don't. I can't say like if I'm able to hit Masters on that free to play account, like it's chill. If I'm struggling because I don't have the niche ass brawler to counterpick, then it's probably cooked. Like I don't know. That's kind of I'm not really sure how it'll go. We're gonna find out together, guys, on the journey.
Scene where you pick the wrong brawler, like you need
once I get the 12 power 11 brawler, which is gonna take fucking guys, I still don't have it. It's actually fucked. I'm like dying.
Best options, you really do. And with new brawler releases and frequent brawler balance changes, and like the best brawlers and their counters are always changing. If you have two players of equal skill and one player has 50 max out brawlers but the other player has 100 max out brawlers available to draft from, the player with more max out brawlers is going to win. They're going to win more frequently than the player who has fewer options, like where skill is equal. And the thing is yes, we can look at that one scenario in a vacuum and say, oh, well, on the pro stage, yeah, these are equal skilled players, and yeah, one of them has 50 and one of them has 100, but like that doesn't really happen in real life, right? But that's the thing, is that it does happen every single day in Brawl Stars when you're playing ranked. There are people playing ranked all the time that lose because they couldn't draft a different brawler. It happens all the time. Yes, more often than not, it's about skill, but a non-zero amount of players lose every day because they didn't have the best competitive options available to them. I just can't imagine a world where somebody on the Brawl Stars developer team hears me say that and says, no, you're wrong, that doesn't happen, unless I see like actual data that like number of brawlers available or number of maxed out brawlers does not correlate to win rates on average. Until I see that number, that's locked in my heart and soul as truth. If I saw that number, I might actually change my tune a bit, but there's just no way in my head that that's true. I just can't believe that. I genuinely think.
It's not that I think Kairos is wrong here. I think it's true. Like I said earlier, I've already said this, guys. I already said this. I already said, like, in terms of, like, the competitive viability, like, on an even playing field, yeah, having more brawlers is better. And Kairos is basically saying that right now, because free-to-play players are no longer able to get their accounts maxed out, that Brawl Stars is, like, it's not being as it's not being as fair for free-to-play players at the high end, which is basically kind of ruining this idea of fairness that Brawl Stars has had for free-to-play players for a long time. It's just, I think in the way I kind of see it is that paying players have always had a competitive advantage in Brawl Stars, right? Like, I don't know if this is a new development. Like, since Brawl Stars has been adding in gadgets even and star powers, those guys, if you don't remember, when Brawl Stars first implemented gadgets and star powers, those abilities were not able to be bought directly. You had to open boxes to get them, because that's just how progression was back then. Was everything was in boxes, and you had a chance to as a free-to-play player, if you didn't want to spend money on boxes, you had a chance to get them from the shop, an offer in the shop to buy them for 1,000 or 2,000 coins. And it's like, and those gadgets and star powers were game-breakingly strong. They were required basically to compete at the highest level. Like, it's always been the case that paying players just had access to the new abilities sooner than free-to-play players. I guess the idea is that a free-to-play player could eventually catch up, I guess. Or like get whatever they need on the brawler that they want to max out a brawler that they need to play at a competitive level eventually. It's just like right now they're making it more strict and they're tightening it up now. Like, there's less room for like spending on other shit, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. The interesting, I guess, kind of dichotomy here is that Brawl Stars has indeed buffed the power points by a lot, but with the Buffies implementation, which means that players are going to be able to get a lot more maxed out brawlers than before. It's just they won't be maxed out in terms of Buffies, but they'll be power 11 and hypercharged. So it's kind of like it's just a very different. And most brawlers are not buffied yet either. So yeah, I don't know. And like with 100 brawlers in the game, in the next year, only 20 to 30 are going to be buffied. I guess the question, right, would be how many of the meta brawlers are non-buffied brawlers, which would basically be a free-to-play player's easy ticket into still being competitively viable. Is if the meta still has enough non-buffied brawlers that are strong or even atop of the meta, then it's still maybe doable. But like for example, Pierce right now, no hypercharge even, and he's one of the best brawlers in the game. And that's arguably a very free-to-play friendly brawler, even though he's a legendary, just because as a free-to-play player right now, you could get the brawler immediately just from the events. Maybe not anymore now that the early access has passed, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess you kind of, there's this very specific timing on the window of it, right? You have to actually play during the time period when the new brawler is released to get it. Mina also has been broken for a long time, and she was like a great investment. If you got Mina and you leveled her up and you like you had a top tier meta brawler for like half a year. It is also a very particular issue only for ranked in particular, which I don't even know how many people play ranked at all to begin with. Because in trophies, none of this really matters as much, but actually, it also maybe arguably matters more because there's no bans. Holy shit.
Emoji Shag has gifted a sub to X.
Holy fuck, what the hell? Oh my god.
Emoji Shag has gifted a sub to Stevie Jojo.
Yo, Emoji Shrek, thanks so much for the fucking 20 gifted.
Emoji Shag has gifted a sub to Janira.
Yeah, I don't know if I can let this play forever, but wait, what?
Emoji Shag has gifted a sub to Bobby _Monkbab Pants.
Wait, guys, is this 20 or 40 subs?
Emoji Shag has gifted a sub to Chair of Us.
Let it play out, he deserves it. Alright, Emoji, thanks for the 20 gifted. Holy fuck, the 20 gifted. But
Emoji Shag has gifted a sub to Spirit Bra. Emoji Shag has gifted a sub to Badgelo. Emoji Shark has gifted a sub to
What was I talking about, guys? I lost my train of thought. But
Emoji Shark has gifted
I don't know. I wonder, honestly, as Brawl Stars adds new, like, more and more stuff, like, and like they keep buffing up the economy. Like I've mentioned this in my videos, it's gonna get easier to upgrade old or unlock old content. So right now, getting a brawler with a hypercharge power 11 is easier than it's ever been, right? Like you can probably get at least 2 or 3 a month in theory with all the resources they're giving, just as a free to play. It's like, and right now the buffies aren't even like once all the buffies are banned, it's basically like you're playing pre-buffied Brawl Stars. So it's just gonna be interesting to see how they handle this balance going forward. I don't know if it's necessarily as terrible as it seems with all the buffs that they've done, but and I don't even know if it's necessarily as like that much different from how it was before. But I definitely personally, I do agree with Kairos Time in saying that, like, I think a free-to-play player should be able to keep up. Please turn it off. Okay. Okay, emoji guys, Emoji Shrug said to turn it off. I'll how do I skip? Okay, I don't know. So yeah, thank you so much, Emoji Shrug. Well, yeah. Okay.
I think that number of maxed out brawlers available in the draft, it's just got to be correlated with win rates. It just has to be in my mind. I know the Brawl Stars team says that it is possible to play competitively without a max roster, but it is significantly harder without every brawler maxed out. It really, really is. And
yeah, we'll see. We will see. I just remember a lot of people, a lot of pro players that play on alt accounts that basically have like maybe 15 maxed out brawlers and they hit pro. It's like, I mean, these are usually very, very good players. Like these are pro players, but like it's not like it's impossible. You know what I mean? Like it's still possible. It's not like a player is going to go from 0 to pro with a limited roster, obviously. Like, this is obviously taking into account, like, these pro players probably have some, like, accounts that are maxed out and are able to practice on older brawlers, but Gestia Pro with 12. Yeah, like, this is a common thing. It's a common enough thing where pro players hit pro with a limited brawler pool. They're just, like, they just got all the experience already. I don't know.
I know that an argument against this is that, like, if you take a look at like the players who actually reach pro, then even those pro players are only ever playing a
pre-watch
handful of brawlers.
Guys, did I pre-watch
really good with those brawlers. They know how those brawlers interact with a lot of different brawlers. They get really, really good with it, and that's how they.
Did he pre-watch me?
With a few like outliers here or there where they pick some other ones, but mostly they're playing a small handful of brawlers. Here's the thing, though. That handful of brawlers changes significantly over time as the meta adapts, or and like same player, they have a handful of brawlers that they play, but then you take a look at them a year later and that handful of brawlers that they actively play is so different, completely new, right? They may have like a couple of brawlers that they
this is kind of true. There's some brawlers that stick around though. You know what I mean? It is like Mina was an example, right? Meeple is maybe one brawler that was like top of the meta and now they're not really played anymore. You could still get away with playing Mina though. I think Lily is a brawler that's has had a lot of staying power. It kind of is like gambling. You have to try to figure out which. It's also why, like I said, like they're being more restrictive than before. It's like you have to choose how you use your resources very carefully, because if you upgrade the wrong thing, you might be screwed, or just put at a disadvantage, right? But like, I don't know.
Really still play a lot, but most of that small handful of brawlers that they play is now completely different a year later, because in
the timeline of a year, I think that's true that the meta will change very significantly. But month to month, if every month you can max out 3 brawlers, and month to month the meta stays mostly the same, minus like maybe a few brawlers that you might want to upgrade, I don't know if that actually is that bad. We'll know that things are going downhill when the original Challenger Cold skin becomes available for purchase. I don't know if they'll ever do that. Oh my god, if they did that, well, it's yeah, we'll see. I don't think the Challenger Cold skin is so forgotten, honestly. Even people who have it don't use it that much because there's better skins now. Like, I have Challenger Cold. I bought it like a loser. But I use the Hypercharged skins because those are cooler. Astral Cold is actually a cooler skin.
Changes, they have to adapt to new.
The one example I can think of is Bonnie. If you maxed out Bonnie, you got Financial Ruin. Yeah, Bonnie was kind of tough. The thing about that, though, is I think Adrian just hates children. I think he just specifically said, fuck Bonnie in particular, and let's make her require 2 more hits to get her super. That was crazy. And let's gut her hypercharge. I don't even know why Adrian cooked Bonnie so hard. That was insane. Maybe as we've seen, maybe it's because Adrian doesn't, you know, I don't know. But I guess that's like one brawler. Like, the nice thing is if Supercell has actually made it so you can get 15,000 power points a month, if you max out one brawler in Bonnie, let's say you max out like Bonnie, that's only 3,800 power points you've wasted. You still have another 11,000 power points to spend on other brawlers. Like, it's not the end of the world if you upgrade Bonnie anymore. It's kind of just like, it's a little bit more forgiving in a sense. It's like more forgiving in a sense. I don't know. It's very weird right now because not every brawler has a Buffy, so things are very different from how they will look in like even a year from now.
Metas, new brawlers are introduced into the game. Balance changes happen. You have new abilities such as buffies or hypercharges added into the game. Even on my free-to-play account, where I have 64 power 11 brawlers with hypercharges, I was at the most competitive stage I've ever been the last couple of updates before buffies came out. And now I am struggling more in ranked than I have in a couple of years on my free-to-play account after they added buffies into the game. 64 maxed out brawlers is a ton of brawlers to choose from, but I still find myself specifically wishing that I could draft specific brawlers who would be excellent counters to my opponents in ranked. And like I said, this update has been just so hard on my free-to-play account, and I've actually played more ranked on my free-to-play account than average this season because of the recent quest changes, allowing me to spend more time playing the modes that I want to.
Interesting, actually.
Brawl Arena, really. And the reason why this update has been so hard for me in ranked as free-to-play player is because I don't have the super OP buff.
You know, that's actually exactly what I was kind of talking about too, guys, where it's like that. It's the difference between a game's metrics looking better, but the player experience getting worse. It's right. Like Kyrus is basically saying, I played more because of the changes they did with the quests, but I'm having less fun because I'm struggling more against the fucking shitty buffies. That's actually very yeah, I don't know. I'm working on a video right now that's kind of gonna dive into this topic, but I don't know if I'll be able to do it justice. I don't know, guys. Do you think I'll get this video done before the end of next month?
Brawlers at my disposal who are all being played way more than other brawlers on average and who have higher win rates than other brawlers on average. I'm going to throw up a graph here. This is a graph showing the win rates and usage rates for Masters rank and Pro ranks only. So like the further a brawler is over to the right, the more frequently that brawler is being played. So Colt is being played a ton of the time in pro ranked, and yes, his win rate is closer to like the 50% mark than the other buffied brawlers, but that's very normal to happen when you have a brawler that is being played as much as Colt is in such a high rank. But you'll notice all these other brawlers where you've got, you know, the other outliers are
holy shit, right?
Guy's play rate and a high win rate, and my assumption is that her play rate is actually not as high as Colt's because she just gets
holy shit emoji. Thank you so much for the fucking 2,000 bits after you dropped 20 gifted and another 2,000 earlier. That's actually fucking insane.
And higher than average win rates. So I mean, they're, you know, some are bigger outliers than others like Ems and Colt and Spike, but they're all there. I didn't have those brawlers as options on my free-to-play account. And
I'll lock in. I'm gonna lock in, guys.
On buffing those
planning right now on getting a video out on the main channel, even within maybe this weekend.
To buy the buffies of the next set of 6 brawlers who will likely replace the current
Where's
brawlers
Ems? Ems is right here. She's at the 60% win rate mark, the highest win rate in the game, with a relatively decent play rate. So that's very funny and very, very cool and epic and totally reasonable for a brawler to to be at. The thing is, though, actually, I will say the nice thing about Adrian being so reserved with balancing, it means broken brawlers are broken for longer. But it does also mean that if you spent up resources on upgrading Ems, he didn't kill Ems, right? Ems, this was before the balance change, was at a 60% win rate. She's probably dropped to like maybe here, but she's still very, 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 very good. And even if you dumped all your resources in upgrading Ems, it's not like you wasted those resources right now. It's because like the brawler's still good and very viable. All the Buffy brawlers are. So if you do decide to invest in a Buffy brawler, it looks like Adrian is basically confirming that he's planning on making them have some staying power in the meta. And if that is the trend, fair enough, I guess.
Top of the meta and are just going to be the newest super strong brawlers. So I'm not saying that you can't have fun as a free-to-play player. And
I was Grom so high, I thought he was a noob stomp. Yeah, he is a noob stomp, bro. He's the real answer is people pick Grom in situations where he's a good pick. So if like you don't see people going Grom on like sneaky fields, for example, first pick, because that's just obviously very stupid. And so Grom doesn't like if Grom was picked there, he would lose, but he's not picked there, right? This high win rate just indicative of the fact that Grom is only picked in situations in last pick usually where he will have a good matchup and win the game more likely.
The newest super strong brawlers. So I'm not saying that you can't have fun as a free-to-play player, and I understand that if you want to compete in esports,
where's Pochito? Oh,
you're gonna
he's
have
like
to like invest some money into your.
He's inside of my
that's your
duct tape
job,
rule.
Your career, you make that your career. You gotta invest in yourself. I do it on this account or on my YouTube.
I don't know.
channel
I've been
all the
like
time.
playing.
I
I've been
spend
stimming with this
absurd
in the
amounts
corner
of
the whole
money
time, like
on
playing around with it. If you
Brawl
see me
to make-
looking around in the bottom left corner over here, like I'm like playing with like something on my desk. Literally, the fact that I'm not playing Brawl right now is driving me crazy right now, guys. I'm stimming with items on my desk. I've been playing with this like fucking hair tie this whole time.
And a lot of the times those investments have actually paid off for me. So a pro player, yeah, I get it. You got to reinvest back into the game. But what about that guy that just can't afford to? Brawl Stars esports is never going to be that break it moment for that person who just doesn't have money. And this is their one way to like make a living, right? Brawl Stars isn't going to be that moment for them. They could be the best player in the world and not know it because they just get stomped by other players who have more brawlers than them and, you know, outdraft them and outrank them all the time. They're not going to make enough money to...
I kind of disagree, but I do very agree with this. I was initially thinking like you could, but you probably realistically won't. But that's just how it's always kind of been, right? Like even before Buffy's, a free-to-play player is not gonna be the best player in the world, and we have yet to see a situation of that happening. Still, I guess maybe Semantic, like up until like a year ago was free-to-play, but like I don't know. But I think there is some kind of inherent coolness factor of like being able to be the best player in the world without needing, like being able to, like this is why I really like the idea of Brawl Stars letting free-to-play players get like keep up. It's just because like I think it's it's just inherently more motivating just to know that the possibility of being able to is I don't know.
Winnings to even
You were reading chats every time you moved your head. I am when I'm looking at this side. This side is the Pochita.
It's not. I think that Brawl Stars has become a pay-to-win game if you care about being competitive. It's not pay-to-win in the sense that like it's not like Clash Royale or a lot of other games where free-to-play players just straight up cannot beat anybody who spends money in the game. I mean, that exists in the world, right? But yeah, the thing is by the time that a free-to-play player will actually max out 10 to 20 good competitive options, the meta will change and only a few of those options will still remain competitively viable. I know it sounds like I'm not super upset about this because I'm trying to conserve my vocal cords, which have been strained recently, but I'm upset about that. And I think you can see why I'm upset about that change. Until Buffies were added into the game, Brawl Stars was a competitively viable game for free-to-play players. My free-to-play account is proof of that. I was on track to max out my account for free within 4 years. And based off of the numbers that the developers gave us in their podcast, even with buffed rewards, it is essentially impossible for my free-to-play account to ever max. Technically, yeah, I guess I didn't do the math, but if they just continue with these same numbers for the next 40 years,
oh
maybe
shit,
I'll be able to eventually max out my account, right?
Is
Because
Kairos
you just
throwing
get
in the
a
towel?
little extra every month to like put towards your brawlers, but that's just not realistic. I don't want to be playing my free-to-play account for the next 40 years. In truth, I'm gonna have to choose between spending my power points on Buffies or upgrading my brawlers to max.
Wait, guys, did they just kill Kairos' free-to-play account? Wasn't he trying to get his account fully maxed out? Like, that was the original goal, and he started this 3 years ago? Is it over for Kairos? It might be over.
Level, and I'm never going to have enough power points to do both at the rate that they release new brawlers. I get Brawl Stars' decision to make this game essentially impossible for free-to-play players to max out, and honestly, if I were to download the game today, I'd probably just be fine with it and just like accept it for what it is. And I say that because I download games all the time and I test them out and I play them out that are not free-to-play competitively viable games. I don't expect the devs to work for free. I enjoy spending money on games that provide fun and value in my life. And Brawl Stars is still a crazy good game for free-to-play players. It genuinely is one of the best. Still, even with Buffies added into the game, free-to-play players can and do beat people who spend money on the game all the time in Brawl Stars. In a lot of free-to-download games like Brawl Stars, free-to-play players can never beat spenders because the power discrepancy is just too great in those other games. In tons of games, the credit card truly is the most powerful card in the game, and no skill or long-time dedication will to the game will ever beat it. Ever, for the free-to-play players, right? Thankfully, that's still not the case for Brawl Stars. Free-to-play players, like, yes, free-to-play players won't win as much as spending players, and free-to-play players will have to be careful about which brawlers they upgrade and which Buffy claw machine that they pull from. But for 99.9% of the free-to-play players who don't care about reaching pro rank or competing in esports, the game is still fun. You can still beat other players who spend more money on the game. But I didn't just download Brawl Stars today. I have experienced Brawl Stars when it was very possible to max out your account for free as long as you played enough. And until just a few months ago when they added Buffies, that was the case. It no longer is though. So even though I like a lot of aspects about Buffies, the fact that Buffies means that free-to-play players cannot max out their account is really sad news to me. It's very depressing. It's so sad. And if that is sad news for you, that's completely understandable. It genuinely feels like I'm mourning the loss of one of my favorite aspects of Brawl Stars. The fact that a free-to-play player could max out their account with a few years of dedication to the game, that used to be possible. It used to be a reason that people would share Brawl Stars with their friends. It used to be a key.
Guys, do we keep watching the rest of this?
Of the game.
Is there more that I should
not
react to, guys? What do we watch next?
Like, I don't want you guys to get.
Should I watch
here.
Bowser
still
farting gifs
am
now?
Very
What's
much
the next
enjoying
step?
Playing Brawl Stars.
Maybe I should get food.
Competitively viable for free-to-play players is not the only reason why I loved Brawl Stars. If that was the only thing that I would care about, I would just play chess online. Because as soon as you play your first match, you're maxed out. There's no pay to win in chess, right? And there's a lot of skill involved. But this was a key reason I loved Brawl.
No, Jung2 comments saying, now look at the state of BSC and tell me again that aspiring pro players maybe not being able to compete is a relevant problem. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna be honest, this is a very unique complaint that Kairos is making. I talked about this in my Ultra Legendary video, where I said basically that Brawl Stars is, if you're free to play start right now, you're not maxing your account out. And I made that argument in my Ultra Legendary video. Kairos, I think, is a yeah. I think he's particularly uniquely affected by this because he made a video series trying to get a free-to-play account to max, and now basically it's impossible for him. I mean, ultimately it is a decision that affects very few players, I guess, in a way, but it also is just like, yeah, like if you're a player who started the game because it was possible to max out your account free to play, and now it's no longer possible, and like that probably feels bad. Although I honestly though, if you have already been maxed out as a free to play, you're gonna still be maxed out. I think it doesn't look like, well, we obviously have to see, it's subject to change, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be impossible for you to keep up with buffies if you already have all the brawlers maxed out. But I'm not entirely sure on that. Yeah.
Brawl Stars, because I could always recommend it to anyone, knowing that eventually they could have a maxed out account and could compete competitively as long as they played every day. I didn't have to add the disclaimer of like, oh yeah, you should play while it's fun. It's a really fun game, but don't bother getting serious unless you're willing to spend money on it, right? That's a disclaimer that I feel like I have to add when I tell my friends what games I'm playing. And I know I keep saying this, but the fact that I feel like I have to add that disclaimer now makes me sad. I legitimately think people will stop recommending Brawl Stars as much now, because that's such a bummer. It's just so different than the way that the game used to feel. And it's sad to see a part of something that you love be killed forever. Not that Brawl Stars is killed forever for me. Like, I still like the game. This isn't enough to make me quit the game and start covering a different game on YouTube, but it is having me contemplate quitting my free-to-play series, which is sad,
dude,
right?
That's crazy.
I know that not every Brawl Stars YouTuber
What the hell?
creates free-to-play content like I do, but I just kind of feel like I've been working super hard on this.
That's gotta
thing
feel
for
like
the
a
past 3
bummer,
years,
bro.
and Brawl
No,
Stars
I feel for
is,
Kairos.
like,
This actually
coming
good.
and just being like, oh yeah, we don't really care about that. You get that, right? Oh man, I started my free-to-play series with the goal of playing it until I had maxed out the account. That's what I say in the intro of every single one of my videos. My goal wasn't to endlessly play my free-to-play account for forever, always chasing the newest content but never catching up. I wanted the series to have a concrete beginning, a good struggle in the middle, and a concrete end where I had triumphed over evil. Not evil, but like where I had maxed out the account. I wanted to see how long it would take to, without spending any money on the account, on the game, if I didn't miss a single day of progression. And you know
Yo,
what?
guys, you know what's crazy? I just saw the future. Buffies are going to be so pay to win that I won't even be able to get my free-to-play account to Masters. And I'm going to be in Kairos' shoes in like a year. Holy shit. Dude, I just read the fucking future. And I'll be the one this time complaining like, bro, for Brawl Stars, like, you used to be able to be competitive with, like, as a free-to-play player, even if you couldn't max out every brawler. And now you can't even hit Masters anymore unless you have all the newest buffies. Imagine, dude. Holy. Wait a second. No. Surely not, guys. Surely I hit Masters on the free-to-play account. Surely it's possible.
A huge reason why I started the account in the first place was because free-to-play players were complaining that the game wasn't free-to-play, and I wanted to prove them wrong. It wasn't the only reason I started the series, but it was a huge reason. It has been a very interesting story, an experiment, and I feel like the experiment just got killed. I feel like I just lost funding for my master's thesis or doctoral thesis or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I can no longer do the experiment because it will never have a conclusion. When I started the series, a maxed out account was possible for a free-to-play player. You could progress faster than they could release brawlers into the game at a decent enough rate that, you know, I knew it wasn't going to take 10 years. I felt like I could probably do it in, you know, a few years. And that was even before they added hypercharges into the game. And I still am unlocking hypercharges faster than they are releasing new brawlers. And I don't want to spoil my free-to-play account, but hypercharges are not a problem on my free-to-play account. Buffies are a problem though. And unless something changes, it's just not going to be possible. So at least not next, like, I won't be able to max out the account at least for the next few years unless they...
The long-term vision is going to be very interesting. You know, Hypercharges was actually a very successful update, even though it was super fucking unbalanced. Like, I mean, you guys saw the graphs, right? Like, the player count spiked massively when they added Hypercharges and gambling back, and they were able to use that the cost of like the high cost of hypercharges combined with the community events to basically make it feel like the like Brawl Stars was giving you a bunch of new shit and made the game really exciting with all the new content that was being added. And when they added hypercharges, I recall it specifically being balanced around the fact that you could get more than one. Like, you could still max out your brawler. I remember I think I made like a whole coin storage video showing you. Yeah, you can still max out more than a brawler per month, and that's going to be more than enough to keep up. With buffies, though, they're specifically now they're now specifically making a change so where you can only get you can't get more than one maxed out brawler a month anymore, including the price of buffies. If you include the price of buffies, like, well, yeah. If you include the, does that make sense? No, actually, hold on. Wait, what, guys? Am I fucking tripping? What is it? It's 10,000 power. No, actually, no. You can get more than one brawler maxed out a month. You just can't keep up with all the new content because they're releasing so many buffies a month. Yeah, we'll see how that goes in terms of like the long-term vision, because they won't be done releasing buffies for 4 years. So this sync is going to be in the game for a while. I just don't know. Wait, guys, when they released hypercharges, it was like a 30,000 coin sync per brawler, but I don't know if... I'm trying to remember. I don't know if people actually cared about that as much. Right? Or it was like a 30,000 coin sync per update when they released hypercharges. But people weren't really thinking about that much. They were more thinking about the price to max at one brawler. And if you can... Right now, if you're getting 15,000 power points and like 20,000 coins or whatever, you can definitely max out more than one brawler per update, including all the buffies. So maybe nothing's actually changed from hypercharges, no? Yeah, because it wasn't random. Oh, yeah, the randomness does make it worse. I see now, yeah. Interesting. We'll see. Yeah, with Hypers, you could get the one you wanted specifically, too. I forgot about that, but... Yeah, that's interesting. We'll see how it goes. Because in theory, though, like, if you can get one maxed out brawler, or more than one maxed out brawler per month, just in terms of like the raw resource amounts that you're getting, then at the end of the implementation and the rollout, you'll have everything. Like, you'll still be able to have everything. But I guess we'll have to see how it goes. We will have to see how it goes in the rollout. Easy solution is to de-democratize resources, put tons of resources in a super grindy feature that only the 0.5% free-to-play players that care about a maxed account will play, and it will satisfy them. That actually, unironically, I think... I don't know why they don't do that, honestly. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. Because, like you say, if it's only the very small minority of people who are super competitive and hardcore, and you let them just, like, max out, I don't really see why not, if it doesn't affect most of the casual players anyways. What I could foresee, though, Riggers, is it's possible, because the amount of, like they said in the Brawl Talk, or in the Time to Explain, vast majority of people are free-to-play players, and they don't spend money. If there is a significant overlap between the super hardcore competitive players that want a maxed out account and the... Fuck, I just lost my train of thought. And the players who spend money on the Brawl Pass to get that maxed out account, like, if there's a big overlap there, and they make it so these like super competitive players no longer need to spend money to get maxed out, they might actually lose a very significant chunk of their revenue, right? Like, if we're looking at, like, let's say in the entire game there's like 100 people who spend on the Brawl Pass, and that's it, right? 100 people that spend money on the Brawl Pass, and there's also like hold on, like, you know what fuck, wait, that's so trippy. You know what I'm saying though, right? Is like, if there's like 100 people who spend money on the Brawl Pass, and then there's another if there's another like 100 people, let's say, that are super hardcore and competitive, they're super competitive and they want a maxed out account. If these two groups overlap like this much, and they make it so that these competitive people can get a maxed out account super easy, then they've actually just lost a significant chunk of their revenue. But if they make it so, if the overlap is maybe like this much, or even like if there's barely any overlap at all, then if they make it so the hardcore competitive people can get their accounts maxed out, then it doesn't impact their revenue that much. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking it's possible the reason why they aren't allowing hardcore players to just completely max out is because of an overlap here. And there's because there's a small amount of people who spend money on the Brawl Pass compared to the overall total amount of players, that this would basically cook their revenue. Is there anything else that I need to watch in this Kairos vid? The ones that will grind the free-to-play trophies aren't the ones buying, though? I'm not sure what exactly you mean. Grind the free-to-play trophies. Literally one resource key probably bridges the gap. Yeah, here's my guess, my guess is that Brawl Stars will probably buff resources again. Like, they already said they're gonna add the rush event, and add a Buffy or whatever. Like, they said they're gonna add something. I've honestly already forgotten, but they're doing a bunch of buffs. And my guess is that they're probably gonna try to do some hype ass special event like they did when Hyperchargers first came out. They did like the Star Drop event and gave everybody a bunch of shit. My guess is they're gonna do that too again. And it's probably gonna be pretty rewarding to make it exciting, because that's the whole point of adding a new mechanic, is to make the game exciting. If we're to take their word for it and they're not doing it as like a revenue thing, they're probably going to just try to make the game super exciting, and it's going to be like kind of fine. Yeah, they specifically said they intentionally made the buggies overpriced so they could make a bunch of special events, right? To like make the game exciting. Like, it might actually just be fine. It like, yeah, like Riggers, it depends a lot. But I have no idea, because they're not like, because they don't even have an idea. They are gonna go based on the data and make the best choice. So who knows what's gonna happen? But we'll see. Watch until he goes to the podcast if he has a little bit more to say.
Buff progression, or they dramatically slow down how quickly they release new brawlers, or they allow me to spend more coins and fewer power points. You know, like anyway. So I'm gonna have to think about what this means for my free play series. I'm gonna keep playing while I contemplate things for a while and come up with a plan. Maybe I'll play until every Brawlers Power 11. Maybe I'll start a new series. Maybe instead of my goal being to max out the account, maybe my goal will just be to play for fun as a free player. Because playing as a free player is still very fun. But I don't know. Either way, I think it's okay for me to mourn the loss of Brawl Stars as I knew it. And I think a lot of players watching this video will feel that same way. And I hope the developers realize what they're taking away. And I genuinely think what they're taking away is something really awesome and worth mourning. And I think it's a mistake. And the sad thing is that the data says that it wasn't a mistake. Almost every metric for Brawl Stars right now is in the green. Average weekly playtime is up, and that meaning that people are playing more than they ever have. Is this because of Buffy's alone? No, I don't think so, but I think Buffy's played a role in it. Retention rate is up, meaning that people are coming back to play every day. Is it just because of Buffy's? No, but I think that they're a part of it, because now there's a big like concrete goal and a reason to try and continue getting resources, and now playing every single day with the current win rewards for all your first 6 wins every single day, it feels more rewarding to play, right? So that's a big part of it. And not just rewarding to play because you get resources, but rewarding to play because there's something desirable for you to spend those resources on. Churning rate is trending down, which means that there are fewer players leaving the game, right? There's like a rotating revolving door. There's always players coming to the game, and there's always players exiting the game, and more people are coming to the game than are leaving the game. So yeah, now I know that there are going to be some people that are going to see all of these graphs and things like that and think that Brawl Stars...
W negative sentiment. Keep complaining so I can be the guy who didn't complain but still gets rewarded because they start giving us more. My guess is though, Jang, is I don't actually think they're gonna give us more stuff. Just maybe they will. But my guess is they're gonna be very, very metric based, and they're gonna just look at the numbers, and they're basically gonna say online community. We're gonna. Oh wait, I know. I think I actually saw a tweet about this. Wait, I'm not gonna open this one. Hold on. X.com. I don't want to open porn on stream. Fuck. I don't know if I can find it. Dude, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. There was a specific Frank Kyenberg or Adrian tweet, I believe, that basically said, like... It was in, like, a thread. I think I'm not going to be able to find it. But basically, they basically said, like, the amount of people that are on the online community is, like, a very, very small percentage. And that the game devs already feel like they're maybe overcompensating for the online community rather than addressing the needs of the general player base. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, dude. That thread is like, it's like somewhere in here. Was it this one? Oh, okay, here we go. It's this one. So Frank basically says, he put out a tweet that said, the release of Update 65, Buffy's, Brawl Pass 3.0, etc., built on good momentum from the Stranger Things collab, leading to the latest community event, which led to the most engagement we've seen in Brawl Stars since the May 2025 update, Battle for Katana Kingdom. Both the amount of people flowing in, new and returning players, more returning players than new players, and the amount of people playing every day instead of just claiming rewards has been absolutely fantastic. Last but not least, Globert's release video took off like a rocket ship, becoming the #1 trending video on YouTube across all content forms for a moment yesterday evening. It's clear that many of you enjoy that style of storytelling. I know that the event wasn't perfect for our hardcore players, and we're trying to figure out how we can avoid impacting ranked and filling rooms. In the future, in an ideal world, we wouldn't have to choose which part of our community we serve with the event. You'll get more insights about Buffy's balancing the upcoming Time to Explain podcast, blah, blah, blah. I like to comment on something that comes through in some messages here and on Reddit. How can I make these claims when it seems so many people dislike the recent update and events? Reddit plus X does not equal the community. The community is everyone who plays Brawl Stars. Everyone on Reddit plus X together engaging with Brawl Stars represents optimistically 3 to 5% of our monthly active players. This means 95 to 97 out of 100 people have no representation on one of the platforms, I guess. The narrative that all of these people are casuals or new or not generating money is incorrect and non-factual. It's not that we don't listen and want to it's not that we don't listen to people on these hardcore platforms, but these channels are not representative for the larger community. I know many of you dislike when we mention data or statistics, but those are the main channels for us, besides mass media like YouTube and TikTok, to generate feedback. And then they'll say, Reddit and X tend to be echo chambers of opinions. We're trying to filter what's what and make the best decision for most of our players. And whenever we succeed with this, the game does well. Like when we introduced Star Drops, a decision hated by Reddit and X that literally turned us from our lowest moment ever and our lowest moment and helped us achieve our best moments in the game ever. And then I believe here, actually Infernal, who left a comment, I appreciate that you don't have a lack of perspective on the matter, and I am aware that these choices aren't the easiest to make, but you can't just sit here and pretend that our emotions are less valid just because we are not the majority of the player base. And Frank replies, I'm not saying that your voices are less valid at all. I'd argue your voices have a disproportionately big impact on some of our internal discussions today, since we're referencing both channels a lot. How much more valuable do you think your voice should be compared to someone who isn't on socials and who doesn't directly express their opinions, assuming for a moment that there's no impact in financial value for us between the groups? 2x, 3x, 4x? If we're using the optimistic estimates from Grok and Gemini for a moment, and Reddit and X represent 5% of our monthly players, even if we give your voice 4 times as much weight, that'd still be 20 to 80. We are listening again, but balancing the vocal minority and the quiet majority isn't that easy. So yeah, it's just like an interesting idea that I actually think if you do complain a lot, that might actually lead to us getting more stuff. But it's possible that that might statistically make the game worse. I don't know. That's very interesting. We'll see. Keep complaining, guys. Never stop complaining. Always whine, and eventually the game devs will cave to you, I guess. Nubs made a video on that thread. Really? What did he say? Oh shit, that's my screenshot. What the fuck? This is from my video. Holy infernal. But nobody liked the event, hence that's why you guys probably bent the day, the final day, and actually gave us decent rewards for once. No, guys, online, okay, I will say though, the online Twitter and Reddit community is so... It's actually, maybe like, I'm joking about the whining thing, guys. Please, the whining is a little bit crazy. It's just, it's so much whining. Oh... Hot take, I still think adding Star Drops was bad. If Brawl really committed to changing its player base from gambling kids to a player base that loves the gameplay, Brawl could have recovered. Brawl did recover. Or you mean like they didn't need to recover with Star Drops? I understand what you're saying, Riggers, but I think you're a little... That's a very idealistic way to look at things. Because it, like... There's just Brawl, it's a mobile game. The audience for people who really want a extremely like no gambling, really like simple pay up front kind of gameplay, or even just like pay for only skins kind of gameplay is actually not that much. I remember looking into these numbers a little bit ago. These aren't actually fully accurate. Yeah, I have it in my history. These aren't entirely accurate. Sensor Tower makes up a lot of numbers. But I was looking at the difference between Wild Rift and Brawl Stars in terms of revenue. What is this? What platform is this? Guys, I don't remember what platform this is. I think this is the App Store. Like, just look at this difference, right? Wild Rift is a League of Legends counterpart. And it's the mobile version of League of Legends. Wild Rift does not monetize power progression. They only let you... They monetize new champions and skins. So kind of like the very... like no gambling, very simple, like more honorable or like ethical kind of game design that is more in line with their PC counterpart. And their rep metrics are just lower than what Brawl Stars has. And this is across both iOS and Android. I'm just showing you the iOS version, I think. Like, they have gacha in Wild Rift. Wait, really? Okay, well, that's kind of... If that's true, then that's actually... I guess it kind of is... I guess Wild Rift caved. I did not know that. I thought they had no gacha. But, like... Oh, they have gacha for skins. I see. Okay, but you get what I mean. Like having a power progression being monetized just kind of means that you just make like exponentially more. And if Brawl Stars actually committed to try to change its player base or something, I just don't think that makes sense for the platform that it's on, and it just is a bad idea in general. I know from... I've seen, like, if you guys remember Overwatch, in their switch from pay up front to free to play, it was kind of a disastrous transition. There's just so many problems. And I think one of the big... I was reading up a paper on this. One of the big problems is just that, like, when you try to transfer your game, like, revenue model from one way to another, it's just so much friction that, like, like it's just really hard to try to change your core player base from one to another. Squad Busters had this issue too. They were a game that was targeted for, it's like a type of Brawl Stars game that's targeted mostly for casual players, and then they slowly tried to switch it from that into like a more competitive game, and it just totally flopped. All the people who were playing Squad Busters that like liked it because it was more simple and like brain dead, they just like they hated it, and then none of the competitive people wanted to play Squad Busters or get into Squad Busters because they always saw it as a more casual game. It's just really tough to like switch your core player base and make that somehow land or work. It's a gamble in the worst way. Like you're just risking everything for a very low chance of success, and even then, if you do succeed, you're still looking at a revenue loss, right? Like you're still looking at a worse game in terms of the statistics. It's just a terrible idea. Can you summarize the podcast in one sentence? Everything is good actually, and we're gonna make it better. That's basically the entire time to explain podcast in one sentence. Everything is actually good in terms of the statistics, and we'll probably make it better too later down the line. Stay tuned. That's probably the best way that I can say it. Yeah, you know what I really think though was maybe bad was, in my opinion, I think making... No, actually, I don't know. I'm gonna think about this later. Your point just now was very true. I don't know why at the end you equated less revenue with worse game. Well, I'm saying worse in the metrics is like, from the perspective of a developer, I'm talking more here. It's like, yeah. In the end, like the devs chase the metrics. They're like they chase statistics, and if the statistics are doing bad, they see it as a worse game, and if the statistics are doing better, they see it as a better game. Whether or not that's entirely true, I'm like in terms of like a fun game or like a ethical game, that's like those are different metrics. But I'm talking about good or bad in terms of metrics. Do you actually want me to watch Spen's video, or are you making a meme? Because I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Like, this is kind of crazy. Do we just go all in, guys? Let's watch everybody's content. Let's watch. Guys, let's just watch every Brawl Stars animation. Let's watch Ben Tim's video from 3 months ago. Can I unlock every brawler in 24 hours? Is this worth it, guys? Is this W stealing content? No, I'm probably gonna wrap it up here, I think. So react to your reaction of the podcast. Every 10 minutes I pause and say, this guy pauses too much, and he's also dumb as fuck and totally wrong. Can we watch Bedlam's video? God, I don't want to watch my own videos right now. That's too embarrassing. Okay. Yeah. I think what I might actually do, I don't think I'm gonna post a highlights vid of this VOD. Guys, should I post a highlights vid of this VOD, or should I just on the second channel? I think what I might do is I might just record a quick summary. Try to keep it short. And we'll just go with that instead. Because I don't want to like kill my editor. I kind of feel bad making him try to edit down a 6-hour thing. That's like insane. Yeah, I'm not going to force my editor to go through 6 hours of footage. That's actually fucked. So he is paid, to be clear, but that's still fucked. So I'm probably going to try to record something, and we'll see what happens. All right, take care of yourselves. It's been fun. It's been real. See you all in the next one. Thanks so much for coming out, guys. Love y'all. Main channel vid hopefully by this weekend. Peace out, people. I'm gonna be up all night. I'm already planning to basically stay up all night tonight to get shit done. So yeah, bye.